Okay, we are live.
Hello.
Yeah, so for anyone checking this out, before like a while ago I did a video talking about stuff from 2022 that I liked, and that was a pretty significant video.
Really well edited. It was actually inspired by our friend Anomaly Inc., who had a video. I can't remember what year he Anomaly did it, but it was basically saying things he liked because Anomaly was tired of people being like, "Oh, you only hate stuff," and he's no, shut up. I do like stuff, and here's stuff I liked this year. Is what he did. And I was like, you should do something like that because ironically, Anomaly created the propaganda that you are the hate man. And
Yeah,
I
that's
said,
that's
we
what
need
he
to
calls
fight
me.
back that propaganda. That's why I was like, you need to make this video and show off all the things you enjoyed. And that's kind of made us branch out and start doing a lot of stuff like him and me. Like, oh, let's check this out. Let's watch this. Let's play this. And it's kind of made us actually clear a couple of things out of our backlog.
Yeah, it has.
It's actually been quite helpful.
Yeah, but the thing was is that video was pretty significant. It was like 2 hours long. So it took a while to get done,
All right,
and
Charlie. I can ban you, by the way, Charlie. Watch it.
don't be
no,
a
we,
don't
no, we love Charlie.
Charlie is the patron saint of patrons.
He is the patron saint of the patron eon.
Yeah.
That was a bad joke.
Hey Charlie, don't worry about the memberships. That's only if you want to like support me and if you can. And don't ever feel pressured to
I,
have a
I know he's
membership.
I know he's teasing you though, because you were like, I'm not the hate man. He's just like, yes, you are. I'm canceling my membership.
Oh. Yeah, memberships are just nice that are if you want to. But I honestly was so exhausted after finishing the 2022 video. I was like, I don't want to do this again. Angel's like, well, why not just do a live stream? And I'm like, you know what? That's way easier.
Well, I'm like, well, we like did all this stuff for the purpose of like content. So I'm like, why not just I don't know, just do a stream then. Like if it's because at first you were I was like, all right, what can we do to like help work this? And you were like, I don't want to edit it. I'm like, no. And it's like, let's rework it into something else. And I was like, what can we do? Like, come on, let's workshop this. And we're
Yeah,
like,
so
okay, let's do a stream. Streaming's easier. And
yeah,
because you're like all these other videos that you have planned that you want to do. So let's just do that.
right, yeah, and I still have that video that I've been working on about the Suicide Squad game ending, which I promise is still coming out.
Well, you had a Cool Man's going to be moving soon, so that's a little thing that's changed his schedule
Yeah,
recently.
that has delayed things. I no longer have a desk to sit at right now. I'm actually just sitting on my bed right now as I stream. But I will be trying to work on stuff as much as I can.
Yeah, it is what it is. It's all right.
Yeah. Hey, this is not a petty excuse. I literally had to clean my room out. I only have a bed right now.
No, he's not moving to Australia. If anything, we got to find a way to get the Australia man to move over here.
No, we gotta get him out of the upside down land. We have to get him back to proper land.
Yeah, away from the evil emu overlords.
Yeah. Yeah, and so while the main thing is to talk about the stuff from 2023, which I've had this list for a while of stuff I wanted to talk about. Overall, I still want this to be more of a chill stream.
Yeah, just talking about things we enjoyed that year. And not all of it is like brand new stuff. It's stuff like, oh, hey, there's this thing that I've always wanted to get into, never got into it. What's this like? Or then it's, oh, hey, I haven't watched this since forever or since it just came out. Let's revisit it with fresh eyes. And so it's all sort of all that stuff. Kind of like his 2022 video for obvious reasons.
Yeah. So then, as we're going to go through, we have a whole list of everything. We're going to bring it up. We're going to have like a picture representing it. And sometimes if I want to pull something up, then we'll pull it up. But overall, we're just going to kind of go over and talk about it and talk about stuff from 2023.
That reminds me, I need to send you a clip that'll be relevant to something that I'll want to talk about in the future, but I'll pull that up so you keep chatting with the chat.
Yeah. But something, but before we actually get into it, there was something I wanted to bring up. There's this indie game that's currently on a Kickstarter right now. It's called Tonin, and
Oh, it looks really cool. Like if you guys like action games like Devil May Cry, Bayonetta, Metal Gear Rising, God of War, things like that, like original God of War, like those types of hack and slash games. This game's like inspired by like gameplay like Metal Gear Rising and even
yeah,
things like Sekiro a little bit. Like, and it's trying to do a Kickstarter, and it's actually got a pretty cool demo that's out right now. But
yeah,
unfortunately, the Kickstarter's not gained any traction on Twitter.
yeah,
And actually, do you got a link for that, Coleman? I'll post it in the chat.
yeah.
If you could just send it in our, and I'll just copy and paste it.
I can just copy the.
Oh, you know what? That works too. But yeah, it looks really fun, and the Kickstarter's really cool. Coleman's gonna post a link to the Kickstarter. Yeah.
Yeah, like this footage I have right here is literally footage that I recorded playing the demo. It's
Like so,
literally just
genuinely recommend guys check its Twitter out, check this Kickstarter out, donate any little bit you can, maybe give them a follow,
and
and like encourage them to at the very least not cancel if the Kickstarter fails, but maybe like put it on pause and hopefully they can be convinced to do another Kickstarter to create more funds or do a Patreon, because a lot of people that have backed it are like, no, don't cancel if the because unfortunately I think they also waited too late to post a demo. They should have probably put it at the start, and maybe that we could have gotten some VTubers in on this.
yeah, because like I have noticed the Kickstarter did suddenly get a surge of support like
But
after
it's
the
like so
demo.
late in the Kickstart that it's like, I should have done the demo sooner.
Yeah, yeah. So I'm hoping that even if it doesn't end up making the Kickstarter like goal, that it'll still keep working on it and maybe do a Patreon. And if here's a funny thing, if you guys remember a few months back, do you remember that one tweet that someone made? It was like some gaming journalist trying to hype up Assassin's Creed Shadow, going, "Oh, look at the bamboo cutting physics! Oh my gosh!" And it was literally like the most crappy cutting physics. And this dev he wasn't trying to be like petty or anything. He was posting the cutting physics in this game, and it went viral, got like 40,000 likes. So this, like, I'm sure a lot of people may have even seen this on the like seen this on Twitter, but that was like a couple of months ago. It was like January or February. Yeah, like, this is a recording I recorded with OBS, and it's being streamed. So while it's still a demo. It's very simple. Like the whole thing is, it drops you in, and it's got when you download the game like demo, there's a little digital manual that explains the controls. So it's basically you just run around and you fight a few bosses, and that's really it. The demo can be a little buggy, but it is fun because it mixes a lot of these elements from like we said, Metal Gear Rising is the obvious one, but it's got elements of like Sekiro, especially some of the grappling.
Yeah, and some a little bits of Ghost of Tsushima.
Yeah, especially right here, the wind. It's just like when Ghost of Tsushima, where it points you to objectives with like
And
a
the wind
breeze.
is kind of like, rather than like an arrow or a line on a map, the Ghost of Tsushima does this nice, really subtle way to like lead you to like either like the sub story that you're wanting to do or the main story you're wanting to do. And if you mark it on your map, it's not going to show up in the big overworld hub. The wind then will blow in the direction that you need to go to, and it's genuinely really cool, like nice, subtle, like environmental way of doing it, rather than having some in your world like hub thing.
Yeah, yeah, and
In your face. Sorry, I can't talk.
Yeah, and the actual like story idea behind this is pretty awesome. Like it's the setting is like Edo period Japan, like the 1600s, and the main character is a cute bunny girl ninja with a katana. doing Virgil style judgment cuts, and a rift to an alternate dimension opens up, and they're invaded by robots. So she's using these like anime katana physics to fight evil robots from an alternate dimension.
Start the next video game.
Yeah, so it's really cool. There's a lot of passion, and this guy's been working on it, alone for a while. So like I really do want this to eventually like come to fruition. And I've been doing everything I can to try to spread the word on this. Because there's a lot of people who
Yeah,
feel,
and if you can't support it, like if you have a Twitter, retweet it everywhere. If you're in certain servers where there's like people who love video games, just link the Kickstarter and just say, let's see if we can help this indie dev like make his dream come true. Because this game genuinely looks cool, and we need more, like, especially with how crap the AAA industry is right now. Like, we need more like people who are just trying to make this passion project all on their own, or they're just working really hard and they just like have like just a genuinely fun looking game to succeed.
yeah, and like I've played this demo for several hours, and while it is kind of rough considering it is made by one guy, like the fundamentals are pretty solid, and I've been having a lot of fun playing it. Oh yeah, this is one of the bosses. Because it's got like a parrying system, a dodging stuff, and like for one dude, it's got a pretty robust combat system, and he's got a lot more ideas behind it. So it's like
But he
just
just
needs
needs
that.
more funding
Yeah,
in order to make
he
that
needs,
real.
yeah, because there's a lot of stuff he wants to do, and he can get more people to help him out on that. Thank you for spreading the word to Rima, Charlie.
Yes,
Yeah, I know.
Good idea, Charlie. Good idea.
I know. I was trying to spread it out, but there's some people who hear Kickstarter and they're like, "Oh, that sounds like a scam," and I'm like, "Okay, no. We have an actual demo now, so you can see what the game is."
Yeah, like I get it. Some Kickstarters are scams, but like if people are genuinely transparent in their Kickstarters and things like that, and on like their social media, and they put out an actual demo.
Yeah, because the Kickstarter scams are usually the ones that pop out of nowhere, and they promise this revolutionary, mind
And they're so
blowing.
astroturfed in terms of support too.
Yeah, so and it's why those sometimes they'll be like, "Oh, we're going to make an MMO on an indie budget, and it's going to be even better than every other MMO." And it's like, obviously, that's not going to happen. This guy has been working on this for a couple of years, I think, and he's like obviously got this demo, and I can say with confidence, this game is fun to play, and it's like I just really want to, especially in a stream talking about stuff that I liked. I just want to say, look, I've been really enjoying this game, and
Yeah, post the link to the Kickstarter again one more time, and
oh,
maybe
I have
there's.
it. I have it pinned on the
Oh, okay.
chat.
Maybe also post a link to the Twitter account as well,
Oh yeah, let
so
me.
that way people can go check that out. And at the very least, like, as if they can't donate, then they can maybe spread the word and retweet and things like that.
Yeah, this is the developer's Twitter where he posts about the game. And he's also got a YouTube account. Actually, you know what? Let me.
And she's a bunny girl.
Yeah. He comes complete with a waifu.
And costumes if you support the Kickstarter.
Yeah. Well, yeah, and that's also one of the funny things, because while they haven't talked as much about, like the all the inspirations, one of the outfits that's available for like the if you
For the
do
character.
one of for the character ones you support the Kickstarter is a red overcoat styled like Dante from Devil May Cry, and they even joked about having a blue variant.
Yeah, obviously a Virgil variant.
Yeah, which speaking of Virgil variant, this is a little I took a clip. That's the special move you can do where it's like you basically just do the anime, you are already dead with the katana. But yeah, so that's actually just something I wanted to talk about real quick before we got into this, because like I really want to spread the word, and even if it doesn't reach the Kickstarter, hopefully if this gets enough support and enough traction, the developer will feel encouraged to keep making the game.
Yeah, and maybe starting up another Kickstarter later, and maybe that one will
Yeah,
succeed better.
or doing a Patreon, because it's like the game got like $20,000 in support in like the first couple of days, and then it's been slowly trickling since then.
Yeah, it's been struggling after it's like first opened the Kickstarter, which is sucks. It a lot of the social media stuff is run by algorithms, and that is the unfortunate fact that sometimes things that are made with genuine passion can get buried.
Yeah, yeah. So I'm just doing my part. I'm
I'm doing my
trying.
part.
I'm doing my part. Yeah, so I've been trying to do everything I can to get the word out on this, and with all y'all that are here and anyone else who's watching this, and I'm sure if anyone who's watching this after May 30th, if there's any if it doesn't make the Kickstarter, then I'll try to put like links, ways that you could support it if he
Yeah,
continues
in the
development.
description of the once obviously we're done streaming.
Yeah. So I think that's a nice little warm up going into what we're going to
Little
talk about.
preamble.
Yeah. So I'm going to do this very similar to how I structured my video.
The
So
2022 video.
yeah, the 2022 video, where I have everything like jumped by like games, movies, and TV shows, and we're going to go through all those one section at a time, and we're just going to talk about it.
The only difference is there is going to be a couple of things where it's specifically just he only experienced the thing, and then a couple where it's like I only experienced the thing that year. There is one thing where it's like, wait, but aren't you both fans? It's like he got into that the following year.
Yeah, we'll get to that soon enough, and I'll save the bulk of what I say until the next time, because I think we want to do another stream just like this
Yeah, we
for the
want to do one for
2024.
2024. Yeah.
Yeah. So, and then we thought, okay, it'll actually be easier if, like, at the end of every year, we can do a stream just saying, oh, this is the recap of the year and what we enjoyed. So that way it wouldn't take me 8 months to make a video.
Yeah, we could just say, hey, these things are cool. You should like buy this or rent this or whatever.
Yeah. Yeah. So the first thing to come up is the first we'll be doing games. That's actually the biggest section.
As always, because we're gamers.
Yeah. The first one I wanted to talk about are the No More Heroes games, except three. Three doesn't count. So a few years back, the No More Heroes games were released on the Switch. And I remember liking the games. I got kind of into it back when the first game came out on the Wii in the late 2000s. Oh, hey, Janie.
Hi, Janie.
Thanks for ducking in here real quick.
Put it on mute and just like leave it in the background at work.
Give me those sweet, sweet algorithm boosts.
Give us the view, Janie.
Yeah, so but like I had never really gone through all of the games. So I bought
You should
the game.
wrench Janie. She's a mod already in your Discord.
Oh really? Oh yeah. I think I can just.
But yeah, so Travis touchdown.
Yeah, so I bought No More Heroes 1 and 2 on the Switch, and then I got that spin-off Travis Strikes Again. And I was playing through, and it had been years since I'd actually really thought too deeply about it. Yes, Ghost, like, comment, and subscribe. Boost us in the algorithm.
That like
Smash
button.
that like button. But so it's like playing it.
There's 7 of you here. At least 5 of you need to hit the like button.
Yeah. Yeah, so I was playing through the games, and honestly, I was kind of shocked at just how much I really liked all the games. And what's really kind of surprising is just how much of a really strong through line there is. Because, and I hate I have to say this, because No More Heroes 3 destroyed any commentary around the games. There's this great, very mature like story, because the game is drenched in fourth wall breaks and ridiculous humor. But like there's this fascinating development for Travis's character as he goes from this pathetic, horny otaku who has a sociopathic like love for killing people into being an actually fleshed out character across the games. And Travis Strikes Again was this little small spin-off game, and you might think, oh, well, it's mostly inconsequential. And it actually has a really good story.
Mm.
As absurd as it is, it follows through on a plot line of actually there was Bad Girl, in the top, the pink, the girl in the pink dress on the top.
Yeah.
She's one of the bosses who you kill in the first game. And Travis Strikes Again is based around her dad coming after Travis years later for revenge. And that kicks off the ridiculous story of them getting sucked into a video game and having to work together. And while there's a lot of stuff that's really kind of light on the plot, like you get these little visual novel story beats where it explores this backstory, and you find out like, oh, there's a lot of like depth with Travis's character, because it's like, oh, it's like 7 years after No More Heroes 2, so you're like, oh, you get to see what was going on with Travis. And I don't really want to spoil all that stuff, but I if you are interested in No More Heroes, I would still highly recommend Travis Strikes Again, because No More Heroes 1 and 2 get their love, and Travis Strikes Again is seen as sort of like the little the black sheep, considering it's a very simple, pretty repetitive game with its simple gameplay. But I think the story is worth it. And then No More Heroes 3 just kind of ruins everything.
Also, I haven't played the games yet, but I've seen clips, and the voice actor for Travis, he's really funny.
It's Robin Atkin Downs.
Yeah,
So
he's really good.
if you know Metal Gear Solid, he's Kazuhira Miller. He's they played us like a damn fiddle.
Well, he's also Luxord in Kingdom Hearts.
Yeah, he's done a lot of stuff. If you
Oh,
look up
apparently, I was looking this up. He is Rush Clovis in Star Wars: The Clone Wars.
oh my gosh.
So
Oh,
he gets punched out by Anakin.
yeah. Oh, okay. Charlie, yes, there is an actual plot and not just plots of land. There are boobies, yes, but there is an actual plot. I'm being serious. That's a literal thing. I'm saying it's
First of
actual.
all, two things can be true at once.
You act like two legends can't coexist. But yeah, and that's one thing I do really like about the No More Heroes games is that, like, despite the fact that you would expect them to have no plot and it's just absurd, like absurdist comedy nonstop, it's like, no, it actually does have a really kind of heartfelt story, like that's just sort of masked with this ridiculous plot, especially when you get into No More Heroes 2, because No More Heroes 2 kind of takes the first game and it's like, yeah, what would happen if someone actually ended up in that position of Travis being the number one assassin? And it's like, yeah, it actually kind of takes a bit of a darker turn where it's like, yeah, there's actually serious ramifications for this. And you get to see Travis have these, a breakdown even that I would kind of put on a similar level as if anyone has watched the Arnold Schwarzenegger movie, The Last Action Hero. It's kind of delving that whole, yeah, just because this is a fictional characters and they make references to it being a video game, it doesn't mean that it's not real for them. And it's like I'm always a sucker for that. It's just like, yeah, it's like horrible things are happening, and eventually even someone like Travis will break from that. And the games are also fun.
Yeah,
There's a
which
few
is
parts
like
that
the
are,
most important part of a video game.
yeah, even though the final boss of No More Heroes 2 is really unfair. I beat it. It took me like 10 tries, but I beat it. But yeah, the No More Heroes great. I highly recommend checking it out. It's very M-rated, lots of swearing and gore and blood flying everywhere.
But I imagine all of you are adults here in the chat.
Yeah, minors do not interact.
Yeah, get out of here, kids.
Speaking of,
This is our lawn.
yeah. Now the next one to talk about, the Assassin's Creed games. Now, specifically,
Very specifically.
the
We need to be
original game.
specific here.
Yeah, so I played through the original Assassin's Creed and then the Ezio trilogy.
Well, if I remember correctly, I believe what got us on this kick was because of I decided to replay some of the games again. It was
Well,
just because of randomly
it was that
YouTube.
it was that Laser Z video,
It was
that
that Laser
4-hour
Z,
video,
that 4-hour video on the first Assassin's Creed, like the first Assassin's Creed game that randomly YouTube got recommended to me, and I'm like, frick, I want to play some of these games again. So I like bought the original one and started playing it on the Xbox, and then I got the Ezio trilogy, so I started playing through those again. And because I was doing that, he did that too, and then we both were just like talked forever to each other, being like, "Man, these games actually used to be really good. Like they're like really good, especially the first one and the second one. Like gosh, dang, the stories are really good."
Yeah, and it's something that really got pushed aside, especially after Brotherhood.
Yeah, after Brotherhood, things were
where
starting to go
it's
downhill. But then
because
Black Flag suddenly seemed like, oh wait, maybe we could come back from this because Black Flag was legitimately fun and legitimately good. And then after that, it was like missed potential, missed potential, missed potential, missed potential, crap,
Yeah.
crap, 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 mega crap, crap.
yeah, but even with Black Flag, one of the biggest problems with the series after, especially after Assassin's Creed 3, but it really hit after Brotherhood, is that they tried to move away from the modern day story with Desmond. Because
Yeah, well, with Black Flag, Desmond was already gone by that point, so it was like there was nothing you could do about that factor. But like, so Black Flag was it like it was a good game despite itself because
right,
of
yeah,
everything going into
despite,
it should have like killed it, especially because it came after 3.
yeah, because especially because they didn't have
No, I won't fight
modern
you,
day
Ghost.
story.
I won't fight you,
Oh,
Ghost. Black Flag is a good
we're
game.
praising Black Flag
Black Flag
because
is a good game. Basically, my point is it had everything that was going against it to make it a bad game, especially because of it's like planting a good seed on bad soil because of what came before it were 2 really bad games. It was bad soil and it's Ubisoft. Ubisoft was slowly getting worse over the years, but despite itself, Black Flag was a good game.
yeah, and that's the thing that is really like interesting to talk about, is that when you look at the old games, because there's a bit of a like a stigma when people talk about, oh, the modern day story was so annoying, I just wanted to play as Ezio.
I'll admit, like, I kind of took Desmond for granted because if I was intrigued by the story of the past and the conspiracy of the past and things like that, and replaying the first game again, my gosh, it's so fascinating. Everything, the first game is really underrated. And like, yeah, it needed some fine tuning in a couple of things, but like overall, like we like even as much as I love Assassin's Creed 2, we never saw a game like Assassin's Creed 1 ever again. Like ever.
Yeah, because Assassin's Creed 1 really was focused on the way that they told Altair's story. And I like that Ezio is a different protagonist.
I do. I'm glad that they didn't just do Altair again. I'm glad
Yeah.
that Ezio is his own character with his own story and his own focus. There's just certain elements of Altair's gameplay that leans into his story that I kind of do miss, but basically is what it's more of.
Yeah,
Like, but yeah, keep going. Sorry.
Yeah, it's like along with the gameplay, there was a focus explicitly on the assassinations, and it was every assassination had a structure to it. It was, you go and you do your research, your reconnaissance, and yes, that could be repetitive gameplay wise, but it was
gameplay wise,
important.
but like if you're paying attention, every single repetitive gameplay action is actually got a new story context to it with each and every single one. But if you kind of zone out of it, well, minus the stupid flag collecting thing, I don't
I
know.
hate the flags.
Why? But like, other than that, like the interrogationing, the pit pockets, and all that other stuff, like and just the eavesdropping, you always got new information. Even if it's repetitive gameplay, it was always new information. It always lend itself to new
Mm.
story that you're
Yeah.
learning and new conspiracies, and that kind of made it not boring to me, like going back and replaying it again. And that also made me, by virtue, really paying attention more to Desmond's side, because there's so many details you can easily miss if you're kind of just casually going in to just like, haha, assassinate, anyways, moving on. And the
Yeah.
villains, we have not seen villains like Assassin's Creed 1 ever again.
Yeah, and one of the things is when it comes to the story, the modern day story, the way that they tackle the Templars is different in Assassin's Creed 1 compared to afterwards. Because yes, okay, there are Templars who are bad, but the thing with Assassin's Creed 1 is it showed even back during like Altair's time that not all of the Templars were comically evil. There were some that were
Not
just
everything
evil.
is as it seems, and it felt like you could literally play that same story. Like they could have made that same story again, but from the Templars' point of view, and you could see just a gray and gray view of the assassins versus them, and they could be like, "Man, the assassins aren't what we thought them to be,"
Yeah.
which is what a
Well,
later game
and
should have
the
done, but they didn't. But that's I
yeah,
digress.
and they tried sometimes in Assassin's Creed 3, Hatham, Connor's father, was a Templar who had an actual point. Like he had genuine beliefs in the Templars' goals and he fought for them. But the problem is because the series is still mired in it became increasingly more black and white
Yeah, and
that
well, and as Ghost brought up, Rogue is interesting concept. Yeah,
oh
that's
yeah.
what I was alluding to
Oh
earlier.
yeah,
Yeah,
and I
Rogue
love
and
the
Unity, and there was a lot of games post Black Flag before Odyssey. A lot of them had a lot of interesting
ideas.
ideas. There was like,
Yeah,
oh, there's potential here, but it was a lot of missed potential. It was everything after Black Flag was like missed potential, missed potential, missed potential, missed potential, and then by Odyssey and on, it was like I don't even recognize this series anymore.
yeah, because Rogue has such a great like concept for a story, and it's bungled in the worst way possible. Because it's like, oh, you play as an assassin who becomes disillusioned with them and joins the Templars. You're like, how do you mess that up? And you're like, oh, well, they just flip the morality of the
And just
sides.
make the assassins like comically evil. It's like
Yeah, and then there's an interesting tie-in that should have been elaborated on where the character you play as in Rogue is the guy who kills Arno's father in Unity. That was their big tie-in.
well, and
And
the
you're
other
like,
thing with Unity, going back to like things were not as morally gray in the very first original game. Like Unity has such an interesting concept. One, it's set in France. Like already that okay, all right, France, cool. And then like the assassin like falls in love with a girl who's a Templar, and it's like, oh, okay, something like what happened with Altair, but like we might actually see development and expansion, and he's got a good relationship with her father,
right, yeah,
and
it doesn't
well,
go anywhere. Not anywhere good, but it's like, yeah, the man who basically took care of Arno after his father died was a Templar, but he also explicitly kept Arno out of the Templar business because he didn't want him involved. And you're like, and then in the story of Unity at that time, the assassins in the Parisian assassins and the Parisian Templars had a basically a little ceasefire going on. So you're like, okay, so there's clearly more to this than one side evil, one side good, and then they just never touch up on it. And it's like,
yeah,
oh,
that's why I say anything after Black Flag, because it was like Black Flag felt like an oasis in a desert, because anything because every literally everything after Brotherhood is just misfire
oh,
or complete crap. That's why Black Flag is such a strange game, because it's like you had no business being good when everything after Brotherhood was
yeah,
bad.
well, yeah,
But
and
Black Flag was genuinely good.
yeah,
But I digress. We replayed most of these games. Now getting into Ezio, because Ezio is the most popular one. And well, it's obvious why.
Yeah, it's like it's his he's incredibly charming. He's got a very compelling story. The plot line actually took a more cinematic approach rather than the more subdued approach that Assassin's Creed 1 had, which fits Ezio's character.
Yeah,
He's
it's
more bombastic than
yeah, I
Altair.
like even though there were things I feel that they've never recaptured again after the first one, and I do think it's a shame we lost. I do think it's hard to do Ezio's story the same way as Altair's story because they are two very different characters. So the gameplay is kind of really in service to the personalities of these characters as well.
Yeah, and it's funny because like I remember because the reason why I stopped being invested in Assassin's Creed was the ending of Brotherhood because I remember because back in like years ago I was I wasn't playing Assassin's Creed 2 but I was we had a buddy of like my friend group though one of our guys had Assassin's Creed 2 on the 360 and he played through it and we were all like sitting around and watching it and joking and I remember the first time when Mario showed up and he's like, "Don't you remember? It's a me, a Mario." And we all just busted up laughing because this is right when the game had just come out. And I remember we were all really super into it. And then we got to Brotherhood and you got to the ending and I was like, "Oh no, I hate this." And I disengaged from the series for years and I went back and I was like, okay, so replaying these games and especially playing through Brotherhood, Brotherhood as a game is honestly phenomenal.
It is. It's
Like,
really good, solid, like
yeah.
controls, a lot of quality of life, which is funny because there was a lot of quality of life in two, but it was like somehow Brotherhood managed to elevate that even further.
Yeah, and the whole system where you can collect, like you can recruit assassins and you can have a little army by your side and you can call them in to help you was awesome. It was such a great way to expand on Ezio's like maturing and becoming a more like a master assassin. And it's funny because the story was never supposed to take place. It was literally supposed to be Assassin's Creed 1, Assassin's Creed 2, and then Assassin's Creed 3 would be the end. It was supposed to be a trilogy.
It was, but then Ezio was just so insanely popular. Instead, he got a trilogy,
Yeah, the Ubisoft is like, we're not doing like a trilogy. We want to make these until the world explodes.
literally.
So and they want to make them within a year. And unfortunately, Brotherhood was made within a year. And because it did so well and it reviewed so well, Ubisoft was like, hey, we can just force these guys into the Assassin's Creed mines for eternity. And
And well, they didn't. That's why a lot of them left,
yeah, and it's like
and
and
then
that
they went and made Peak elsewhere.
yeah, so and it's sad because like Brotherhood as a game is good, and then I would say the last like quarter of the game, the final act is where it gets weakest because you can tell that's where they had to rush development because the plot line starts skipping past. It's like okay, 5 years, 10 years, all right, now you're fighting him at like the main villain at the very end. So it's like that was a little weak, but overall as a game, it was great. And then I played Revelations, which was not there were some good gameplay elements, but overall it was not as good, and it was very clearly a step down. But it's like overall, like the
Altair's actor is also like so
oh
inferior to the guy in the first game. Like I get it, he doesn't have an accent, but like the guy who plays him in Assassin's Creed 1, like holy cow, he just commands a presence.
well, and the thing is the guy is Middle Eastern. He was
I know,
just
I
told
know. I
the
was like,
story.
just
He
I
he,
would
he
have.
could have put on a thick accent like you wanted. It's like, and then you could have still had a good voice actor instead of the weak voice actor they had in
I just don't
Revelations.
understand. I can't remember the reason why, but it would have been so much better if he came back and then be like, okay, we need you to do the accent actually this time.
Yeah, and it's like, and they've literally never asked him to come back. I'm like, that's so dumb. You got it right the first time.
Oh, he
Like,
was so perfect. But yeah, but I digress. Basically, we got back into Assassin's Creed, like the old stuff, and then it was kind of like for years, we always like treated Assassin's Creed like the butt of the joke, like everybody did. Like everybody joked, rolled their eyes, kind of like they did whenever they hear a Call of Duty announcement, like, "Oh, great, another one of these stupid things they're pooping out again." And then it's like going back and revisiting the original stuff is like, wow, these things used to be amazing. It was like no wonder why everybody, including a lot of the open world games, were copying Assassin's Creed like formulas. Because it's like, well, yeah, they used to be revolutionary. They used to be amazing.
Yeah.
It's such a shame what happened to it.
Yeah.
They were
And
creating trends. Now they're just chasing them and doing them way worse and cheaping out and a whole other bag of mess.
yeah. And the thing is had they put a little bit more forethought into things, they could have had the series go on with yearly releases from the jump. But then they could have, if they could have planned it out and said, we're going to do this, and this for the next 10 games. And then they could have had a concrete idea of what they're doing. But now it's like they were constantly flying by the seat of their pants and not knowing, oh, well, we don't know.
Well, and then the weird of constantly trying to chase in the footsteps of Witcher 3 for some reason. It's like, but yeah. Cool man, can you hear me? Cool man? Chat, is it just me? Chat, can you hear him at all? Can you hear me, chat? I feel alone in a sea. Cool man is dropped. No! Oh no! Oh crap! What am I supposed to do? He's the one running the show. Oh no! Chat, I don't have all his files. Hi guys. Hello there. I guess it's my city now. um well, until we get to the next one and he finally pops in, chat. Hi Sparta. Yeah, yes, it is my stream now. Hello Ghost. Thank you. So we actually have a thunderstorm going on outside right now. So hopefully you guys aren't hearing that thunder and it's ruining things. Hopefully the thunder didn't get Cool Man. In which case, F's in the chat for Cool Man. Rip Bozo. I love him, but rip Bozo. My dog is whining. Look, I know you love him, but unfortunately he left us because he's a dork. He abandoned us, chat. The audacity of it all. All right, so you know what, chat? While we wait for him, can you think of something in the past 2 years, like maybe an old IP that you've never gotten into and then you like recently gotten into it? And like just let me know. What is it? TV show, games, movies, manga, books. Drop it all in the chat. Let me know what you think and we'll go from there. And I'll just respond to all of it. And CT, I got into Iron Maiden. What is that? I'm not familiar. I know what an Iron Maiden is. I've been reading a lot, chat. My room is littered with books right now, but unfortunately not any bookshelves because I wanted to build bookshelves, but then a kitchen had to go and get remodeled, and then other parts of the house had to go and get remodeled. And so now my dog is essentially my roommate. So all his crap and his cage and everything got moved into my room, and there's barely any room in my room now. So I can't build my bookshelves. So they're sitting in their assembly required boxes. And meanwhile, I have books littered everywhere sitting on top of shelves. Very annoying. Okay. Yeah, Sparta. I know you got into Fire Emblem Three Houses. You've been loving that. Blue Lions for the win. They're my house. And Full Metal Alchemist. Good choice in manga. Very good choice. Very good. Okay, Metal Band. Okay, I was actually going to ask, did you mean Iron Maiden the band? But I didn't want to sound stupid if it was like a show or something like that, and I didn't know. Okay, all right, that works. All right, and for anime recently, like very recently, I've gotten into Freerun. I understand now why she's everybody's favorite. It's pretty dang good. Our friend Anomaly Inc. He pressured me and Cool Man to get into an anime called Doctor Stone. I genuinely think it's pretty good. Oh no, Cool Man's power went out. Oh frick. Well, can you turn it back on, Cool Man? You expect me to entertain your chat by myself forever? All right, so everybody needs to get out and they need to go to Cool Man's house and we need to jumpstart its house. like a car. We'll just get some cable cords and we'll jumpstart his house. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Sorry. So anime that I've gotten to, Doctor Stone, Freerun. Oh, and I got into Dandadan. That one's bonkers, but it's genuinely fun. And obviously, Spy X Family is another one that I've gotten into. It's genuinely really funny. I quite like that a lot. And Lloyd's my husband. Yours, best girl. Anya's my daughter. But oh shoot, what else? Is there anything I could talk about that you guys would genuinely find interesting? Let me look. What have I found recently? Okay, so there's a very obscure game that I found recently when I was going through a secondhand shop, guys. It's pretty dang cool. Pretty dang cool. I don't know if you guys heard of it. It's a very niche game that Atlas was like one of the people that was the distributors who made it. It's called Samurai Western for the PS2. It took me took me by surprise when I found this because I heard of this game that it was this niche game, but anytime you go online, it's like an arm and a leg to buy it. It's insanely expensive to buy this game because they've never obviously stuck in limbo. But I got it, and it's basically the premise is samurai western. You're a samurai in the Wild West. I don't want to give too much away. If you can ever find somebody that actually does a playthrough, I think there's like one or two out there. Give it a watch. It's kind of a cool game. It's kind of a pretty cool game, samurai fighting in the Wild West. I also found a PS2 Lupin the Third game while I was there. And so I grabbed that immediately because I watched Lupin. Oh shoot, cool man. We need to add that to your 2024 video since you're in the chat. The Lupin movie, the Lupin the Third, the First. It was a CGI animated Lupin movie, and it was really cool. And it got a lot of like some of the old cast of one of the dubs. I know Michelle Ruff is in there. A good old Michelle Ruff. She plays Fumi. I was about to say her name wrong. Fujiko. She plays Fujiko. It was fun. It was really fun as an introduction to Lupin because I was aware of Lupin, but I've never actually watched any of the many animes of Lupin. And now I kind of want to after watching that movie. I got this game, so I want to try to delve a little bit more into Lupin. I think it's pretty cool. I think it's pretty darn cool. And I got Cool Man. Me and my friends Janie and Julie. We got Cool Man for his birthday. His birthday's coming up, but he had a birthday party earlier in the month. His family threw him. We got him a used but refurbished Darth Vader edition of a PS4. Yes, we're this far into the generation life cycle, and we got him a PS4. But the PS5 is stinky, so PS4 for the win. And a couple of games to go with it. I got him even more games, but I can't say what they are because if he's in the chat. But there was a GameStop that was near my work that was going out of business. A lot of businesses were going out of business in that area, though, because of, I guess, the rent must be really expensive for that one outlet area. But yeah, so I got a whole bunch of games from that GameStop because it was like the day before they were closing down. I got a bunch of games for like $1. It's like $1 for this game, $1 for that game. Hey, there he is.
Thank you for holding the fort down while I had to go and like the power blipped because there was a storm outside.
Yeah,
So
there's one over
I
here
had to
too.
go and reset the Wi-Fi router and reconnect stuff. It was a pain.
Intermission is over, chat. It is no longer the Token City.
Nah, okay. So I think we basically had talked enough about Assassin's Creed.
Yeah, I think that's good enough.
It's a shame things went bad. So
It is a shame. But Ubisoft is gonna Ubislop.
yep. So yeah, let me get to the next thing up. Yeah, so this is what we were talking about. It's like I have really gotten into Yakuza,
but not in the year of 2023. I did.
Yeah. So this is the funny thing. She got into Yakuza before me and started playing the game. You played.
Well, there's a key detail, however. Who bought me the games?
Oh yeah.
You did, because I expressed interest in them quite a few years ago. But okay, so funny story. I played a little game on the 3DS called Project Cross Zone and Project Cross Zone 2. And Project Cross Zone 2, which is my favorite of them, it's a crossover series with Sega, Bandai Namco characters, and Project Cross Zone 2 also added Nintendo characters into the mix. In Project Cross Zone 2, Kiryu and Majima show up as stars that, like, one of the units that you can control. They always have these pair units and then a support unit you can attach to them. It's a really fun tactical turn-based game. And so that was actually Project Cross Zone 2 was my introduction really to these characters, because I've heard of the Yakuza series, but I never paid attention to it really. I think I remember seeing a couple of memes, but it was like, it wasn't really on my radar. And I the same with Ace Attorney. That's what introduced me to Phoenix and Maya, and that's what introduced me to Kiryu and Majima. And I kind of got to know their characters in that game. And I'm like, these guys are freaking hilarious. And because of that, I started playing the Ace Attorney games. Loved the Ace Attorney games. And then I replayed Project Cross Zone 2 4 years ago, I believe. And I was just like, oh, right, Kiryu and Majima. And I did say I wanted to play the Yakuza games. Those games were really, really funny. And because I said that in passing, for a Christmas gift, Cool Man bought me a bunch of Yakuza games for the PS4. Well, in 2023, I finally decided to jump into that when clearing out my backlog. But there was something that pushed me to saying, nah, I want to play these games. I want to play these games now. Hey, Cool Man, you should play the link that I put in the private chat.
Oh yeah. So,
there was a very specific meme where I said, nah, screw it. I need to play these games. What are these games about?
Yeah. Sorry. The things being reset.
No, I get it.
It disconnected and removed all the stuff I had.
No, how evil. But yes, so I'm the one who got into Yakuza first. It was me.
Yeah.
But do you see the link in the private chat, or do I need to post it again?
Yeah, just a second.
And there we are. Yes. This one.
About why I hate video games, because this is what it does. It appeals to like the male fantasy.
So I think you get what I mean, chat.
That's the male fantasy.
Everybody's been doing that meme of that annoying feminist who's just like, thinks all games are just like this evil, like, male fantasy. And so everybody does memes of all these ridiculous moments in a video game. So then I see somebody putting it with one of the karaoke moments of Yakuza 0, and I said, All right, that does it. That does it. These
You're
games
like,
are my
wait, this is
backlog.
supposed to
I
be
need
some
get
like gritty crime drama. How the hell does this fit in?
and I'm like, all right, you have my attention, Yakuza. So that's like where it pushed me over the edge, and I started to play Yakuza. So I got into Yakuza 0 first, and oh wow, if you never play a Yakuza game in your life, like if you're like nah, play Yakuza 0. Like you don't even have to get into the rest of the series. Play Yakuza 0. Now, if you do want to jump into the franchise, I would recommend playing Yakuza Kiwami first and then go back and play Yakuza 0. Yakuza 0 is actually a prequel for the whole series. But Kiwami is a remake of the original first game. I would
Yeah.
recommend doing it that way because there are some references that, granted to 1 and 2, that will fly over your head in Yakuza 0. But I would recommend you play Kiwami, Yakuza 0, and then Kiwami 2. But yeah, like if you like never play a Yakuza game in your entire life, if you're saying, nah, I don't want to do it, nah, play Yakuza 0. This game has got to be one of the best crime drama games ever. Or just stories. Yes. Hey, it was Project Cross Zone and that stupid meme. That's what made me get into Yakuza, Julie. I love you. But it was
Yeah.
just so ridiculous. I had to be like, all right, what's this game about? And those memes where it's just like serious crime drama, then also, haha, wacky, goofy sub stories. It was actually true. I was like, wait,
Yeah.
those memes are real.
Yeah. Well, yeah, and it's so funny because at this point, I have passed her in playing the games. She's on Yakuza 4. I've beaten up to Yakuza 7.
Well, you decided to jump into a rabbit hole and you let them consume your life. I foolishly said, I'm going to juggle 20 games at once and see if I can eventually beat all of them because I want to get everything off my backlog. Okay, I'm exaggerating. It was actually 7 games at once. Because every day of the week I tried to play a different game, and then a new game would come out, and then I'd be like, all right, bumping that off the list, and I want to start this game. I am my own worst enemy of backlogs.
Yeah, so I can't talk too much about my experience because that was in 2024 is when I was playing.
Yeah,
the
that'll be
Yakuza
in the
games.
next stream where he'll tell you your experience. But I'll tell you some of mine. But not getting too into spoiler territory because Yakuza 0 is genuinely Kino.
Oh, it is absolutely phenomenal.
Like
and
unironic Kino.
yeah,
It's why I couldn't wait till he started playing it because of once he started playing Yakuza 0, I do. I'm like, I can't wait till I see some of his reactions or get some of his texts about peak because holy cow, Yakuza 0 is peak. It's so good. Like all the mini games and the gameplay is genuinely great. And I love the way they balance the story between Kiryu and Majima, and they go back and forth before eventually the two stories do end up basically
Connecting.
interlocking and going at a crossroads with each other because you do wonder throughout the story, how are these two stories going to end up connected, because like they got to be connected somehow, but then that's the genuine mystery. And Yakuza is pretty hit or miss on its conspiracies and its mysteries. Sometimes they're really good at it and man do they nail it, and then other times it feels like a dumb soap opera, but at least the gameplay speak, except for
Yeah.
another game, but I don't. Anyway.
Yeah, and
But
okay,
oh my gosh, Yakuza 0, it's paced genuinely perfectly. It feels like the characters are all written so well. I mean, there's this one character who I can't stand, but like that, I digress. He dies anyways.
one character in the entire game, and there's like one.
and
bad
he's not
scene.
even like the main focus, so it's like, it's fine.
Yeah, it's like one stumbling block on the way to peak.
And it's just it's all peak. It's all peak. Kiryu, I think, is handled so well for a young Kiryu, a young Majima, like being like, okay, like how did Majima come to be the mad dog? And I think it does a good job exploring like his more serious side that he kind of locks in. And then you have Makoto Makimura, who is baby, and I will protect her forever. I will kill anybody who tries to hurt her or make her cry. It's fact. And it does a really good job of Nishikiyama, because in the original game, the very first game, Nishikiyama is like Kiryu's main rival. And he's Kiryu's sworn brother in the Yakuza. But
so it's a very cliche, a solid cliche, but a cliche nonetheless, of the best friend turned mortal nemesis. But he is so bad.
They didn't do it really well in the original game, to the point where a lot of people have memed it. But
10 years in
recent years, they said we need to flesh out Nishikiyama's character a lot better. And I do think some of the flashbacks in Kiwami, but especially Zero is really what made people really come to adore Nishikiyama's character, because holy cow, you feel for this guy. And then it makes you jump into Kiwami and shake your fist at him and be like, you are my bro, man. But I think that's the intended reaction that you now want when going into Kiwami, because it's like, oh man, like you were so tight. How could this all happen? And it's almost Anakin Skywalker feelings of pain that you get with Nishikiyama, but in a good way, the good kind of pain. And Kiwami, I guess I should talk about Kiwami. I don't hate Kiwami. I hate 3. I don't hate Kiwami. Kiwami's, I like to call it the mixed bag game. But it's where it succeeds is where it's the most important. Its play is fun. If a video game is not fun to play, then there is no point. And the Yakuza games, for the most part, save for 3, in my opinion, are all fun to play. Even if they have a bad story, the gameplay will always be rock solid. That's why 3 was such a disappointment to me. But I digress. But it's got a lot of like memorable characters, and then of course the heart and soul of Kiwami and the original game is Kiryu and Haruka. Their relationship is genuinely endearing. Everybody says, "Oh, Logan and Laura is peak father, like surrogate daughter type of thing," and other people are like, "No, it's Jolie and Ellie." And I'm going to say this. I'm going to say something very controversial. Kiryu and Haruka absolutely mogs both of them.
Say it louder for the people in the back.
I adore Kiryu and Haruka's relationship. It is the heart and soul of genuinely Kiryu's story, is because if he's a guy who's been through so much and has lost so much, and genuinely all he really wants is a family, or at least like some semblance of one. And it feels like reality keeps wanting to deny him happiness. So it's like why Haruka is one of the most important characters in Kiryu's life, because she gives him a sense of stability and a sense of family. And it's genuinely heartwarming seeing these two interact and seeing this gruff former crime guy like protecting this cute innocent little girl. Now her mother, however, is the most boring nothing. That's one of the main criticisms you're going to hear. Yumi is one of the most boring love interests that this game forces on you, and she's Haruka's biological mother. And I won't get too much into it, but man, she's so boring. Like she could be a cool character, but I can't even bring myself to hate her because she's just so. She is the love interest of all time. It's just But I do think, like, well, and Kiwami did add something really fun because of Majima was such a breakout character that they didn't expect to be a breakout character in the original game when it first came out. So that's why following games after that started giving him a lot more screen time, or like something like added in with him in it, even when it's like, why is Majima here? They're like, because fans like him. So Kiwami decided to add in the whole Majima everywhere system, where Majima is basically just this absolute tyrant boss that Kiryu has to keep running into everywhere. It's like if Zubats were on steroids and actually could kill you.
Yeah.
But it's actually fun, unlike Zubats. But and he always keeps popping up in the most ludicrous ways and the hammiest ways, and it's just like, this is why people love this character, because he's just insane and he's funny and he's got a knife and an eye patch. What's not to love?
Yeah.
And just the way the actor delivers his lines is like goofy. But he's just the right kind, and it was a fun like system that they added. And Kiwami too, I do want to bring up though. The Dragon Engine was introduced by Yakuza 6.
6, yeah.
And then they started using it going forward. And they used it with Kiwami 2, the remake for the second game. And I have to say, I really adore Kiwami 2. The ending, however, I don't. But I digress. This is where I talk about whenever the games have stories that are so peak, they're peak, and when they're just stupid, it's soap opera stupid. And Kiwami 2 and the original 2 is this strange outlier because so much of it is peak only for it to trip the landing at the end.
The
Where it's like,
last 20 minutes of like a 60-hour game is where it all falls apart, and you're like,
and it's so stupid.
we had a good thing going, but your pride and your ego.
But I would still play it again in a heartbeat. It's really fun. Now, when I complained about Yumi, Kaoru is none of those things. Right out the gate when you meet her, you could already be like, oh, she's cool. And she actually gets heat actions with Kiryu. You actually see her like developing a relationship with Kiryu, and they have genuine chemistry. And the other important thing is she actually goes through a character arc, whereas Yumi is mostly off screen for most of the story. And the mystery is, where's Yumi? Where's Yumi? And you have to keep being told how Nishikiyama and Kiryu are just so in love with Yumi. And we don't actually get to see why they're so in love with her. It's like really annoying. But with Kaoru and Kiryu, we don't get that. Like we actually get to see them bond. We actually get to see them like interact with each other and bounce off each other, affect the other. And Haruka just already adores her out the gate. And I'm just like, those two should just marry, and then Haruka can have a new mom, and like everything would be fine and hunky dory. But no, Yakuza 0 had to say, get out of here, Kaoru. We don't need Peak in here.
You mean Yakuza 3?
Yeah, Yakuza 3, and it's literally that meme from Snap Cube Sonic. I miss my whitetails. I miss her a lot. But it also brings back I didn't bring this up with Yakuza 0 much, but they had this mini game of the cabaret club, where you run a cabaret club. And it genuinely was one of the most fun parts about Yakuza 0. Well, they bring that back for Yakuza Kiwami 2. And oh my gosh, they also bring back one of the best characters ever, Yuki from Yakuza 0. I love her so much. She's one of the funniest characters ever. She's like this butt monkey, but she's genuinely cute and endearing. Oh, I love Yuki. She's just so funny. And it's funny because in Yakuza 0, it was Majima having to run this cabaret club for the convoluted reasons. And then in Kiwami 2, through even more convoluted reasons, Kiryu has to help run it. And just the story gets ridiculous and funny. And you can rack up so much money playing it. It's insane. It's like addicting how much money you can rack up playing this mini game. And then you could just spend it on all the food everywhere. Mm-hmm. And the Dragon Engine, it was funny because when I first started playing, because Kiwami 2 actually was my first experience playing in the Dragon Engine. And when I played it the first, I say 5-10 minutes, I remember kind of missing how Yakuza 0 played, because that's what I was used to. In Kiwami and Yakuza 0, how that engine worked. And then after 15 minutes, I said, what was I thinking missing that? I can't go back after playing it in this. I love the Dragon Engine, unironically. It's so fun. And it'll have sometimes these really comically goofy glitches. 6 is where it gets its most comical in terms of glitches, but it is so fun to play. and like mess around in and beat things up and break things like when you're fighting, and it's addicting. I would like I seek out fights all the time because I'm just like, yeah, I'm gonna beat up some thugs. This is gonna be fun. And I didn't finish it, and we'll talk about it more in 2024. But I started playing Judgment, and I was totally like, even though Judgment's like way further in the timeline, it's a spin-off series, but it's another game that's set in this universe where it's actually about a guy who's a private eye who was formerly a lawyer who like left that all behind, and we'll talk about that more. It's it's so good. It's also in the Dragon Engine, and it's probably one of my when I said about Yakuza 0, if you never play any game in RGG's like catalog, play Judgment. Play Yakuza 0 and play Judgment. With Judgment, you don't even have to play any of the Yakuza games to like enjoy the first game, Judgment.
Yeah.
It's just a really good detective game. It's got a really good mystery.
It's so good. Oh
It's
my
insanely
God.
good. With what makes Yakuza 0 really good, from what I remember, is they got like a mystery novel writer to like help them with story treatments. With Judgment, it's a little bit different. They got some story treatments from like people who were like experienced in RGG with writing their crime dramas and things like that. But what they got was they got an actual retired detective to help them with story treatments to make sure their mystery and their conspiracy and like all the things that they're investigating lined up with how things are supposed to be. So it feels really authentic and it's really good. Oh man, I will go even more into these games when we get to 2024 because of then I was starting to watch his reaction to a couple of these games, especially Judgment. But like if you don't play all the games, that's fine, but like please play Yakuza 0. And if you can, Kiwami and Kiwami 2. And please play Judgment. Please. They're so good.
It's absolutely phenomenal. Like Judgment is in Yakuza 0 especially are up there as like some of the
great
best in the
gameplay
franchise.
with a great story. Like yeah. We're so peak, baby. And the music's top tier also.
Oh yeah, the music is always good.
Like even whenever the game's not good, the music is so good in the Yakuza games. Oh my gosh. Oh. Okay, I'm gonna stop geeking out about the RGG games.
Yeah, so let's move on. Now, this is specifically the Final Horizons DLC for Sonic Frontiers, because I talked about Sonic Frontiers proper in my 2022 video.
Yeah.
And this is interesting for a lot of reasons. Like, the way that things were going with Frontiers, like the fact that they were...
Also, the DLC is free.
Oh, yeah. It's
so if you
free.
buy Frontiers, you don't even have to pay for this DLC. It comes like you could just like download it, and it's great. I haven't beaten it yet. Like I said, my stupid me trying to juggle so many things at once. But I'm 1/3 way through it, and it's genuinely, I adore it.
Yeah, like the thing with this that's so fascinating is that for years they were scared to have other playable characters because they allowed a minority of
lessons.
They see, the problem is with Sonic 06 being such an absolute garbage game because it was genuinely unfinished, and they were rushing the game. They didn't think the story through. The game was never allowed to be polished.
You can forgive some of Sonic Team for the rush part. Like, that's not their fault on that end. That's Sega forcing them to rush things out for the anniversary of the franchise, which that didn't turn out so great.
Yeah.
But like obviously, like I'm like willing to be fair where you should be fair, but I'm also willing to give criticism where they deserve it. The problem is they got a lot of incorrect criticism, like genuinely bad criticism. That's like not like there's criticism you deserve, and then there's just idiots spouting their mouths off about things they don't like just because it's not the way they want things.
Well, yeah, because the worst thing that they heard was, "Oh, I don't want to play as Sonic's stupid friends."
Yeah, so we're tired of Sonic's stupid friends, and it's really just people bagging on the 3D era of Sonic because it's not the 2D era anymore. Things are like starting to evolve. and they were just never going to like it. And so that's the problem is then Sega started over and over again trying to appease everybody and also trying to play it safe, and it was okay like at first, like with Colors and Generations. I actually don't think Lost Worlds is that bad, but like whatever.
But
It's
but
but it is like it's understandable why like Lost Worlds and um Forces got flack, even though again I don't think Forces is that bad. I think Forces is all right. Like, granted,
it's
yes,
an
a
okay
Sonic game
game.
should be better than all right, but it is just all right.
Yeah, like, and the thing that was so great about the Final Horizons is that, oh, for the first time in years, Amy, Knuckles, and Tails are playable.
Like, yeah,
Now,
Mania made Knuckles and Tails playable again, but that's 2D Sonic, so was more of doing a callback to classic era of when these characters already were playable anyway, like in Sonic 2 and Sonic 3.
yeah, and the thing is a lot of people were like, "Oh, it's rough." I'm like, "Yeah, yeah, yeah." But this is clearly laying the groundwork going forward. It's
Well, and
clear
it
that
was because we had Sonic Superstars, which had multiple playable characters. We had that mobile game Team, which had multiple playable characters. We've had the Frontiers DLC, which once again multiple playable characters that you can play through a story. And then we got Sonic X Shadow Generations, where we got Shadow is playable again. And which granted we had the episode Shadow DLC in Sonic Forces, which felt like they were kind of dipping their toes into
yeah,
like
but they were only
humoring
doing Shadow
maybe.
because he's so popular. They knew that people would want him.
Well, and obviously to tie in as well as advertisement for the Sonic 3 movie, which yeah. But I digress.
No. Sonic 3 didn't happen with Forces.
No. The Sonic X Shadow Generations.
Oh, I thought you were talking about the
No, because I'm just saying, like, we are seeing a growing trend of them, of Sega and Sonic Team specifically being like, you know what, we need to stop listening to bad criticism. We'll listen to genuinely good faith criticism, but we also need to just not be afraid anymore because we've been so afraid, burnt by this fandom that we need to just genuinely just do the stories that we love to make, and if the fans like it, take it or leave it.
Well, yeah, and the Sonic Frontiers took a bold risk by going, we're going to actually tell a story, one that ties into the lore and the whole stuff, and we're going to establish more backstory for the Chaos Emeralds and the Master Emeralds.
Well, and it actually was genuinely doing what they used to do, is where they genuinely took a lot of risks. Like the whole open zone thing, that was a bit of a risk.
Yeah, and it's like, it's amazing how well it turned out when they had a
It
tight
was the
deadline.
highest selling Sonic game currently.
Yeah, because it's like, hey, instead of trying to just appease the loud minority of people who at best only like 2D Sonic, or there are people like Aaron Hansen
who always hated Sonic,
who hate Sonic, period, but pretend they like Sonic just so that they can go, you should listen to my criticisms because I like Sonic and all this 3D stuff, it sucks. I'm like, shut up, you're not an
when he's intentionally trying to break the game.
Yeah, so it's like and I think was it Izuka? Was he if I remember correctly, the director?
I think it's I don't know if I could be.
I
know who you're talking about. His name, yeah.
Yeah, and it's like, and he, like, being in charge, he was the one who fought to allow them to complete the game, even if they weren't able to do everything they wanted, which they added some of that stuff in the Final Horizons
and
DLC.
This Frontiers in general is genuinely, like, you could tell this is them, like, this is a new era of Sonic. We are going to genuinely try more and be braver and actually just, like, be confident in what we're, like, the game we are wanting to make. Like, we will listen to good faith criticisms and we will adjust accordingly.
Well, and that's also something that Izuka said, is that he decided to take all the criticism on himself, told the dev team, don't listen to it, let me handle it.
Yeah, let me sift through it, and we'll look into, like, genuinely what are, like, good critiques and things like that, and where we can tweak things, because of, like, there was stuff even coming out when the DLC first came out where it was just people being like, why is this mind crushingly hard? and then they did some tweaks here and there, And they had the update come in.
Well, yeah, and then when they added the spin dash with momentum, and people were
Yeah,
like,
which is something
"Oh
that
my
people be like, we
gosh!"
want this coming in again.
Yeah, and I did want to address this. Sonic Forces was very much playing it safe. While you can tell they wanted to tell a bigger story, but
But yeah, I would agree because like that's why I said Sonic Forces is literally just okay. It's not the worst thing ever. It's not the greatest thing ever. It's all right.
yeah, and you can tell like they held themselves back, especially when they were trying to use classic Sonic, because they
Which
were
I
they were
think I think the game would massively improve if Classic Sonic was just cut out. I get it was for cross promotion with Mania, but it just genuinely would be better if Classic Sonic was cut out and you instead replace Classic Sonic with like maybe more scenes with like the player avatar or more scenes with modern Sonic. Give like split things out between those stages, or you could give it to another character like Knuckles or Tails or something.
Yeah, like I especially after playing. No, this is skipping ahead a little bit, but like especially after playing the Sonic Forces level in Shadow Generations, and you saw just how awesome they made. What was it? Was it Sunset Highway or
Oh yeah, yes, Sunset Highways, which made everybody go, you should have had an Infinite boss fight.
Yeah.
Rescue Infinite from the scrappy heap. They're like, Infinite actually could be a cool character.
Yeah, well, but like I know now I'm like I wish that they could remake Forces.
I would
with
love
all
to
the
see
sauce they had in Shadow Generations. I'll talk about that more in the
in
next video.
2024.
Yeah, but I just wanted to say I'm like there's a lot of stuff with Sonic Forces and going into Sonic Frontiers, but there was also the fact that they were even willing to address the Tails having his panicky freak out moment when
Which was a bit out of character, which I get Tails is a kid, but a lot of people are like, yeah, but Tails has been through worse, and I don't know.
And like they actually like when Ian
They
Flynn actually
recontextualized it for Frontiers. Of Sonic being like, you like, by the way, bro, you're like 11 years old. Like, it's so you messed up once.
Yeah, and I'm like, and then that was also he had a moment of weakness, and it's something that frustrated him, and it's a driving motivation in Frontiers where he's desperately wanting to do something because he felt
to make up
weak.
for a past mistake, but it shows that they were trying to be like, just because if something wasn't well received at the time doesn't mean we shouldn't like pretend it never happened, because that's also the sign of a scaredy cat rider too, is running away from unpopular things and not trying to change things for the better. And you can disagree with that whether you want to or not, and I get some things can be so utterly broken beyond belief that it's sometimes better to ignore it, but it's like, but it still happened, and ignoring it technically can create plot holes. So sometimes it might be better to try to find a way to fix the hole, fill it in somehow, and then going forward you can drive down that road again.
Yeah, and that's why I like the fact that with the DLC, they are like, oh, you can play as the classic era characters alongside Sonic, and you get to see, oh, like this is when you get to see like them playing again. I'm like, and now I'm really excited for what they'll do in the next mainline game.
Well, yeah, because we already seen what they've learned from Frontiers. They took that with them for all the Shadow levels and the Generations remaster. So it shows that they are learning as they go along, because of it. Frontiers really was they hit the ground running, and like even if they stumble, they're going to just keep going forward and they're not looking back. And they feel more confident now because of Frontier's success, and that's why I feel like I genuinely feel optimistic about the future of Sonic because of Frontiers and this, especially this DLC. It was enjoyable. It's free. Like all the DLC content for this game was all free. They didn't make you pay for it. They were like, nope, we're so happy that you guys like supported us. Have this. And because of Frontier sold so much money, that made Sega go, huh, maybe we should give Sonic Team a bigger budget. Like, yeah, maybe you should.
He's only your flagship character.
And it's just like, okay, like, all right. Like, it genuinely makes me feel like, okay, Sonic's going to be in a good place again. Like, we're like the dork years are behind us.
Yeah.
Also, the music. So
Oh
good.
yeah.
The music is so good. Frontier's already a good music, but already from like what I've played in the Final Horizon, I'm just like, ooh, I vibe with this a lot.
Yeah. And as Ghost said, Aaron Hansen was replaced as a Sonic ambassador with Corone,
Which is
which is
upgrade.
yeah, and I'm glad to have his salt when he got replaced because they're not going to listen to him anymore and all of his crap lies about the games. Because we get to have someone who genuinely loves playing the Sonic games
Yes.
gets
And
to
also,
celebrate
like,
it.
who wouldn't want to replace whiny little Aaron Hansen with cute anime avatar girl?
Yeah, the best doggo.
Best dog.
So now that we did that, there's actually more Sonic to talk about.
There is more Sonic to talk about. Hey, remember when it took Cool Man a whole hour to get to this game?
It was the first time I ever tried streaming a game, and I had an hour of technical issues. I did stream this Ghost,
Hey,
and
Ghost. I remember in the mod chat when Ghost screamed out one of your faces when you're just like, eh. Put it in the mod chat, and you're like, stop it. There was much bullying of Cool Man that day. It was funny.
Yeah, it's like I remember I sat and played through the entire game in one sitting, and this was such a cool idea. And it was done. It was just a free game they released just as an April Fool's.
For
And
April Fools.
yeah, and the funny thing is, it's just like, oh, it's technically actually like, and they're like, oh no, it's actually canon. This does happen. It's just them all chilling out on Amy's birthday, and she wanted to do a
They're
murder
doing their own
mystery
like
party.
little like the Murder Orient Express LARPing for Amy's birthday.
Yeah, and it was just a fascinating just thing, and it was great because it's like, oh, you have a lot of like visual novel. It's basically a visual novel that occasionally you play.
Sonic the Hedgehog said, "I want to be Ace Attorney."
Yeah, and it was great. Like it was phenomenal. The art was excellent. The story was
And
fun.
it's all free. You can get it on Steam right now. It's a genuinely funny game. Like I think that's like really the best appeal to it. Like this game is funny.
Yeah,
and it was free, and it had the funniest advertisement
it's
ever.
like Sonic the Hedgehog is dead. You're like, wait,
actually, you know what? Can you pull that up and play that for the chat? Because I actually got
the reveal trailer.
Yeah, the reveal trailer for April Fools. I think it'd be a good thing to do as a little quick interlude. Phoenix is bugging me. He wants to go outside to go to the bathroom. So I'm just going to quickly mute and just play that for the chat so they can laugh at it.
Just a second. Let me get this. Yes, all of it. He's dead. Actually, I don't know if this is like copyrighted music. So yeah, like that was the funniest thing where they just randomly announced Sonic the Hedgehog, he's dead. And it's just like, wait, what? You're like, oh no, it's literally just a murder mystery game for Amy's birthday party. And then like the entire cast is showing up. It's like, you got Knuckles with his cowboy hat. You got Shadow. You got Rouge. You got You got Team Chaotix, even. You got Blaze. And it's like, it's so funny because you're just going through on this whole murder mystery while it's playing out much like an Ace Attorney game. In fact, actually, you know what? Let me bring this. Let me bring this back real quick. And you go through these. You go through the whole thing, investigating, talking to the characters. And it's like, it's really cool to see all these. And I love the fact that they're like, hey, let's give him his cowboy hat from the OVA back. I'm like, yeah, that's awesome. And a lot of other characters, especially in like Team Chaotix, who don't really get to appear too much. And now they're like, oh, let's bring them back. Let's have Blaze in here. Let's have Shadow in here. And have them all play these various different roles based on Amy's specifications for the party. And then, yeah, and you talk to the different characters. And it is funny seeing how a lot of them certain characters get into the roles that they were assigned. And it's even funny with like characters like Shadow, who you might think, wait, why would Shadow be? And you're like, no, Shadow's got a soft spot. And especially with Amy being the one who was able to convince him in Sonic Adventure 2 and to remind him of Maria, it's like, oh, yeah, of course he would have that soft spot for Amy because she did remind him of Maria. And so, yeah, then they all get involved. And this was actually great. So the latter, like, the latter stages for this could be kind of tough. I remember when I was streaming this, and I think it was the last one. And I was like struggling with it, mainly because it was like late at night. I was streaming for hours on end to complete this game in one sitting. And I was struggling to hit the required like ring amount. And I was just like, all right, I'll lower the difficulty, which lowers the amount of rings needed to complete it. And then I switched it, and then I got more than enough rings than I would have needed in the first place. But I was exhausted by the end of that. But it was really fun. In fact, I remember I actually followed the artist who did sprite work for this game on Twitter. I don't remember who it was, but I remember that they do a lot of like really good sprite work, and they did the sprite work for the Dream Gear section of the games. But like, and this is one of those things where, along with the hello, but yeah, along with the Sonic Frontiers, it feels like, yeah, they're feeling confident about doing stuff with Sonic. They're confident about, let's do something that could be considered really weird and off the wall, and people might not care because it's not traditional Sonic, but like, no, they're like, let's do this because it's cool.
Oh, I remember when when you played this, Julie said, what if I played this? Can this count as my first Sonic game? And we were all like, Julie, come to the Sonic the Hedgehog side with us.
Hello, Lazy.
Oh, hey, Lazy.
Welcome in. Hello there.
I also had to get a snack while I let him out to the bathroom. I'm like,
oh no, that's perfectly understandable.
I'm hungry, so
have a nice day.
So I made myself a little frozen pizza, heated it up.
Yeah, that sounds good.
And got a water bottle. No, dog, you have your own food. Go eat it. Shoo shoo. This is my pizza.
Yeah. So now we get to go into a more expansive topic. We played through and replayed a ton of Zelda games.
It was leading up to Tears of the Kingdom, so we were like, let's just replay a whole bunch of Zelda games, and a couple of them he hadn't actually like played before. Well, as in like a certain version, like because of Twilight Princess HD and Wind Waker HD. He's ever actually played the HD versions on the
I played
Wii
the
U.
original games when they came out, but I hadn't played the HD versions.
But yeah, so we replayed Link to the Past, Ocarina of Time, Majora's Mask, Wind Waker
and Twilight
HD, and Twilight Princess HD, and
Skyward
Skyward
Sword.
Sword HD, and the
And-
Link's Awakening Switch remake.
Yeah, and the Minish Cap.
And Minish Cap. That's right. We did play Minish Cap.
Link's Awakening and Minish Cap, I had never played. I actually, for the longest time, never played any of the handheld Zelda games. So I don't know
So
why.
you never played Four Swords?
Not
Four Swords Adventure, Four Swords.
No. I never played Four Swords on.
Well, it's on the Nintendo Switch Online.
Yeah, I
Good time
had.
to start.
Yeah, I had the GBA version of A Link to the Past, which had Four Sword on it, but I never played Four Sword.
Oh, good time to start. Just saying.
Yeah, and then I never played Link's Awakening, so I played the remake as my first experience with that, which honestly was a phenomenal game.
It's great.
And it's funny with Minish Cap, a little detail that I learned is that the guy who directed Minish Cap is the guy he worked at Capcom.
Yeah, he was
'cause
Capcom.
Minish Cap was a Capcom developed game. He loved Zelda so much he left Capcom to go to Nintendo. He directed Skyward Sword, he directed Breath of the Wild, and Tears of the Kingdom. So he loved Zelda. Like, it became his life. He was just like, he got a taste of that Zelda development. He's like, I want this.
And 3 of those 4 games, funnily enough, has stuff that like either legends or stuff that take place in the sky. So funny that. I guess he just loves the concept of sky stuff.
Yeah, so then I noticed there's a lot of stuff in Minish Cap.
Did he briefly work with Twilight Princess? Because there's a thing in the sky there too.
I actually don't know. I have to check, but I know he.
I know he didn't direct it because Anuma did, but Twilight Princess, that is.
But yeah, it's like I remember I was going through Minish Cap, and I was sitting there. I'm like, there are a lot of stuff that is like there's consistent with Skyward Sword, and especially with Tears of the Kingdom, with all the stuff they added in the sky. I'm like, this guy loves the sky. He really loves the sky. But yeah, it was also really cool to like go through a lot of these games, and a lot of games like Ocarina of Time and Majora's Mask I hadn't played in over 10 years. So replaying them, and I played Link to the Past when I was a kid, and Wind Waker and Twilight Princess when I was a kid.
With Twilight Princess, I play that like once a year, so
yeah,
it's like my favorite game ever.
Yeah, and it's like when we were playing Skyward Sword, because I played Skyward Sword when it came out, so it was really cool to go back and replay it with the HD.
Yeah, but let's go in order, because we played A Link to the Past first out of all the games that we replayed. Any impressions, replaying it again?
It's funny because I remember when I played it a little on the SNES when I was a kid at someone else's house. But I really played it on the Game Boy Advance version as a kid. And it's kind of funny because it set the standard for so many things. Because a lot of people think that Ocarina of Time set the standard. A lot of that stuff in Ocarina of Time is refined. Yeah,
it did.
For the 3D. But like a lot of the stuff that Ocarina did was based off stuff done from A Link to the Past. And
it refined a lot of concepts, but it did also... You had to do it in a new, innovative way. That's the other thing, is why Ocarina of Time has inspired so many people, is because of 3D was the new kid on the block also, and so it had to do a lot of these concepts in a new way. But it did take in certain like tropes, Zelda tropes. They all came from A Link to the Past. A Link to the Past kind of was the trendsetter, really, like the whole like the concept of sages. And like even certain dungeon formats, because it was like, wasn't it like, oh, we first fight like 3 and then we fight like a bunch more later after like an interlude thing happens. That's something that's commonly has happened in a couple of 3D Zelda games like Ocarina of Time, Wind Waker, Twilight Princess. and Skyward Sword, a lot of them, like those are like some of these tropes that started happening after a while. And some people felt that was tired, but I digress. But like A Link to the Past technically is the one that started all that.
Yeah. And it's something that I can appreciate as an adult replaying it that I didn't quite appreciate when I was a kid playing it. That it's like, wow, I can see the genesis of so many tropes and structural elements that are like go all the way back to A Link to the Past. And it was just fun to go through the original.
And another
game.
thing is it's an old game that has genuinely stood the test of time. Like I could introduce like a kid nowadays and they could probably get decently far into it. I think it does a pretty good job. And the other thing too is it's also like with it being on Nintendo Switch Online, it does have that nice rewind feature. So that was great doing that with Minish Cap as well, because that one boss where you're like, man, screw this boss. And then we go online and we see people's reaction to back in the day. And people are like, man, screw this boss. We're like, oh, okay. So this is a universal feeling, but at least we have the rewind feature.
Yeah, that was definitely appreciated.
What I loved is about Link to Link to the Past was actually my first Zelda game, so it is one of those games where I can be the most nostalgic for it. Granted, I wasn't very good at the game as a kid. I didn't know where to go after I saved Zelda and brought her to the sanctuary because I was like 5 years old. So
Yeah,
I would always erase my file and just keep doing it all over again, and just constantly all over again. And I never got tired of doing it, at least that way. And then I'd watch my brother because he actually knew what he was doing. But I always love to think back and look at the art for it too. It's like genuinely charming, especially that art of Link leading Zelda like through like the underground corridors of the castle as they're like trying to make their way. Like that's something that always etched in my memory ever since I was a kid when I first saw that.
Yeah.
And it's just I adore that game. But Ocarina of Time is another game though that I always adored. You always like I remember when we first became friends, you're like, Ocarina of Time is overrated. And I was like, I'm gonna kill you. You're like, hang on, I didn't say it was a bad game.
Yeah, because that's a position I had ever since I first played it, was when there's a lot of people who said, "Oh, it's the greatest game of all time," but I'm like, well,
but after we've played it, then it's like, do you understand why people say that?
Yeah, and I mean, like, my position technically hasn't really changed. My wording is less inflammatory than it was, because when I first played it, I'm like, this game is not as good as, it's not as fleshed out as Twilight Princess or Wind Waker.
But those are games that were trying to basically do what Ocarina of Time did, but in a new engine and a new gameplay.
Yeah.
So
yeah,
it was trying to be a more modern Ocarina of Time their eras.
Right, and I feel like a lot of people need to say that Ocarina of Time is one of the most revolutionary games.
Well, I think that's what people mean. That's what they genuinely mean, but they don't know how to say things. Like, people will always say things in hyperbolic terms.
I was never saying it to hate on.
No. Don't worry. That's why whenever he first made that comment, and I said, I'm gonna kill you, and he's like, wait, hang on. He's like, hear me out.
Yeah, and like what makes Ocarina of Time revolutionary is the fact that despite being the first 3D Zelda, it created the way, just like how Mario 64 created the 3D platformer as we know it today. Ocarina of Time created the action game as the
adventure game.
Yeah, and concepts like the Z targeting have become just unanimous. Yeah, in any kind of lock-on function.
And I think this is the other thing that I brought up to him too, and it's something like that he understands when playing it again, like with fresh eyes, especially after now playing even a lot more games. And it's like, okay, I get it. Everybody was genuinely, like, not just Zelda games, like even so many games outside of Nintendo. So many people were inspired by Ocarina of Time. Like, it imprinted something on so many people's minds whenever they thought adventure and fantasy and epics. And it's funny because it kind of plays its story very similarly to simple stories of that era, but it tells its story in a very simple way, but it presents it in a not simple way. It presents it like this grand epic, like as if, like, so what basically, this is almost what I would think a child would imagine and how they would tell a story like Lord of the Rings, like in their own way. It feels very like a child's imagination of an epic. And it's fitting because of Link is a kid and he's thrust into this world and this adventure, and he's forced to grow up literally to save the world. And it's genuinely like, I like when I think fantasy, Ocarina of Time is one of the things that have imprinted on my mind ever since I was a kid. It is timeless, I think is a good word for it.
Yeah.
No pun intended. But it's like so many fantasy tropes. I tied all the way back to Ocarina of Time. It used to be my favorite Zelda game up until Twilight Princess. Because there was just something about Ocarina of Time that rewired my brain when I was a little kid. And then the art, when you look at the art of Ocarina of Time, like, oh my gosh, I love the art. All the designs, like when you look in those official art books. I had a strategy guide for it when I was a kid. And I just, like, I think the pages were so bent because I kept flipping through them just because I wanted to look at the art so much. It's truly a great game, and it was great that he got a new appreciation for it. It's like, okay, the game is genuinely revolutionary. It's one of the most revolutionary games of all time. I think it's a great thing to call it. And there's another game that I think should also get credit for being very revolutionary, and it didn't get its due back in the day, but people are looking back with great fondness now. And that game is its follow-up, which I know Cool Man loves the follow-up a lot.
Yeah. Majora's Mask, I always have loved it ever since I first played it. Because I was first playing it, and funny, I was first playing Ocarina of Time and Majora's Mask on the Wii Virtual Console. I never had it in 64 growing up. My parents bought me a PlayStation. So I went from, I didn't even have an SNES. I had an NES growing up in the early 90s.
But I mean, like, you at least had Game Boys.
Yes, I was able to convince my mom to get me a Game Boy Color. I didn't have an original Game Boy. And I got it to play Pokemon Red. But I never had an N64, so when the Wii Virtual Console came out, I was actually able to play a lot of those N64 games. And it's where I also got to play Sin and Punishment for the first time. And when I played Ocarina of Time, and I'm like, that's good. I think people overblow its reputation. And I played Majora's Mask, and I was like,
which, no, they don't overblow Ocarina's reputation. Just putting that out there.
Yeah, this is my reaction at the time. And then I played Majora's Mask, and I was literally like that gif of the guy's socks flying off. I'm like, oh, it blew my socks off. Like,
Majora's Mask is a genuinely, it's one of those games where it's how did this game become so good? Because it was made in literally a year with limited resources. They were literally just reusing the Ocarina of Time engine. Like, we got to get this game done. Like, sorry, there's a deadline. Just get it done. And so because they just had to reuse all the assets from Ocarina of Time to just make something, it's impressive not only what they made, but I think that made them put far more focus on a lot of the story, and especially the side stories, because these are one of the video games where when I think of good side stories and side content, side quests, Majora's Mask is like up there as like probably one of the best ones. To this day, I can't think of another game that's honestly made me nearly as, like, there's games that have made me emotional, genuinely, but I still think Majora's Mask, I think it has still to this day, I think does it the best.
Yeah.
It's really good.
Yeah.
Man. Sorry. You keep going.
It's really interesting because it scales back the story and the game to a much smaller place, a much smaller personal story where Link isn't even really directly the most important character. It's really the world of Termina and all the other characters that Link interacts with that makes the world. And it's like he's almost incidental, getting dragged in by Skull Kid. And
I wouldn't know incidental. It's more of like, well, I guess he is a Link. He's our link to these characters. How through Link we can get to know them, and Link is able to heal everybody. It's the story needs Link not just to save just some cosmic bad guy. It's to help all these people with not just a world-ending threat, a literal world-ending threat, moon's coming down, but with all these interpersonal relationships and like all this like this fear that they're going through, because the premise is actually pretty dark for like a kids game, but
Yeah.
it's still like it's all going to mean something though. Like you're going to actually help everybody, and that's what I think makes it so nice, is because if you're just literally I can't think of a single game that made me really want to do the side content almost more than anything, where I'm like, no, I really want to help this person. No, I really want to help this couple reunite. No, I really want to like help these sisters and their farm. And like it just imprints on you, and you just think so much about it, and all these sad stories even in the main story, like, and all the masks that you obtain and the stories behind them. It's genuinely really good.
Yeah. Yeah. And what's also funny, the guy who was behind it, who was directing it, Koizumi, aka the guy who who did those presentations on the Switch and went.
Yeah,
I was like, yeah, he made Majora's Mask.
he made Peak.
Yeah. So yeah, and it was and what did we play after Majora's Mask?
We played Minish Cap.
Minish Cap. And yeah, my first experience with Minish Cap was, this is actually really cool, because it obviously takes a lot of inspirations from A Link to the Past in terms of its like how it's made, but you can tell that not just from an art style, but they tried to
Well, also a lot of Wind Waker.
Wind Waker, yeah, that's what I was leaning into.
But Vati, that was the introduction of Vati. Well, actually, Four Swords was, but then they were like, we need to make a prequel to Four Swords.
Yeah, and until Skyward Swords, Minish Cap was the earliest game in the timeline.
And it's genuinely a charming little game. Like, that's when I think Minish Cap, charming is the best word I can think of it.
Yeah. Yes.
Yes.
Play them again.
Yes, play them again, Julie. Play them again. They're on your Nintendo Switch Online. Though that was the other problem with Nintendo Switch Online. The button mapping was a little bit weird. So I had to get the special Nintendo 64 controller for the Switch. And then it was just like, okay, now everything feels right. Because obviously it was made for the N64. But the button mapping for the Joy-Cons is genuinely strange. I wish there was a way where we could arrange it like with 007. I don't know why it was that way, but whatever. It is.
Yeah,
it is what it is.
When I played GoldenEye on the Nintendo Switch Online, someone had created an elaborate button layout that you can create on a custom layout on the Switch in order to play it like a more traditional first-person shooter, and it plays really well like that.
Yeah,
but like
obviously we didn't run into those problems when we played like any like Game Boy Advance games or the SNES games, like when we did the Nintendo Switch Online games, because the Joy-Con works just as pretty fine, like layout with that. But we did run into issues, like even with a Pro controller, it just felt really weird playing Ocarina and Majora's Mask.
Oh yeah. We weren't saying that we couldn't do it. It was that even if you messed around with the buttons and stuff,
it just didn't feel natural.
Yeah, because especially with the way that they utilize the C buttons, because the C buttons are basically,
and the N64 controller is a weird controller. Sure, it's a controller I grew up on, but like once I went to the GameCube and then I look at the N64 controller and I'm like, that was a weird controller. Like, why did we develop it that way? Then again, Sega had some weird controllers, especially the Genesis. That was a weird controller, but I digress.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
But it just once we had the N64 controller, like it just everything felt right. Everything played right. We had no problems. Because it just felt natural in our hands. And even Cool Man, who's never like really played many N64 games until like we invite him over to like play like on our N64, like, hey, we're playing Mario Party. It's like he's never played Ocarina or Majora with an N64 controller. Now he's like holding it in his hands, and it's like, yeah, this does feel like it was just meant for this. And it's like, probably because it was.
Yeah, like that's just the thing of it's why they made the N64 controller. There are so many games that were built around the N64 controller that is very difficult to replicate without it.
Yeah.
Even if there's a more ergonomic controller,
Yeah.
it's just it's difficult to work around that. And
No, we have not played Cadence
yeah,
Hyrule yet. I do plan on.
yeah, I want to at some point, but again, there's like a million games in my backlog.
But anyways, Minish Cap, what did you think of Vati?
Honestly, Vati really kind of surprised me. I knew Vati was popular. Like I've always known that people loved Vati and wanted to see more of him.
you were the Danny DeVito meme. I
get
it
now. Yeah, really. It's just like, oh wow, he comes in and he's got this. Even though there's no voice acting, he's got a presence. He's got this charisma to him, and you're
and
like,
his design, like even in the cute art style design, he genuinely has a cool design, like this little wizard design, but it's like all mysterious and purple.
yeah. What if he was purple?
Yeah, but yeah, Vati's cool, and it's just like, and he's so mysterious, but he's cool. But yeah, and then after that, we played Wind Waker HD.
Yeah, and I loved Wind Waker as a kid. When that game came out, I put like 250 hours into it. It was I 100% the game. Like I was obsessed with the game, and it was really nostalgic and refreshing to go to HD where it's the same amazing game with these quality of life improvements.
Yeah, just these little touches, which genuinely I think it makes the game so much more replayable for me. I did genuinely like Wind Waker as a kid. The problem is well, I wasn't really well, I guess technically I was a kid, but to me, I didn't see myself as a kid when I played Wind Waker because I was a tween. Once you're starting to get into the middle school era, you're like, I'm not a kid anymore.
I mean, I was like 12 and I think it was 12 when it came out.
I'm pretty sure I was in middle school when I played Wind Waker. I think I was, yeah. No, then I would have been a teen. Yeah, I would have. Never mind. Not important. Either way, I played Wind Waker, and it was genuinely enjoyable and fun. It was also fun watching my older brother played Wind Waker, and it was because that was my experience of original Let's Plays. I watched my older brother play video games, and he always had his own snarky commentary, and it was enjoyable. But I digress. But it was the problem with Wind Waker for me is it didn't have the replayability factor in terms of later parts of the game were tedious, and not the story. The story's fantastic, but it's just a couple of minor nuisances that piled up that made things a little bit annoying. And really, it was mostly the Triforce fetch quest, and it felt like it took forever to get everywhere with sailing. And it made it feel tedious to a young, impatient kid's mind. And it's annoying because you know what comes after once you're done with the Triforce fetch quest. Peak Ganondorf boss fight. And it's just like, I don't want to go through this though. Like as you're this youngin', and you're like, So I always replayed the game over and over again up until the point where you like first draw out the Master Sword, and then I would just replay the game over and over again. So I was further than I was with A Link to the Past. But it was more of like, I hated the stuff with Tingle. I hated the Triforce fetch quest. I hated how long it took. And there was a couple of side quests that I really didn't do, like the Picto stuff. Oh wow, that was Big Thunder.
Do it, Sparta. Do it.
But it just was so annoying. And now, granted, and then but whenever I heard that when the Wii U came out and I heard there's Wind Waker HD, I was like, oh yeah, sure, I'll replay Wind Waker again as an adult. And I heard that they had some quality of life, and then when I played it, and it was like, oh, then you got the faster sail, which makes you go twice as fast. It makes the pictograph stuff that's hooked into the Miiverse.
You can have more than 3 pictures.
Well, yeah, you could have 12 pictures, and the Miiverse, because if you had the Tingle bottle where you could throw pictures into the ocean and then you could grab other people, because then it would work through the internet, because people would take pictures and then you just saved it to your own pictograph. So everybody was helping everybody. Now, obviously, we can't do that anymore. Rip Meverse. You don't know what you got until it's gone. But it made things so much faster to get stuff done. It helped out a lot. And then, of course, they've heavily refined the Triforce fetch quest to where you're not constantly back and forth, like having to get Tingle to translate for you.
And then the ludicrous amount of rupees
and pay you up the
needed.
nose, because then you have to grind for money. I think you only had to do that all of, I think, like, what, 2 times in the HD version? I can't remember the exact amount.
Yeah,
But it was like, it was much less, because most of the stuff you were finding weren't maps. They were actual shards. So it made it so much less tedious, and then you could just run straight to peak. And Ganondorf, oh my gosh, it set the stage of having, like, Zelda, like, being a part of the fight with you to fight Ganondorf in that final fight. It was so good, and just to play that again in HD was really fun. And Wind Waker's just good. It's a very charming, timeless classic. It didn't get its due at first when it first came out, but thankfully with time, everybody's like, no, actually, this was peak. Actually, y'all are haters and stupid. And next, and next, and next.
This is the game you love so
my
much.
My favorite game ever. I love Twilight Princess so much.
Yeah, and I have actually played Twilight Princess multiple times. I remember a few years back. Well, maybe about 10 years at this point. So
it was when I was in college, because I remember when I was telling you how much, like, I'm obsessed with this game, and you're like, I should replay Twilight Princess again.
Yeah, I busted out my GameCube, and then I was playing through it. I'm just like, man,
this game's really good. My favorite way to describe Twilight Princess is it's if Ocarina of Time and Majora's Mask had a baby. Twilight Princess is that baby. It's the best of both worlds of Majora's Mask and Ocarina of Time. The epic scale of Ocarina of Time with the darker tone of Majora's Mask, but it's got a whole bunch of elements of both of the game. You could tell the game really wanted to say, like, let's just make a game that a lot of, especially American fans, would love. And Lord of the Rings was another thing that inspired Enuma too, like, because he really wanted to make a game that Americans would love. And Lord of the Rings was, like, recently, like, finished with the Peter Jackson trilogy. So he kind of wanted something to also kind of capture that audience as well, like those type of fantasy fans. And it's a genuinely enjoyable story, and it's one thing everybody will say, even people who are wrong when they criticize it, will say that it's got some of the best dungeons in the game. It does. It's got really great dungeons and boss fights. I love Twilight Princess, and it's got the best sidekick. Everybody agrees, Midna's the best. I love Midna. I love her so much. Where's my wife, Tails? I miss her a lot. Why does this keep happening to me? Stop taking away the best girls.
You can't just tease us. But yeah, it was interesting going in and playing the HD version, where you had, like, all those little extra features about being able to quick swap items.
Like, just on the gamepad, so it made things faster. And while I didn't think it was necessary to make things faster in terms of the finding the spirit lights with the bug stuff, there were some people who complained about that, and they did, like, okay, let's lessen the amount of lights that you have to get. So, and I'm like, well, skill issue. I loved it. Whatever. But it's like, it didn't bother me that they changed it either. And they tried touching things up here and there. They also fixed that glitch of every time, like, you open up a treasure chest and it's like, you don't have enough room in your wallet, so just put that back. They changed it to where, like, you could just pick it up now, which almost at the same time I'm like, but wait, what if I want to save that money for later? And of course, the Miiverse stamp thing is another thing where it's just like, dang it, Miiverse, come back. But the one thing it added, it was especially with the Wolf Link amiibo, was the basically a sort of Cave of Ordeals instead for Wolf Link, which was pretty cool. And I quite liked that. So it's a similar thing where it's mostly just for Wolf Link. And the other cool thing is the hearts that you would have at the time while playing through that Cave of Ordeals get saved to the amiibo, and then that transferred to your Wolf Link when you played Breath of the Wild, and then you could just summon Wolf Link to fight along your side.
Yeah.
So it was a really cool amiibo. I genuinely love it. And I love Twilight Princess, guys. I love it so much. What's really cool about Twilight Princess, the music, is there's a lot of motifs of Midna's theme. You might not catch it until like you're really listening for it, because everybody knows Midna's Lament, and in Midna's Lament, you'll hear the motif of her theme, which is the theme when she's first introduced, that da 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 da. Well, that leitmotif actually appears in the intro of the game, like whenever the first title, when Link's running across on Epona, and it gets up to the end when the title comes up, you'll hear it, that ba da 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 da, which is like, Midna, she was there all along. She's the best. I love her. It's funny because people will say that Midna's more of the main character than Link, and I'm like, well, Link can't talk, so like, of course she's gonna have the lion's share of character development.
Well, yeah, I mean, she is the title character. She's the character the plot revolves around, and Link is how he is the link to the story.
Yeah, to her story, to get to know her. It's why they named him Link. He's the player's link to the world of Zelda. Like, literally, that's what they said. But it's so, like, Midna's character arc is generally one of the best I've ever seen in a lot of these, like, types of stories. Because she's, she's selfish. She's all this other stuff at first when you first meet her. And then you peel back the layers to get to know her. But they don't play it off as like, oh, she's selfish and like, but actually she was justified in it. No, like she genuinely apologizes for it and she softens up on Link and all he does for her. And then she starts to learn like where her own errors are as she grows. But she genuinely wants to then help both worlds, not just her own. And she genuinely really cares about Link. And she feels bad for Zelda, like genuinely, because it's like, man, it sucks this poor girl's going through all this because of the mess in my world ended up in her world. And then you find out, well, it's because of the mess in their world ended up in her world. So it's like, it's this cause and effect thing that both worlds negatively affected the other. But then through Link and Midna, two characters from opposing realms, are able to unite, light and shadow meet, and they're able to save the day together. I genuinely love it. I genuinely adore it. It's got a really good manga that's out. Like, there's a couple of things where I'm like, I don't know if I would adapt it that way, but it's pretty good manga. Pretty good manga. It made my OTP canon, so I don't care. Midnight forever! Anyway, and then after that, we played Link's Awakening.
Yes. Wait, no, was it Link's Awakening or Skyward Sword?
No, Skyward Sword was what we finished off on.
Okay. Yeah, so Link's Awakening, I never actually played the original game. So I thought, oh, it's a perfect time. They remade the game in this wonderful, like, combination.
So charming. I love the little toy look. It's so cute. And it's great because if you know the spoilers to Link's Awakening, it's all a dream. He's trapped in a dream. So it makes sense that things would kind of look like that. He's dreaming. But it's such a good game. I loved it as a kid, so it was really nice to see it remade, and it was also fun to watch your reactions to it.
Yeah, and it's like it has all of the same.
Oh wow! Thank you for the donations, Julie. Did you need to not say anything though in it?
I really appreciate the $10 super chat. You can put something in there, you don't have to.
We love you.
Blank. I really appreciate it.
Give her a thumbs up, guys. And thumb up the video while you're at it. There's like 10 of you in the chat and only 4 likes. Come on, guys. Pick up the
smash that like button.
That like button. Anyways, Link's Awakening.
But yeah, and it's really cool to see because they very faithfully like recreated the 2D like gameplay, but with a 3D engine. Where it's like, you can move around a little more freely, and they have more buttons because that's also an issue with the original version. Is like, okay, you've got the A button and the B button, that's it. So when you have these items you can do with the remake, oh, now you can have multiple items like assigned. So it's very much more like more modern Zelda games where you can have multiple items like on hand, and you can even have Rock's Feather to jump around consistently on while still having another item equipped.
And they added in the cool the Dompe.
Oh, the dungeon maker. And I'm like, you guys have obviously been testing a Zelda maker. I'm
Yeah,
like,
like a Super Mario Maker, but for Zelda. I'm like, that would be so peak if they actually did that. Dragon Quest had its own, like, I think, similar to that, I believe. I think, unless I'm misremembering, but I'm like, we need more games like that. Make it, please.
yeah.
But yeah, it's just a really charming game. If you have not played it, please do, and you'll be like, oh, this is just so. It's just charming, guys. It's really charming.
Yeah. Well, and I know it's going to have a performance update on the Switch too for free. So
get it.
it's like, yeah, because that's the one thing is like some of the areas chugged a little. I'm like, it is like playing that at 60 frames per second, fantastic.
Yeah. And after that, we played Skyward Sword HD. And I have to say, much like Wind Waker, the game's not bad. It's just a game that I had it made it hard to go back to and replay it on the Wii back when it came out. Because there was just a couple of minor gripes I had that were just mildly annoying. But it kind of felt like things piled up. And I was just like, I'll just watch it. Like, if I feel like I have that itch again, I'll just watch somebody else play it. Like when Chuck Conroy played it or like other people played it. Because it's like, genuinely, I still think one of the best Zelda stories besides Twilight Princess is Skyward Sword.
Yeah.
And it does the whole like recontextualizing everything into a prequel story that sets the stage for everything really well, creating an origin story for all these concepts.
And fulfilling a fan theory that had existed for years of a secret fourth goddess.
Yeah.
And tying this in with Demise as the progenitor to Ganondorf.
Yeah.
And it's like,
and creating the origin of the Master Sword. Because it is a retcon. They said the sages created the sword. And so some people have been like, oh, they retcon that. I'm like, but I don't mind it because I think the way they did the story for Skyward Sword of how to create the Master Sword was genuinely great.
Yeah, and on top of that, like a lot of the stuff in the games has been, legends say that this happens. So the games have always played around with like, legends might not always be totally accurate. In fact, Wind Waker,
yeah, like it's like a long history game of telephone.
Yeah, because in the history of Wind Waker, like the way it's presented, the backstory is the events of the adult timeline, but like in a way that is, it's like, yeah, they weren't quite there, so it's being retold with an incomplete version.
I do remember that one screenshot from Wind Waker though, where Ganondorf says like when you go to the next realm, tell the makers of this sword that their sword has lost its glimmer. It no longer has its edge, or something to that effect. Where he's basically dissing the Master Sword and sword. And then somebody adds a screenshot of Link and Zelda from Skyward Sword looking so offended and being like, "Excuse you."
Yeah, and what I love is, especially with Fee, that this has ramifications for things that go on throughout the entire series. So now every time you see the Master Sword, you're like, Fee is there. And that's something I loved in Breath of the Wild. When Zelda's studying, I heard a voice in the sword, and you're like,
yeah, and you hear that sound, like the Fee's little chime.
Yeah, and I'm like, they don't really delve into it. It's just an incidental
But it's like,
detail.
but it reinforces, yes, she has always been there to protect the master of her sword. Ha, yuck. but it was great for me because I've always loved Zelda my whole life. But the motion controls I kind of like had issues with, and I bought like the special, like the nice anniversary edition of Skyward Sword. So I got the nice little golden nunchuck and everything. And for whatever reason, I still had some connective issues sometimes when I played the original Wii version. I was one of those unfortunate few that just had that I guess it's a glitch or something where sometimes it just the connection wasn't working well.
Yeah, like I very rarely had issues when I played it on the Wii, so
Yeah, so
I had a fantastic experience.
yeah, so it's one of those things where it just left a taste in my mouth where I'm just like, I hate motion controls.
Yeah, but the analog controls.
But yeah, I would have to say that was the one thing people debated for a while. If they ported Skyward Sword to the Switch, there's no way they could make it work to it has to only be motion control. It can't be any other way. It has to be this way. They can't make it work with just like your Joy-Cons and just sitting down. Or your Pro controller and things like that. They did make it work. And I had a lot of fun revisiting it in the HD version. I can't, I mean, okay, the imprisoned fight still got a bit tedious by the third time, but like, I digress. That is like, I think a genuine like criticism I would have had. Like, they should have, I don't know, tweaked it up a little bit so it's not as tedious, but I digress. But I remember dreading the Silent Realm stuff so much, and I remember like it was one of the most stressful times.
It terrified me, and every time
one
I
of the
had to
most
go into
stressful things I've ever done when playing a Zelda game was the Silent Realms back when I originally played it. When we played it again, we were like, that's not as stressful as I remember it being. Like yeah, there was moments where we were like, oh no, but I was like, okay, I think it was great revisiting it again because it was like, okay, maybe there's just some things our head built it up as being like, oh no, this is gonna be bone crushing, this is gonna kill us, this is gonna be hard, and then we're like, oh, that's actually not as hard as I remember it being. Still, oh no, when those guardians have you in their sights.
But yeah, and it's like but if you think ahead and you're like, oh, I can plan out to like.
It also could be too when we first played it. That was like our first time playing it, so you didn't know what to expect. Versus like we play it again in the HD, we already kind of know what's coming. And I think it was great to revisit it. I think they did a great job, and it was it's a great story. I think it got way overhated by certain people. Aaron Hansen deserves no. His opinions on Zelda are dog water, just like they are on Sonic. Don't ever listen to them.
He deserves no mercy. He deserves.
He's so terrible. But that's a topic for a different time. But yeah. So we replayed all those other games to go into playing Tears of the Kingdom because we wanted to hype ourselves up for Tears of the Kingdom. And well, we also did replay another Zelda game, but I feel like that should be saved for when we talk about another game because it might be better to compare and contrast them. Which is our next topic.
Yeah. Just a second, I'm grabbing.
It's a ghost. This is a fun stream. Don't start it, Aaron. True, he is a party pooper.
Yes. So this was the big game of the year.
And yeah, so both of us replayed Breath of the Wild to kind of really gear us up also for Tears of the Kingdom. And I think it was great because it also made me get a great appreciation for Breath of the Wild again. Like I liked Breath of the Wild a lot when it came out. And I fell in love with it all over again when I replayed it. And then when I jump into Tears of the Kingdom, I don't know how, unless Nintendo does some fancy cool stuff for the Switch 2 version, I'm going to struggle going back to Breath of the Wild. Because I did briefly whenever I bought Breath of the Wild for my nephew for him to play, and I was playing Tears of the Kingdom at the time while he got Breath of the Wild as a Christmas gift, and he was wanting help in a certain part on the Great Plateau, and I was so used to playing Tears of the Kingdom that like I was trying to do a little thing, and then I forgot. Wait, I can't do this. At this part.
Yeah. I don't have Ultra Hand.
I was like, uh-oh. I'm in trouble. Run away. and it was just so funny because then I started getting used to how Tears of the Kingdom plays. And how is it that one person said Breath of the Wild compared to Tears of the Kingdom? Because it's wild to say, because Breath of the Wild is a lot like Ocarina of Time in terms of it became a trendsetter everybody, when they were making open world games, they were trying to make them like an Ubisoft game. Then Breath of the Wild comes in and completely flips the script, and now everybody wants to be Breath of the Wild. It became an industry like changer. It's genuinely groundbreaking. Breath of the Wild is.
Oh yeah, and the funny thing is that Breath of the Wild took the Ubisoft like the tower structure, and they just did it better. They were like, yeah, let's actually just make it meaningful to get to these
Yeah.
towers, and you can teleport to the towers to get a vantage point and glide down.
Yeah, it was genuinely really good. And but it was, what was it that one person said about Tears of the Kingdom versus Breath of the Wild?
It made Breath of the Wild feel like a tech demo.
Yeah, okay, that was the comment, which is wild, no pun intended, to say, because Breath of the Wild is genuinely incredible. Like, there's so many things about its gameplay and its physics that is like, wow, like it's amazing how they made that. It's a really fun game. I love playing Breath of the Wild. I lose so many hours playing Breath of the Wild. I'll sit down and say, I'm only going to play this for an hour. And then I get lost because of it's like, ooh, what's over there? Ooh, what's over there? Ooh, what's that? Ooh, I'm going to get resources over there. And then, oh, what's over there? And it's just, and you suddenly lose track of like what you were originally intending to do, because there's so many things to find, and you keep finding new things in it. I did, like, whenever I was playing like a little bit for my nephew, there was stuff I was discovering that I didn't even notice after even replaying Breath of the Wild like a second time. And then I'm like with my nephew, and then like a third time briefly, and I'm like, oh, I didn't notice this. Oh, I didn't notice this on the Great Plateau. And then whenever I'm playing Tears of the Kingdom, I'm like, I feel like I can't go back to Breath of the Wild, despite the fact that Breath of the Wild is an amazing game. But Tears of the Kingdom it does everything so amazing.
And once you get used to the Ultra Hand and merging weapons and being
Like,
able to
that,
just
the merging of the weapons things is the one of the big reasons where I'm like, I don't think I can ever go back to Breath of the Wild. All the fusing of the weapons and the building of the certain contraptions that I could fly around on. And then going into the depths and gather so many crazy resources down there, and it's like dark and scary, but it's so fun and exhilarating and exciting. And all the caves and the wells, and the fact that like I can actually like jump on top of the dragons and get all their resources and farm resources. And then the Sky Islands, and then jumping down from them and using them as an even higher vantage point to get to even further places to reach. And I love Breath of the Wild, but one of the criticisms that I like, yeah, it's a criticism I do have, is a lot of the divine beasts, while there are different aesthetics with each of them, they do kind of their aesthetics differ only in terms of like the elements of how they're like utilized. It feels almost samey because it's all Sheikah. And it just felt a little bit like like it is different in context, but it still feels but there's a couple of things that do stand out, like I like well, especially Urbosa's, because that boss is really hard.
Yeah.
It's really hard. And Mifa's, even though it's the easiest, it's the most emotional, because Mifa is a long time friend of Link's, and her death is like hits the hardest, especially because it's like you meet Sidon and he's likable, and then you see the flashbacks with Mifa and her feelings for Link, and whether or not Link reciprocated is neither here nor there. It's tragic either way, whether or not he felt the same for her, because of either way she's dead, and that there's going to be no closure on that story for her, but she just wants to support in whatever way she can, and she's just so nice, and you're just sad because she's gone. She's like this bright light for the Zoras, and they no longer have her. And like, so those are the ones that stood up the most to me. But like, I liked all the characters. And then, but Tears of the Kingdom, I think, elevates a lot of this because of they're not divine beasts, they're actual dungeons, temples, or whatever have you. Some of them. But it's so interesting. And you told me to play in a very specific order, because you actually got to it a little bit first, because my game copy didn't come in. It delayed a little bit because I got the special version. Yours gotten first.
Yeah, because it kind of points you towards the Rito one first, but then it's like I was like, okay, no, do Zora, Rito, Goron, then the Gerudo one in that order.
Which is I agree doing it in that order anyway because of much like Breath of the Wild, the Zora Temple one is the easiest boss, but it's still genuinely it's like a nice like I do remember just the trip of going up there is was quite memorable. And of course, you have Sidon, and Sidon's just such a lovable character. So to have Sidon stick around with you longer than just rather one tiny portion, like in Breath of the Wild, was a treat. Always a treat to get more of Sidon. He's a lovable and endearing guy.
Yeah, and that's something that I really loved about Tears of the Kingdom is because one thing I like in Breath of the Wild is when you go into the Gerudo Divine Beast, there's more of a buildup when you're going into the Yiga clan.
Yeah.
And I'm like, and what Tears of the Kingdom does is it does a big lead up where you're spending like an hour doing stuff before you even get to the temple. So
The Rio is the one that stood the most out to me of the build up and the lead up to go to there.
Right, all the time, and then even once you do all that build up,
because of all this
you
build
have to
up
go
to get to this flying ship in the sky. It's so genuinely cool. It kind of reminded me a little bit of Wind Waker and Skyward Sword. I know it's not the same as an actual like the Ghost pirate ship or anything like that, but I can't explain other than it just kind of gave me like it made me think back to the fun I had playing those games
Yeah.
a little bit, and just the adventure of getting up there with Tulin was genuinely enjoyable, and the whole ship being this giant ship being your dungeon was genuinely fun. And the Colgros boss fight obviously it's easy, but it's entertaining. It's a genuinely fun boss fight, and the boss theme is really good.
Yeah, and it's like, is it easy? Yes, but it's got aura and hype moments.
Yeah, it's got aura and hype. It's good. Unombos was great because was the least favorite out of all the brief sidekick characters in the modern era in Breath of the Wild. I never hated him, but I could understand why people liked him the least because if he didn't leave as strong of an impression compared to Daruk. But man, did this game say, "All right, we'll make it a good, like a great impression. This boy's grown up. He's gotten a lot braver, and was just like man, this guy's my bro. I love him."
Yeah, they gave each of the sages more of an arc. Each one of them have a specific arc because yes, Yunobu technically has an arc in Breath of the Wild, but it's not really all that significant.
It's like all of them they're fun, but Sidon and Riju were the only ones that really stood out. Sidon the most because he has such a bombastic personality. And the other ones, like they were kind of like they're nice. I like them, but you also get to know them for such a short time compared to all the flashbacks with seeing the previous champions and stuff like that. So you felt like you got to know the champions more. So this game says, let's expand and get to know these characters a lot more and actually have them be like your typical Zelda sidekick, but for a different dungeon. And I feel like they're slowly trying to bring us back into Zelda sidekicks again, especially because if we do get it again, it Echoes of Wisdom, but that's a topic for a different time. And the whole the mine cart stuff, like underground in the depths, was genuinely really cool.
Yeah, like the whole Zonai stuff was like so fascinating. It's one of the it's so funny because it's the same thing that they always do. They'll introduce this groundbreaking new piece of lore, and then they'll be like, it's just like the Dark Interlopers and the Twilight, and even with Echoes of Wisdom, with Tri and those little spirits that seal the rift. It's like,
I mean, heck, the Rito.
Yeah, the fact that now they're like,
and the Gerudo, like they always like to just keep introducing new races just randomly. I'm like, take it or leave it, guys, and we don't care. But I digress. I know the one that we're both going to want to talk about the most, so let's blitz through that one. The Gerudo. Oh my god, the lead up to it is like out of a horror movie.
The lightning temple. I know when I played it, I'm like, you have to save this one for last of the 4.
Which is funny because if I saved that for the last of Breath of the Wild, because it's like, well, I know this boss fight's gonna be the one to hardest, so I should save that one for last because of gotta save the hardest and funnest one for last. And so this one is like, oh shoot, save it for last. But it's just a lead up to try to get to the Gerudo to their town, and everything's covered in sand, and then they brought back the Gibdos and they're just everywhere, and you're just like, oh my gosh.
Oh, it was so awesome to see the Gibdos again, and then expand on them.
It's straight up like a horror movie, like in the mist, and then there's zombies there. It felt like that. It was so cool. And then to see all the Gerudos in hiding under their town. It was like, wow. And then you go to the temple, the lightning temple. It's straight up like Indiana Jones, guys.
It's yeah, and it does what a lot of the other classic temples used to do, is it completely sealed you in. You are only in this one building, and it's like you can't exit out. The other ones, in some way, shape, or form, you can just walk out of there and leave. This one,
I mean, granted, you technically could if you used your little sealing ability, but like you don't have to. There's no jumping off the edge. You could teleport out of there again, but like I digress. His point is like you don't have to just jump off the edge and you're somewhere else now.
Yeah, you are trapped in there until you're done. And it's so good because it is the one that evokes classic dungeons the most.
Well, and it also felt like a genuine like adventure story in an ancient hidden temple. Okay, Phoenix, stop being scared of the thunder. It's okay. He's like whining. It's like it's this dark temple in the desert, and there's like monsters in there. It's like Indiana Jones met the mummy, but you're in Zelda. It was so cool. And then you fight the queen boss Gibdo. Oh my gosh, it was so peak and fun. And also, of course, they brought Ganondorf back. Ganondorf. And we'll just briefly just say Matt Mercer nailed it.
He killed it.
He was great.
Killed it. And it was so great that we finally, this is the first time we've had Ganondorf as the main antagonist since Twilight Princess.
And people have been like, what are you talking about? We've had no. Ganon. We've had Ganon. We have not had Ganondorf. And there's a difference. And people are like, they are the same person. They are the same person. They are. But Ganondorf has a specific presence because he hasn't completely become his monstrous like form where he's just this squealing, angry monster who occasionally will talk and laugh evilly at you. Like Ganondorf he's a different breed of Ganon.
Yeah, he's while he's still pure evil, he's human.
Methodical.
Yeah, it's like he's able to be more and you do see that in
evil
the
and but more devious, conniving.
Yeah.
And now granted, this Ganondorf is very muscle. Literally, holy cow!
Yeah, but
brick house.
But we do also see that there's similarities to how he reflects.
He felt very reminiscent of Ocarina of Time Ganondorf.
Right, but before his betrayal, like when he's like trying to weasel his way into like the graces of the upcoming Hyrule, and he's coming in there. I'm like, I like that so much. It was like
I do like that he's a mixture of a little bit of Ocarina of Time with a little bit of Hyrule Warriors and Twilight Princess.
Yeah,
because Hyrule Warriors also had Ganondorf, but that's the other sad thing. Because people are like, "What about Hyrule Warriors? We had Ganondorf there. Spin off, not canon."
And technically, he's not the main antagonist because
technically he is, because he was pulling the strings. No, not technically. He is factually, objectively. Sit down. I digress. But I don't want us to linger too long because we have so many other topics, but Tears of the Kingdom is genuinely amazing. I love that game. I think it does a great job. It does everything that I love about previous Zelda games and Breath of the Wild, and it knocks it out of the park. Now, granted, I don't want every game to be Tears of the Kingdom because then Tears of the Kingdom would lose what makes it special. Just like every Zelda game has something unique about it. They're not all like everybody says, oh, the Zelda formula. I feel like that's disingenuous to games like Ocarina of Time and Wind Waker and Twilight Princess and Skyward Sword, because yes, there is elements of like to break it down to its barest necessities. Yes, in the most shallow bare bones, they do have a formula and a structure that's very similar, but all of them do something different with like their motif excuse me, goodness gracious, their story. And so each Zelda game has its own unique flavor to it. No Zelda games feels the exact same. Twilight Princess might be the closest to feeling similar and to Majora's Mask and Ocarina of Time, but even then it still also has its own unique flavor. And I love Tears of the Kingdom a lot. And I can't wait for the future of the next Zelda games because Echoes of Wisdom, I still need to play it. I haven't actually started it yet. I've watched Cool Man play quite a lot of it, and I'm like, oh man, this game is pretty dang good. But I look forward to the next mainline entry after seeing things like Tears of the Kingdom and Echoes of Wisdom, because I think going forward, we're going to have a lot of really cool games.
Oh yeah, and especially because Echoes of Wisdom is like moving. It's already doing more classic style stuff
but with the
freedom that you got with the newer games. I'm like, that's such a great. And Echoes of Wisdom is so good. It is so. I can't wait till we can talk about that.
Yeah, that'll be a 2025 stream.
So yeah, we'll be doing that at the end of this year.
But I digress. Next game.
Yeah. And this one is going to be on all you.
Okay, so in 2023, I decided to get on Game Pass the Persona games because if everybody who knows me knows that I've played Persona 5 so many dang times. I'm like the encyclopedia of Persona 5. It's become a meme now about me. I played Persona 4 Golden on after Persona 5 came out. I started going backwards, and then I managed to find Vita, and I played Golden on that. And then whenever they were just like, oh yeah, Persona 5 is coming to everything. By the way, so is Persona 3 and Persona 4. And that was like the clue that Atlas is they no longer are doing exclusivities now, guys. So I just went to Game Pass and I played Golden again. And
just real quick, I need to make some dinner. I'm really hungry, so you can take this real quick.
Okay, yeah, totally. So I replayed Golden twice in 2023, and I adore Persona 4. I think it's got a really great story. My introduction to Persona 4, actually, before I even played the game, when I first played Persona 5, is I watched the original Persona 4 anime, Persona 4 the animation. Really endeared me to these characters. Then I watched a Let's Play of the original Persona 4, and then I watched a Let's Play of Persona 4 Golden, and then I actually got to play Golden myself. But then in 2023, I decided to just play it again. And so I played it on my Xbox, my Series X, and I really needed to play it. I went through a really rough time. Rise, by the way, I see you in the chat, Ghost. Rise is the best girl. And after her, Chie. If Rise didn't exist, I would romance Chie. I love Chie. Chie is actually one of my favorite characters ever. I love her a lot, but I just love Rise so much. And then Naoto. Naoto's really a best girl. Naoto's great. And then after her, Ai Ebihara. I love Ai Ebihara. She's funny. Yukiko's fine. I don't hate Yukiko. I just think she's a boring romance option. I like her character. She's just a boring romance option, but I digress. Marie's good too. I used to be meh on Marie, but over time, as more time passed, I really think I actually quite like her character a lot. So she's really grown on me. I really like Marie. But I digress. Anyways, so I would in 2023, while I was replaying Persona 4 Golden, unfortunately, somebody who was like a mentor to me at my current job, he had cancer and he passed away. And it was like, it didn't feel real to me at the time when it happened. And at the time, I was playing Persona 4 Golden, and I was playing I was playing a social link of Saki's little brother. Sorry, I'm gonna just chill out. Naoki. And his social link is kind of him coming to terms with his sister's death. And it's funny, like, I never had a social link ever hit me as hard in that moment, because I know his social link. I've known it before, but it felt really topical to me at the time because if the way he was mourning his sister was similar to how I was mourning my mentor at this job of mine. And like at first it didn't feel real. Like you weren't because like Naoki was criticized by people and how like, oh, I didn't really see this boy cry. He seems blah 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 blah, and I felt like, and then finally, just like the reality of like she's not there anymore. Like whenever I got to the late part of his social link, whenever it hits him that like a certain like brand of like food that he like they always shared together was like it was starting to rot in the fridge, but he didn't want to throw them away because he was just like, no, I saved that for her, and then it just like kind of hit him she's not coming back. And I started sobbing while playing the social link. And that's what I said out loud while playing this game. This game's amazing. I love this game. But it's like I needed to cry because it was funny because at that moment I hadn't really cried, let myself cry about it. But it was like I went through a similar situation where I like would look every day because if his desk was across mine, this guy, Brian. And I was just like, it kind of like it hit me that too, like because I always called him my neighbor, my desk neighbor, my office neighbor, and it just kind of hit me that day. I'm like the same way it hit Naoki. I'm like, my neighbor's never coming back, and I needed that. I really needed that. And this story is filled with moments like that. The acting is really good. These characters are so memorable. And it's such a it's just you're playing this protagonist who is going to this small town because his parents travel a lot. And rather than uproot their son because of the travel, they are like, okay, let's just dump him with his uncle that he hasn't seen it since he was like a little kid, but it's like his uncle. He could just live in this small town for a year, so that way he can get some decent schooling for a year before we come back, and then we'll move back home. But it's just like, but like we don't want to uproot our kid for a year. We'll be traveling, and so we'll just do that. So they just dump him with his uncle, who's a detective in this small town, middle of nowhere, and his little 6-year-old cousin, and he's this city boy and he's kind of got a deal and he gets to know all these different cast of people, and so things kind of seem that sounds simple enough, right? Well, and then like after like his second day of school, well, okay, well, first there was this like, oh weird, there's a murder going on, like, but at first they weren't sure it was a murder, like just some TV reporter died. And then like not that long after he just barely starts going to the school in this small town, he starts to slowly makes a couple of new friends in this class, like Chie and Yosuke and Yukiko. And then all of a sudden it's like, oh shoot, this girl that Yosuke is crushing on, Saki, like this other character I told you is his older sister, she suddenly just turns up dead, and people are like, oh snap, we got a serial killer on the loose in this small town. And then the story just spirals from there. If you have not played Persona 4, and like Persona 4 it's got visual novel elements, but also it's an RPG. And the Persona, the franchise from Persona 3 and on, it's all about social stats, really. So you build up like you start to get to know these characters and build bonds with them, and from there that powers your protagonist, because if they get personas based on like whatever bonds you started forging, because the bonds you were like start forging is represented by an arcana of the tarot cards. Like like Yosuke, for instance, is the magician. So then like as things progress, the magician arcana like stats will grow more. And then there's also social stats to like your charm and your intelligence, things like that, like in your social life to help further advance all these social like events that you can go to with these characters to help further bond with them. So it's all these gameplay elements to help feed into the whole typical of a high schooler. It's an RPG for a high schooler. But I also really like Persona 4 because when I went to college, I went to college in middle of bum nowhere town in Idaho. And so I really related to like a lot of the characters, because of if you wanted to do anything, you had to leave town. But they're so memorable, these characters. I really love A lot of them. I love Rise. A lot of people think, oh, she's just this bimbo. No, there's a lot to her character. Oh, Chie is just this aggressive tomboy. Like, no, there's a lot more to her character. Even Yukiko, who I think is a boring romance option, there's a lot more to Yukiko. She looks like just um this perfect Japanese ideal beauty waifu type character who's probably meek and mild mannered. And you find out Yukiko's a goofball, and she's a bit like actually secretly hot headed deep down, but like she's really funny. And then you have like characters like Naoto, Naoto's really cool. If you haven't played Persona 4, play Persona 4. I don't want to spoil things about Naoto's story. Naoto's cool. And then you have characters like Kanji, who seems like stereotypical thug, but he's got a soft side to him. And people are like, "Oh, that's so stereotypical." Like, okay, whatever. But like, I think they tell his story really well. And then you have the weird characters like Teddy, and then you have the Velvet Room, and you have Best Girl Margaret.
Yeah.
And all these personas, and then you have like Nanako. I love her so much. Freaking every day it's great at your Junes. And then you have Dojima. I love Dojima so much. And then Adachi. I'll refrain from talking about Adachi. If you know, you know.
Shut up, Adachi.
But I love this game. If you have not played it, it is extremely accessible. I play it, please. It's a great JRPG. It's got a great cast of characters. And if you can, find the original anime. The anime is based on the original game on the PS2, because Persona 4 Golden is the remastered version with extra content and extra story. Marie, for instance, does not exist in the original anime. So that's new to this game and her extra story. But I digress. If you can, the anime is like one of the few best adaptations of a video game to a TV show of the original vanilla game. It's really good. Give it a shout out. This game means a lot to me. It's really good. Persona 5 is still my favorite of the franchise, but Persona 4 has such a special near and dear place in my heart, and these characters are so likable. But yeah. You got your food?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. I'm ready.
All right. This is one that I've been waiting to talk about. This is an indie game called Katana Zero.
You know, it's funny. You should talk about it, and I'll go get myself some dinner, because I only made myself a tiny pizza snack earlier.
Yeah.
And also, Phoenix is being a crybaby, so I need to give him his anxiety treats so he'll stop crying about thunderstorms. So I will mute, enjoy, and tell everybody about this really cool indie game.
Yeah. So let me actually show, to kind of give you an idea of the game. The game is like a 2D action game where you're playing as this guy with a katana. Oh, Katana Zero. And you go through, and basically most enemies die with one hit, but you also die with one hit. He's got these special like time powers that like, oh, thank you, Janie, for the super chat. You also could have said something. You don't need to send me $10 without saying anything. Yeah, I know. Again, $10. Yeah, he is John Katana. I mean, basically, yeah. Oh, yes, I know that DLC was supposed to come out a while ago, but like the Coof delayed it, and now we're just kind of waiting on it to come out. I'm like, I played this game relatively recently, and I'm impatient. And I'm like, I want that DLC. Running Ghost Runner. I haven't actually played Ghost Runner, but I will just say yes, and I agree with you. But And so the story is, I don't want to go too deep and spoil anything about the story, but like the main character has these like time powers, and he's kind of stumbling onto like mysteries and what's going on. Okay, this the chick at the desk, she's so funny. She's one of the funniest characters because she's clearly got like a crush on the main guy, and she's like flirting with him. And there's this one thing, if you like respond to her in the right way in the early part of the game, she comes back later randomly in the game and remembers what you said. Yeah, I know it was supposed to come back. It's like, I know, it's like I'm sure that people who played this game on release have been like, it's been 6 years, and I'm like, it's been 2 years for me, and I'm impatient. Yes, difficult game because each screen you have like one try on, but you can retry that screen as much as you want. And it's partly it's even more of a puzzle game than an action game, because you need to figure out a way to do the entire thing without taking any damage. It's like you have stuff that allows you to like slow down time and like to help you out, but it's like you need to yeah, so that's why stuff looks like really fast if you play it all like at once. There's a lot of it that's like really interesting with like, yeah, it's got this like cyberpunk story, but like it's a I can't describe it without going too deeply into spoilers, but like I highly recommend it's a Twitch action game, so like you got to have your finger on the trigger there. But the whole game is one of the best experiences I've had with an indie game in years. Basically 2D Hotline Miami. I mean, yeah, it's kind of like that. You just don't have any like guns or anything. It's just a sword, and occasionally you can like throw stuff. You were just describing Ghost Runner to me in my eyes. Okay, then yeah, then that sounds like this is a lot like Ghost Runner. Both even came out in 2019. I guess great minds think alike in that regard. But yeah, it's a game that ever since I played it, I was just like, oh my gosh, I want to talk about this. And there wasn't really a way to talk about it in like I probably could have made like a video, but I wasn't really like, there's a lot of videos I want to make. So sometimes it's like if something comes up, I'm like, I guess I won't make a video on this. But yeah, it's like I got really engrossed in the story like a lot, and it's, yeah, I'm with Dave here. Like I am so impatient about that DLC because it's such a fascinating game. And like, let me scroll back here. Like when you're playing it and you have to be like, oh yeah, you oops. You go through the game and you're playing through like here, let me, a lot of them are like that. And the funny thing is there's this great humor about it. Like a lot of these goons have, like, if you remember in like the Batman Arkham games where a lot of the goons would have these silly conversations, they do that in this game. And they're really emotive with the text, where a lot of times if they're like saying something like dramatic, that'll be like everything will be capitalized and like shaking letters. And here it's like you kill them and boom, it literally shatters the text box and all the letters go flying. It is such a great game. I can't recommend this game enough. And even with its relatively like, I don't want to say obtuse. Like the game has certain story elements that are left up to interpretation. But like it doesn't in a way, because there's some games that do that and it gets annoying. But this one, it's the kind of thing that really invites you to think about it and come up with your own interpretations of a few things and what they mean. And it's not even really all that long of a game. It's a relatively short game, but it's something that I was like really engaged. I finished it like I think in just a couple of days because it was just one of those things where I just really was engaged with it. I would move on at this point to the next one, but the next topic is actually all on Angel because that was the game that she played. So I guess I'll just keep talking a little bit more about this. Yeah, obviously the game is very brutal, very bloody and stuff and over the top. But I do think that it really does help when stuff has a good sense of humor about stuff, that it keeps what would otherwise be a dreary story from being soul sucking, where the main character suffers a lot of stuff. There's a lot of tragic backstories in that, but it's not done in a way because there's like this is a funny scene where he's like hanging out and drinking with these other dudes. These are just random NPCs. They're not even like story important. And actually, let me see. Is there a scene with? Let me go back to a scene with the little girl. Oh, yeah, here we go. Yeah, so this little girl, there's obviously like a father-daughter dynamic here. I'm actually hello. Yeah, I'm actually a huge sucker for those like father-daughter dynamics, and you've got that going on with him and the little girl in this game. So yeah, Katana Zero is fantastic, and I highly recommend it.
There you go.
So now, for your...
All right, so I'm gonna have to explain myself. I need to rip apart this franchise and also steel man it. Very confusing, I know. So, boy. Okay. So, I saw some really stupid things being said about this franchise that made me angry. Because I'm like, no, there's legitimately good things in here. And there's also really bad criticisms because you guys are making wrong criticisms. I have complained about aspects of these games. And none of you are making the right ones. It's frustrating. Okay, so I replayed the first one again a while back. And I also did a little bit last year too. But I digress. That's neither here nor there. And I played both the first and the second game. Biggest criticisms I'm going to have right now, first off, with the second one. Why the heck is the DLC PS5 only when you made both games for both versions? Oh, they can't handle it. The PS4 can't handle it. Bullcrap. Like, I'm sorry, you're going to make DLC exclusive to a system that's not really a system seller. Like, really? Second off, the DLC is terrible anyway. It's so bare bones and compared to Zero Dawn. Zero Dawn's actually not a bad game, and I'm tired of people saying that it's meh or it's genuinely terrible. It's actually a good game. It didn't need a remaster. Another thing I'm criticized. Why did this game get a remaster? This game was fine as it was. It was fine when it came out in 2017. It did not need a remaster. It was good as is. It was already pretty modern. Okay, I'm back to Forbidden West. Everybody who keeps saying that they made Aloy fat or they manned her up, stop using that image from a trailer, which was an in-game, not even in-game. Sorry, no, it was just a pre-rendered like cutscene for a trailer. That's not what Aloy looks like in the actual official game. Actually, play the game. Aloy has the same face, just with higher pore count and I can actually count some of her peach fuzz by like on her cheekbone area by her ears. Like, oh, ooh, high definition. I don't care. I'm sorry. I should be talking about what I love instead of being a hater, but here I am.
What if you love being a hater?
That's true. Good point. Okay. I'm so sick of both sides. People who glaze this game, and I can tell they've never actually played the game, and people who bash this game, who I can tell never actually played the game. Those of you who glaze it just because Aloy is a woman, maybe actually play the game and see what's likable about her, because I genuinely think she's a likable character. Those of you who say Aloy is an evil, awful, man-hating, whatever, blah, 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 feminist girl, but please play more than just the tutorial of Forbidden West, where she's at her like lowest point, sort of one of her two lowest points, but she feels very alone and under a lot of pressure. So yes, she is kind of pushing some of her allies away at early in the story. It's part of an arc she's going through. I can tell who's actually not played the game from both people who try to defend it and people who try to bash it. It's very frustrating.
Go off, Queen!
The first game is before I played Breath of the Wild, I never would have even gave this game a chance if it wasn't for Breath of the Wild. It was one of the few where it tries to take the Ubisoft formula and reinvigorate it. Funnily enough, Forbidden West actually takes a couple of cues from Breath of the Wild, so there you go. But I digress. The thing you see in the picture, a tall neck, is their Ubisoft Towers concept. It's a moving giant, like brontosaurus giraffe type creature that you have to climb, and the climbing's not always going to be the same. In fact, they even have they try to differentiate how you can even get to it for each tower. That opens up your map so you can see everything in the area. I'm like, okay, yes, Aloy does annoyingly give you hints if you leave your controller too idle, and she gives you little hints if you're in a certain area. That is annoying that's been happening recently with a lot of Sony games. But other things where people are like, oh, it's just like an Ubisoft game. Look at all these stupid markers on your map. You can turn them off. You can turn every single one of them off if you wanted to. It's optional. This is what I mean about bad criticism of people who I can tell don't actually play the games. Okay, so the premise of Horizon Zero Dawn. Aloy is an outcast of this tribe called the Nora. The Nora are a very matriarchal tribe, to the umpteenth degree. When people say, oh, we live in the patriarchy. Well, they are the matriarchy to a toxic degree. And they have very rigid laws. Aloy was unique in this sense that she was an outcast since birth. They saw her as a bad omen. And this other outcast, Rost, raised her. And he wanted her to basically join the tribe one day. Well, she goes through this thing called the Proving, proves herself, wins it, and she gets to become a Nora Brave, which means she's no longer an outcast. Well, crap hits the fan. These evil people invade. They nearly massacre everybody. And her world is flipped upside down. Because of her whole life goal, she thinks she achieves it. So many people die. And Ross, sadly, loses his life. I saw that one coming. He screams, Dad dies backstory character the second you meet him. He has all the hallmarks of it. But he's very likable. And from there, Aloy, she kind of already is at odds with her tribe, but she's basically their only hope. So she takes on the calling to basically be their chosen one, to explore the world, because she's trying to find the people who took Rost away from her, but also because she sees this image in a hologram, and that's the reason why they came after her to try to kill her, of a woman dressed very modernly who looks almost identical to her, but with shorter hair. And she wants to know what the heck that's all about. And you'll find a lot of machines, they're these ancient, tribalistic people fighting robots, animal robots. They're literally robots. And you're like, what's up with that? And then as the story progresses, Aloy is finding out that she's actually in a world that's after the end of the apocalypse, where the world regrew itself and built itself back up. She is the remnants of that. Her and all her people built themselves back up, but they've never advanced like the way the old world was, a super highly advanced modern society that ended up killing themselves. And through all these twists and turns and different things that Aloy discovers, she discovers more and more of the old world, more and more of the mysteries of the past, and more about different tribes that inhabit the world that she'd never be able to know because of their... Phoenix, be quiet. The thunder's not even here anymore. Because of her tribe's also very isolationist. So, and Aloy's an interesting take on a character that is almost atheistic in a way. But it's almost because of like her worldview has been turned upside down. All the religions of the world of what they thought to believed is completely turned on its head because of, well, it's like, oh, the world's not what we thought it was. And all these things are actually machines that the ancient ones actually built. It's typical types of sci-fi and things like that. But I think I like the characters enough where it doesn't bother me at all that a lot of it is very tropey. And sure, Aloy is your strong, independent woman, but she does have a lot of vulnerabilities to her that, like, I get it. The games are so AstroTurf. Sony is trying to push this franchise as a flagship rather than letting it grow into something organic. And I think that's also part of the problem, is people are resistant to that. And like, okay, yeah, there are a bit of moments where you do roll your eyes, where the game, you could tell, is dipping into preachiness here and there. But overall, I still think there's a lot of heart in there with these characters. They're just people trying to survive. And the more Aloy finds out that the old world's, like, basically it's demons that destroyed them, could end up inadvertently destroying this young, vulnerable, new humanity that managed to rise from the ashes of the old world. And it's on her, basically, to save this entire world of people, this world that once rejected her and saw her as an outcast. A lot of pressure's on her, but she still wants to save it and learn more about the past. But she genuinely cares about this world and the friends she meets along the way. And she tries to take on everything all on her own because of that's all she's ever known her whole life, was trying to, with the exception of Rost, is taking care of herself because nobody would. So it's also her learning to let people in and lean on them. But it's also the fear of losing them, like she did with Rost. And she's not, that's why she also tries to take everything on all on her own. I think she's like, I think she's a fine female protagonist. I think these are genuinely fun games. They're not perfect, mind you. I do have genuine gripes with them, and genuinely business practice gripes. Holy, nobody criticizes these games, right? But I don't want to take too long on this because I know we have a lot of other topics to go into. But I kind of wanted to steelman this game because of, I went back to the first one and I'm like, no, there's actually some good stuff in here if people are willing to give it a chance. Is it going to knock your socks off like something as amazing, like, say, like Yakuza 0 or like Breath of the Wild or like the original, or even Assassin's Creed 2, I would even say. Like, no, it's probably not. But I think the most interesting thing about Horizon Zero Dawn is its world and the cultures that emerged from after the end of the world. Because it is fascinating to see how these ancient humans reinterpreted the story of the end of the world and these ruins that they see and like the cultures that they build around the ashes of the old as they're rebuilding civilization. It's genuinely a fascinating world to live in, I would think. And it's kind of cool to see that, like, even after the end, humanity was able to rebuild itself. That's all I have to say.
All right. So now we can get into something I've been excited to talk about. So I actually was getting into the Final Fantasy VII games, starting with
yes, guys,
Classic.
it took them until 2023.
Yes, yeah, I know. I watched Advent Children when it came out, and I was
Well,
like,
we'll talk more about Advent Children also later too.
oh yeah. But then I was like, I don't know what's going on. 'Cause
You might not when it's the latest part of the story.
Yeah, so I
That's
I-
like jumping into like Return of the Jedi, being like, what?
I'm a tad
Why is
bit
all
lost.
this happening?
Yeah, so they had Final Fantasy VII OG came out on the Switch. I got that. I got the 7 and 8 pack, and I played 7 on it. And I was like, oh, this is actually pretty darn good. And it is funny because now I can actually see, one, just how annoying the Final Fantasy VII fandom is.
Oh yeah.
It-
That's why I'm probably not going to talk much in this section, because if this is all new experiences for him. But the other reason is I divorced myself from the Final Fantasy VII fandom decades ago. I said, nope, friendship ended with the Final Fantasy VII fandom. Y'all are annoying as hella. Everybody's annoying, and with the exception of like a couple of select people, I ain't gonna talk to anybody in this fandom. You guys lost all privileges, 0 rights. Y'all are so annoying. But I digress.
Yeah.
The games are pretty dang good.
Yeah, so I played through Final Fantasy VII OG, and I can see just how much people, let's just say, misrepresent it, especially because you can tell they never played past the first act of the game.
Well, yeah, or completely misrepresent Cloud, the most annoying part of it all.
Yeah. The please play past disc 1 is 100% true. Anyone who thinks the game is exclusively about how capitalism evil, I'm like,
or Cloud
okay.
emo. It's like,
Yeah,
oh
or
my
Cloud
gosh.
is just an emo. I'm like, you don't know anything about and it's like my eyes have been open to this. It's like
Now
I feel
you
like,
understand.
it's like
the struggle of being a Final Fantasy VII fan.
I am Adam eating the fruit of the knowledge of Final Fantasy VII, and now I understand their sins. But
Eyes have been opened.
Yes. But like I actually started doing a dive into the Final Fantasy, the compilation. So I played Crisis Core because Crisis Core Reunion came out on the Switch. So I played through that, and I really liked that. I didn't play, but I watched a playthrough of Dirge of Cerberus. And honestly, aside from the game having some clunky like shooting mechanics, that game does not deserve the sheer hatred that it gets, especially when it actually has a really good story delving into Vincent's backstory, which was only ever touched on because he was an optional character in the original game. So you only got little bits of it, and if you went and you found Lucretia in the crystal and you completed his stuff and she gave him his ultimate weapon, it's like you didn't really get much of his story. And then Dirge of Cerberus is like, yeah, let's actually get into that story, which is
Vincent's
great.
a great character.
Yeah, it's fantastic. And going back to the fandom being stupid, the amount of like misunderstanding and misrepresentation of Lucretia's character has been infuriating. Especially when people are just like, she just hated Vincent and she slept with Hojo, but she didn't sleep with the super hot Vincent. How could she? I'm like, you did not play Dirge of Cerberus or pay attention to its story. You literally just have to watch the cutscenes to see how she was manipulated. It's actually a touching story where she has feelings for Vincent, but she's so racked with guilt over her indirect involvement in the death of his father, along with Hojo being a conniving snake.
Hojo is evil.
He is evil. And it's just like he's portrayed as this sinister, slimy manipulator in the flashbacks of Dirge of Cerberus. And then people are literally like, yes, but what if we go back to that one cutscene in the original where Vincent says that Lucretia chose Hojo over him? I'm like, he didn't know. He literally had no idea what was going on. That's part of the point of Dirge of Cerberus, is that he was lost. He did not know the full context of what was going on. especially when you find out that like Hojo killed him. Like Hojo killed Vincent, and it was only Lucretia doing anything in her power to save Vincent's life, which explains why he's the he can turn
Vampire.
into the monster. Yeah, the vampire monster guy. Yeah, that's the only way she could have saved his life, because she was willing to do anything to save. I have a lot of feelings about that, and the fandom is stupid.
The fandom is very stupid. Holy crap.
But yeah, like I can definitely see why not just Final Fantasy VII being popular, but why so many people are engaged in the compilation, the whole sub-series of Final Fantasy VII.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, and speaking of peak, Zach Fair.
Yeah. Hojo's literally in the pure evil. He is.
He's so evil. He's
like,
so horrible.
He is like, of all the characters in Final Fantasy VII,
like an argument could be made for Sephiroth.
Sephiroth is Wooby, destroyer of worlds.
Like I get what I mean. Like an argument could be made for Sephiroth to like be like be like, well, but here's the reason why. Hojo's he's just the worst.
he has no reason to be as evil as he is. He just is like, I just like doing this.
He's just the worst.
It's literally duh, I'm evil.
He's
That's
so
his
evil.
entire character.
Which, like, you sometimes need those for a story, but he's still just so evil.
Yeah.
But
Yeah,
yes,
and
Zach
like,
is so peak, though. I love Zach.
Yeah, and Zach, like, you get a little bit of him in Final Fantasy VII, but like when you get Crisis Core, like, holy crap, his entire character is so awesome. Like
my favorite description of Zach, and especially Crisis Core, was they're like, Zach's like this normal dude, like just a normal dude from the real world that somehow got teleported to the world of a JRPG, and he doesn't know he's in a JRPG, so he thinks everyone's just weird. And he's like, why is everyone so weird? And he doesn't realize he's the one that sticks out, actually, because he's just normal.
That's not cool, man. That's not funny. That's what he says.
That's not funny, bro. What is it you're after? World domination. That's not funny, bro. No, that's not funny, man. That's what that's not funny, man. I love Zach.
Yeah, and like
this guy just ate my hair.
Yeah, and it's so funny that Zach is so relatively normal that like he's got this like horrendously tragic story.
He is. He's literally a golden retriever.
Yeah, and it's especially heartbreaking when you see his relationship with Aerith, and it's like you can.
And then his friendship with Cloud. It's genuinely really endearing when they start bonding.
Yeah, and you get to see like, oh, this is why Cloud's like his mind retreated into imitating Zack. It's like Zack is everything he wanted to be.
Yeah, he looked up to him, and Zack is pretty cool.
Yeah, like I want Zack to be my older brother.
That's a good way kind of describe it. Like when the two started befriending, it almost felt like like Cloud found like a long lost older brother. And the two of them, like, even though they're so different, they just clicked.
Yeah, and like Cloud never had that. He was so ostracized by all the other kids that he never got to have that friendship with anyone but Tifa.
Yeah, like every kid needs everybody needs like a friend, but not just a friend. Like every girl needs a female friend growing up, like somebody you can talk to be your confidant that like you can't say like with your family or with like your male friends. And every guy needs a male friend, somebody to be their confidant that they can't talk with like their family or their female friends.
Yeah.
And, like that Zach was that. He was like a role model and that big brother figure that Cloud needed.
Yeah, and like it's especially great when you start getting when they're in Niflheim.
Yeah.
And like Cloud is there as a soldier, or not as a soldier, but as
not yet.
Soldier. Yeah, he's one of the troopers there.
Yeah.
And then you have Zack talking to him very casually, and he's like, "Hey man, heard you like that girl? Oh, you want to talk to her?" And he's like, "Let me tell you about my girlfriend." And he starts going on about Aaron.
I remember you messaged me where you were like, "That's where the me Gungaga came from."
Me Gungaga.
You're like, "That's the context." And I'm like, "Yeah, it sounds pretty funny out of context, doesn't it?"
Yeah, it's like it makes sense in context. It's just like, "Where are you from?" "Me Gungaga." But you just clip that. But yeah, it's
because
like
Gungaga is just a funny word.
Yeah, and it's really great to see that these backstory elements that were implied in the original game, and
Or
especially
like any knowledge that you wanted to learn, you had to seek it out. Like it's something that people could like miss out on completely. Oh gosh, that meme.
me
Me
gone.
gone, and then it shows the credits.
The credits. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, and like, and it's so, because you get these instances where certain characters talk about stuff. When you get Zach, like references to Zach, and it's like when you play Crisis Core, it makes those moments in OG Final Fantasy VII hit 10 times harder,
Yeah.
because now it's like that moment. If you go to Gongaga in Final Fantasy VII and you do the optional event where you talk to Zach's parents, and Aerith has this breakdown, you're like, okay,
Oh.
we know that they were a thing, but then you play Crisis Core and you're like, like that. It wasn't just a thing. This was a serious relation, and like she is just so utterly heartbroken. And finding out that she held out for him for 4 years and wrote him 90.
Aerith is a real one.
She was a real one, and it's like, and it's only like after years that she even was just starting to even move on, but she couldn't let that go. And I'm like,
The other great reason to play Crisis Core, you get more Aerith.
yeah, you get to see Aerith before, and you get to have all these things that are foreshadowing elements going into the Final Fantasy
And
VII.
she's just such a likable character, so it's always great to get more of her.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And then you get more of the Turks too.
Yes.
And like you introduce other characters like Sisney, who she was so popular that they brought her back in Rebirth. They were like, technically she wasn't in the original game, but we're gonna put her here.
Yeah.
And then it's funny because even Kunsel, just one of the other soldiers that's like Zach's sort of like buddy, he was popular enough that he got referenced in the remake games too. And the other soldiers are like, oh, we need to inform, like, I don't know what his rank was like. We need to inform Kunsel. I'm like, hey.
Yeah. We got to try to blitz through a couple more of these, but I just want to say a couple quick things. Like one, Yuffie, hilarious. Vincent, awesome. Barrett, goated.
Barrett's so great. I love
Barrett's the best. And of course, Tifa. Oh, I love my Tifa.
And Vincent, I already talked about
yeah, he's awesome. Vincent's just really cool.
And Red 13. Red 13 had more of an emotional story than I was expecting when I played the original Final Fantasy VII.
And then Kat said, what did you think of Kat?
Kate Sith is ridiculous because you're like, oh, it must
like
be
whenever you just
guy.
see this cute design and then you have like context when you play the game.
It's a 35-year-old businessman. He's going all, yeah. Shut up.
Vincent's just like, no.
Yeah, it's even funnier in Dirge of Cerberus when he pops up and he's there as both of his his personas, but then he's still going, I mean, shut up. Everyone knows who you are, Kate. You can drop the whole cutesy act.
Oh, but Barrett also, just quickly back to Barrett, just very quickly before we move on. Barrett's such a good dad.
Yeah. Oh my gosh, his backstory is so hard hitting. Like, oh, wow. Now you're like, oh wait, why does he have this girl that's not his son? And you're like, oh, he is a real one.
He is a real one.
He's like,
and then of course there's Aerith. We already talked about her, but Aerith is great. Like, I think that's the best part, though. Like, what you need in a JRPG is, or any RPG, you need a good cast of characters who are insanely likable, and you want them on your team. And Final Fantasy is really good about that, like it always has been. But 7 just has this very special place in a lot of people's hearts. And it's the reason why it's kind of much like Ocarina of Time. Lazy? No. Bad lazy. Bad lazy. No.
It's a special place in all of our hearts, especially the Italians.
No. Quarter of shame. Spritzing water on you. Bad. But it's like Ocarina of Time and Mario 64. Like Final Fantasy VII is one of those games that was a game changer, and it was groundbreaking for its time when it was made, and it was very influential in the industry. So it just like and now you get why it was so influential. And then of course you have Sephiroth. And now you understand why I geeked out so much when Sephiroth was announced for Smash Brothers. And I was like, oh my god, it's if you go back to see that reaction to the Game Awards when Sephiroth was announced for Smash Bros, I lost it. It was the worst. It was the worst because they started it while I was driving and on the phone call with him. And I'm just like, what do you mean? And he's just like, is that Sephiroth? And then I just lost my mind. All right. Moving on to something that's totally not Final Fantasy VII.
Yeah.
I said as I I lied as easily as I breathed. Final Fantasy VII, have children.
Yes, and as I referenced, I watched this back when it came out, and I was like, the fight scenes are cool, but I do not know what's going on. Who is that guy in the wheelchair? Why does everyone know who he is? Why is who?
Why
what?
is this Bishonen guy like constantly haunting this blonde kid?
Yeah, it's like, leave him alone, man. Like, what's wrong with you?
And of course, the ever enduring meme that just as more time passes, they keep bringing Sephiroth over into these crossovers that Cloud's in, and people are like, "Oh my gosh, this guy really won't not leave Cloud alone. He really will never be a memory.
I will never be a memory." Yeah, and then the remake games are like, "Yeah, I will never be a memory." But yeah, like it's funny because with the context of the other games, and I believe even Dirge of Cerberus takes place after this, so like the context of this movie is like, wow, this is actually a really solid movie, especially the complete edition.
Well, and the casting is really good too.
Oh yeah, because this is the first time they had voice acting for these characters.
Yeah.
So yeah,
And it kind of defined a lot of them. I remember you being like, I kind of wish they kept Steve Bloom as Vincent. He's really good as him. Especially the phone line.
Yeah.
Does anybody have a phone? It's just out of nowhere, Vincent Valentine asking for a phone.
Yeah, we know who Best Girl is. It's Vincent.
That's true. Actually, it's Barrett. You're all wrong.
Oh yeah, that's true. Barrett is Best Girl.
Yeah, Quentin Flynn is Reno, which is also why they brought Quentin Flynn back as Axel, because Axel is literally an XB of Reno. Reno. I said it right the first time.
Yeah,
Having children was it's another example of dumb criticisms levied at something back in the day, and it like dominated like internet like memes and things like that, and it was so annoying because I remember when I first watched it when I was in high school, and I was like, oh, this is so good, and then everyone's like, ooh, emo Cloud and all these other things.
He's literally dying of an incurable disease.
Like, and oh my gosh, like, and the poor guy's like lost like so many people that was like he lost Aerith, he lost Zack, he like had to deal with an identity crisis. Like, leave the poor man alone. He had to fight Sephiroth. Like, man went through a lot. He still tried to do his best. Him and Tifa are trying to take care of the orphans, and despite all that, he's got like crippling depression. He's not emo. I think Cloud is very, very valid in being super bummed out.
Yeah. He is totally not going through good times right now.
No, he is not having a good time right now. Poor Cloud.
Yeah, and like when it's like also that arc you see him go on is about him recovering from that depressive episode, especially once he gets finally cured of the geostigma. Then he can finally relax and be with everyone. He can be with Tifa again. He can take care of Denzel. It's like,
and all his friends, stayed by his side. Like, they would not give up on him.
Yeah. Well, yeah. And that's at the very end when, even though not all the other side characters get to appear much, when Barrett and Yuffie show up and Sid at the end, it's like they show up to help Cloud get that boost up into the air. It's all about helping him. And it's like, yes, it's like, yeah, all of these people that he met along his original journey are there for him when he needs them the most, for this backup to when he's fighting Sephiroth. And it's like,
yeah. Also, like, a lot of the new designs are so good.
Oh, and I'm the I don't remember what the sword is. I always called it the clockwork sword, but like his sword is so cool.
It is so cool. His outfit's cool. I love Tifa's new outfit too.
Yes, the all black look with there is so good.
They look all insanely cool. Like Advent Children, it's a vibe, man. I love
Yeah.
the style of Advent Children
Yeah,
so
and,
much.
and especially when you look at more stuff, because I also watched the some of the supplementary stuff. Like there was that one the Denzel OVA
Yeah.
where you get to see his backstory, and I'm like, oh, this informs so much of his behavior and attitude. I'm like, oh, okay, now I can see, especially when it's like,
We're back to the Danny DeVito meme. I get it now.
yeah. Yeah, it's like, oh, I get it. I'm like, it's like I know like some people like it, but like there's always those criticisms. I'm like,
Wolf's comment: Nomura is almost always the master of one thing: drip, uncontrollable amounts of drip.
yes, that there's one
Correct.
thing you can. It's sink or swim and Nomura is flying.
Tetsuya Nomura is very quiet but very powerful.
Yeah. Yeah. So okay, I think that like
Yeah, okay, so if you ever want to get into the Final Fantasy franchise, please do. It's genuinely good. Avoid the fandom. It's cancer. It's even it's about as cancerous as the Sonic fandom. I was like, wait, hang on, stop. Hold your horses.
yeah. Yeah. So the next one, I finally watched the Dragon Ball Super Broly movie.
I won't. I refuse.
Yeah,
I think Dragon Ball Minus is garbage. And the only way, if Anomaly, if you hear this on playback, I'm still holding you to this, Anomaly. The only way you're going to get me to watch this movie, Anomaly, I'm also like angry at the treatment of Vic Mignogna, but that's neither here nor there. The only way you're going to get me to watch it, Anomaly, you need to give me that part 2 of the Kenobi reaction. Everybody go to his part 2 Kenobi reaction after this stream and just say, or his part 1, and say, where's the part 2, Anomaly?
Yeah. And also
and puts it out, then I'll finally watch this
yeah.
movie. Those are my terms, Anomaly.
Yeah. And also I did actually edit a version of this movie where I cut out any references of Dragon Ball Minus, and it doesn't change the story at all. It is
I don't
so
care. I'm still not
funny.
watching it until Anomaly gives me my part 2 Kenobi.
Yeah. Yeah. So aside from that
I want those reactions. You and Anomaly's reactions were really funny.
Yeah. So aside from the literal like 2 minutes in the beginning, like this movie is also like phenomenal. Like the way it reimagines Broly from an absolute worthless character who's not even a character. He's a cardboard cutout.
He's Aura. He's hype and Aura. Y'all got good writing. We got hype and Aura.
He's literally like when people insult Dragon Ball and they're like, it's just muscly guys screaming and shooting lasers. That's Broly. That's OG Broly. Like this Broly is a character. And it's like, it's funny because Vic actually got to say stuff in this. He wasn't just going.
I mean, he said some stuff in the very first Broly movie, in the OG first Broly movie. But then after that, he was screaming Aura Monster. And then he became nothing but Kakarot Screaming Monster in the following Broly movies.
Yeah, and like this has a story that
Vic to this day, he's like, okay, I'll do this one role. He's like, but he's a villain. He dies in this movie, so I don't ever have to deal with it again. He's like, I was foolish and naive. He was like, I was naive to the series of Dragon Ball, and I didn't realize they don't die. They come back, and they keep coming back. Whether it's in a movie or in a video game, once you commit to a character, you can't stop. And it was killer on his throat.
Yeah.
I think his own words, or I don't know what a convention was. He's like, there is a dark place in my heart for Broly. This special but dark place in my heart. But like this movie, though, he was really happy doing it, which is why I'm also a little bit bitter because of after that and how they tried to ruin his life. Like he's married now. Things are like so he's like, it's like it's looking a little bit better for him, but it still just made me all the lies told about him still makes me bitter. He's a genuinely nice guy. Like Cool Man and I have met him several times, like even outside of convention spaces.
But yeah, like putting aside any of the outside
messy stuff.
Yeah, like this movie is great because like it takes a lot of the stupid stuff about Broly and it throws it out and it reinvents him. Toriyama was goated for being like, you know what? I'm gonna take this character I didn't make.
Rest in peace, Toriyama.
Rest in peace, Toriyama. And he's like, yeah, we're going to reinvent him as this really tragic, like Tarzan character, like a guy who's like so distance from his own species, so distance from all civilization that he's like he's not childish, but he's just like ignorant of how other people. And I like the arc he has with Chilai, where it's like he grows closer with someone, and she like gets to see him as like
Yeah, I've seen all the memes how she's very thirsty for Broly.
yeah, like there's a reason why they're a very popular ship. But it's like it's really cool because then it also brings in
They unironically gave Broly a green-skinned alien space babe.
yeah. Yeah.
Unironically.
Toriyama, my goat. But like, and it also it even makes him being like ridiculously powerful something that doesn't feel stupid, because it's like they reinvent his backstory where instead of him having this weird hatred of Goku, it literally refocuses it on Vegeta.
And then people have been like, context. Goku cried, and it like reminds him of like the worst night of his life whenever he was like, stabbed, and it's just a trigger because that all happened on the same night where Goku's cries kept him awake. And then he also then later like there was the attempted assassination on him and his father, and then the planet blew up. I'm like, I get it. Goku's cry was a trigger. I'm still telling you that's stupid. Like, I get the context, but this is not the same thing as the Anakin Sandline context, where one memes it and takes it out of context, and it makes sense when you put it back in context and like try not to remove it from its context of the conversation going on. No, but crying baby is his trigger. That's weird and stupid. Like, you could have made literally anything else his trigger. Like, the face of Goku could have just been his trigger or something.
Well, and what I like about this
Vegeta more, because he's the son of the king that like ruined him and his father's life.
Well, and I like what this movie does is it makes Broly completely uncaring about that. He was too young to actually understand what was going on. It's his
why
father.
would he remember that?
It's his father that has the grudge, and he's the one who's trying to push everything for this. And so even Vegeta is like, "Well, I don't really know you. Let's fight."
Because why would Vegeta care?
Yeah, like it's like I don't really care about like this past grudge of what happened, but I'm like, wow, it like, and then it makes like, oh yeah, because it makes Broly more human, it makes him being manipulated by Frieza. Like, oh, you really feel
that
for
was
him.
The other funny thing, having Frieza meet Broly. I've seen clips. I haven't watched the movie, like I said, because I refuse, but I have seen clips, especially the one where basically they stick Broly on Frieza. That was
funny. The entire fun. It's like 20 minutes of fighting for like the finale. It's this absolutely crazy, epic, over the top fight. I'm like, it's peak, and we get actual Gogeta in.
Yeah, Gogeta.
Yeah, they get to do the fusion dance, like Goku and Vegeta did the fusion dance, like officially here, and it's like it's awesome. It's like this does fan service, and hell, they even do one of those moves from I think it was Fusion Reborn.
Because Fusion Reborn is where they introduce Gogeta.
Yeah, so then they do that one special move that they're going to use it on Broly. I'm like, oh, this is how you do fan service. Where it's like, we're going to take this, but we're also going to make it better. So it's everything that you loved about him. Broly's still a big, beefy, strong guy who screams, but there's more to him than that.
He's not just hype and aura.
Yeah. Yeah, and it really does make you feel for him in that fight, especially when he's Stardust Breaker. Yes, thank you. And it's like, especially when like Broly is going to lose the fight, and you're like, oh wow, I actually feel bad for him now, because it's like instead of him just being a muscly, ragey man, it's like this is a tragic character who's unable to control himself.
He was meant to be a tragic character, but he kind of became a meme over time.
Yeah,
it did the original like character of Broly. It never quite got across, but it is what it is.
Yeah, like it's phenomenal.
I guess at the very least, like I guess I'll say, like at least Vic got to do this movie before all the crap hit the fan.
Yeah, and he is great in it.
But with that, shall we?
Yes. I get to talk about Trigun now. Okay. I watched the Badland Rumbles movie years ago. I watched the anime.
Was it the manga that put you down this rabbit hole?
Yes, it was actually manga because I watched the anime years ago. I watched the Badland Rumbles movie and really liked the movie.
And funnily enough, the mangaka was heavily involved in the movie.
Yeah, he wrote the movie. And it's funny because if you're aware of the manga, you'll actually notice that the movie, despite technically being in continuity with the anime, is similar to the manga.
Yeah, it's more closer to the manga than anything.
Yeah, down to the way that Wolfwood acts and the specific functions of his cross gun are changed in the anime, and they function just like they do in the manga. And even Vash's gag of being unable to drive in the manga is used in this, where that wasn't really something the anime did. It's like there's a lot of like.
It's a genuinely fun movie.
Yeah, like I remember back years ago, when I first watched the anime, I had a friend of mine. He specifically told me about the manga because the manga went on for years. It went on hiatuses. It took a while for it to actually
so the anime did the typical anime thing where they had to go in a different direction.
The first about half of the anime is it's similar to the first like 20-ish 30-ish chapters of the manga, and then it heavily alters them. Like there's a fundamental lore that they change, and I don't understand why. It's like, especially when you read the manga, like I had heard about the manga, but I decided one day, you know what? I want to read the manga. So I found it.
And then you're like, holy cow, the manga's really peak. Every complaint I had about the anime doesn't exist here.
Yeah, like there's even a couple of moments where certain things are similar.
Oh, I know why you read the manga. It's because of the new Trigun show. And we were
the Stampede.
We were like, oh, I don't like that design at all.
Yeah, so
and we didn't vibe with that. We're like, yeah, I'm not vibing with that. And that's what made you go, maybe I should read the original manga, though. I never actually did.
Yeah. And like I've read the manga, and the manga is about 120-ish chapters, I think. I read the entire thing in 3 days.
Yeah, you were like in a rabbit hole. You kept sending me so many Snapchats, and you were just like rambling so long. And then you were like, anyways, I'm going to go back to reading. See ya. Bye.
I was rambling because it is so briskly paced. And I say brisk and not fast because it does take its time in some moments. But like it never feels like there's a moment where you're just kind of like, okay, get on. Like there are certain moments where this does lead to some criticisms, like specifically that there are certain times where certain characters' abilities aren't really explained because they move fast. And then there are certain characters who I'm not sure if they died or not. It's like they stopped appearing and I'm like, wait, did they die? And it never explains it. And you're like, what? It's like there's a couple.
If you can, guys, please check out the Trigun manga.
Please check out the manga. And like, and it's so, and then I went back and rewatched the Badland Rumbles movie, which was written by the mangaka, and it's so peak. Literally, there's one detail you would have to change in order to make it fit in with the manga. And it's literally just the time scale for when Vash became Vash the Stampede. Because in the anime, I don't know why, they changed it so that it happened 20 years ago. But when he destroyed the city of July, for some reason, the anime made it so that he never killed anyone. Where in the manga, when he's forced by knives to activate the angel arm and blast the city, he just immediately murders everyone. And it's one of the things that traumatized him so severely about that, because he's a hardcore pacifist. And then it's like the anime changed that. So all you would have to do is just say that in the flashback where he first meets I think it's Gasback, the main antagonist of the movie. When he first meets him 20 years ago, you just take away him having a wanted poster in the back, and then that's it. Nothing about the movie changes. It's like, it's so good. And like, I have to say
But
the
Johnny Young
mom
Bosch is like this
Johnny
is
Young
one of
Bosch
his big breakout roles in voice acting, and
is so
he's
good.
he's fantastic as Vash.
He's so good in this. And in the movie, it's also funny with like when they introduce Amelia, she's the redhead in the middle of the picture here. She's like the main new character they introduce in the movie.
One of those typical movie characters, but she's actually quite likable because
Yeah.
when they do anime movies, the movie original characters, they're always hit or miss.
Yeah, it's like I put this in the same category as Elektra from the Cowboy Bebop movie, where it's like we introduce this female character who's just like utterly phenomenal, and you wish that they were like in the main canon series. Like
Yeah, she's very likable.
Amelia is that good. Like I would love to have seen her like in an ongoing story for Trigun outside of this one story.
Yeah, she is quite likable, and
Yeah.
I'd say like read the manga, check out this movie if you haven't. I think you'll
Yeah.
I think you'd like Trigun.
Yeah, and you'll appreciate the movie more if you've read the manga, because everything down to Millie's outfit here is just like the one she wears in the manga, because she wore the one in the anime. She only wore the original outfit for most of it. This one
Yeah.
that she's wearing in the movie is one that she switches to later in the manga.
Yeah.
So it's like there's a lot of these little details that you'll appreciate if you've read the manga.
Yes, Trigun was on, I believe, Adult Swim, if I
Yeah.
remember correctly, from back in the day, the original anime. But like the original anime diverges a bit. That's why I say read the manga.
Yeah, because even the episodes that cover chapters from the manga are heavily altered from how their context from the manga.
And they never did there's no Trigun Brotherhood.
No, and that's what kills me.
Stampede's is not that.
No, yeah, like Stampede deviates even more from the original manga.
So like
Anime.
read the manga and watch Badland Rumbles. It's great.
Yes,
That's what I have to say.
So now moving on.
So right.
Yes, so we watched The Boy and the Heron.
Yeah, Miyazaki retired for the billionth time, and then he said, "Actually, wait, I
still got another one in
an
me."
Emmy for the billionth time." The guy can't make up his mind. So we went and saw this in theaters, and this movie's interesting. It can be quite abstract at times, and there's certain things that you would only get as if you were from Japan, because it references things that's very particular to Japanese mythology that obviously only a Japanese audience would understand. But it did well, which was funny because I remember that was the time when everybody was like supporting this movie, and everyone was just like, "Screw Disney, go watch Godzilla -1 and The Boy and the Heron." I remember that being the memes. But this movie's genuinely, it kind of reminds me parts of a little bit of Spirited Away and Princess Mononoke, because it's got a little bit of a darker edge to it at times, like Mononoke, but not that like
Yeah, because
not as like Mononoke also had a lot of blood and things like that and severed hands. Doesn't quite go there, but it had like a little bit of that toughness edge to it, almost like in that direction. But it's got a lot of the interesting abstractness of Spirited Away. But Spirited Away is very whimsical. This one's somewhere in the medium, and it's just interesting.
Yeah, because it's got a clear like through line with the character and the stuff.
But it's a boy trying to come to terms with the death of his mother, and he never really grieved it, and the world's moving on, but he hasn't.
Yeah, and dealing with a stepmother.
Yeah, and his father recently remarries, and she's also the younger sister of his mother. So his dad remarries his aunt.
Yeah, so he's got a lot of complicated feelings going on here.
And it's like the aunt loves him, and she's totally happy and willing to be his mother. And the dad's actually a very loving dad. It's not like they're like, "Oh, what a skeezy dad to do that." No, it's like it's clear time has passed since his mother's death, and his dad obviously wasn't going to wallow in forever being sad about the death of his wife. Obviously the aunt wasn't going to wallow in the sadness of the death of her sister. Obviously, the implication is the two of them bonded through their grief of losing her. And so they were able to marry, and she's pregnant at the start of the story with his younger sibling that's about to be born eventually. and
Yeah.
he's having trouble like dealing because it's so much is happening all at once. Like he still hasn't really properly grieved her, and then his father's married. Now she's pregnant with his sibling. They're moving away to a new part of town. And it's like it's too much change has happened. Well, and they're also moving away, I believe, into a old family home of his mother's side of the family. That was the other
Yeah.
part of the story. And it's just
It's
too
that
much.
house in the background of the picture.
Yeah. And it's like too much change for him to handle all at once. But then weird stuff starts happening around the house. And then of course he ends up running into the titular Heron, who, yes, somebody already brought it up in the chat, is voiced by Robert Pattinson. And you wouldn't know it by hearing clips of the movie. It was his
He,
first voice acting role, but
he,
holy cow.
he seriously should go into more voice acting.
He
because
should.
Much
He's
like Mark
genuinely
Hamill, who
really
is in
good
this
at it.
movie. He's the old guy in the back. Mark Hamill.
Yeah, like Dave Bautista also had a brief role in which we were like, Dave Bautista was in there? It's like, yeah, he's the Parakeet King. Like, so yeah, it had celebrity casting, but like all of them didn't sound celebrities. Like I almost didn't recognize them as celebrities. They almost sounded like normal voice actors. But it's like the heart and soul of the story is this boy coming to terms with his grieving, and he has to learn to accept change, but he's also learning to accept like his own mistakes that he's made along the way, because he was selfish at the start of the story. And it's not saying that his grief was selfish, but some of the actions he took in dealing with the fact that he couldn't handle this change, and he also wouldn't talk about the fact that he couldn't handle this. He wouldn't open up to anybody.
Yeah.
And so he recognizes just how much he needs to grow up, but he grows up by the end of it. And he goes through a series of very strange misadventures in this alternate world, but he grows because of it. And like, yeah, the casting's really good. Like, if nothing else, watch it just because of Robert Pattinson's amazing as this Heron.
Yeah. Yeah, and but obviously, like we said, it's got a lot of that Spirited Away stuff where it's like there's a lot of weird like Japanese mythology that
and abstract imagery that's like, you're like, what is that supposed to symbolize? But you wouldn't know if you're not from Japan. But it's okay. It's like sometimes I'm like, do I need to know? It's kind of like the story is like, take it as it is. The story is strange and supernatural and weird, and not everything is always going to have an explanation.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, it's also beautiful to look at. It. Yes.
So yeah, we obviously Puss in Boots: The Last Wish came out, but we watched the first Puss in Boots movie because we never watched it because everyone
we never watched it. It came out, I believe, in 2011.
Yeah, so we were all like, yeah.
Let's well, everybody was saying The Last Wish was a really good movie, so let's go watch the original one, and then let's go see The Last Wish, which I'm glad we did
because it does reference several characters
or a couple of like quick little jokes that you wouldn't. People have been like, well, do you need to? No, you don't really need to, but the jokes are funnier with the context of the first Puss in Boots movie.
Yeah, there's one scene that where they literally explicitly reference something from the first movie that you'd be like, wait, what?
That was a random joke, but then it's like, oh, okay, it's a brick joke referencing like that was a running gag in the first Puss in Boots movie. Well, and then they bring back Kitty Softpaws, but I think they flesh her out a lot more here. Which, I mean, she was great in the first Puss in Boots movie, but obviously The Last Wish does a lot more for her because of...
Yeah, and it also kind of fleshes out a lot of things about his character where you kind of like, you kind of get to see like how Puss became the Puss from Shrek 2, where you're like, wait, why is he this sort of cynical like mercenary? And you're like, when he's like actually kind of really likable and nice, and you're like, oh, well, this actually gives him some more context of like,
but yeah, we see like him growing into Puss in Boots in the first one. I will say the side villains, Jack and Jill, were pretty hilarious in the first Puss in Boots. They're like this ugly, very ugly type of Bonnie and Clyde. But what's really funny is Jack is constantly like, those jokes where the woman's just like I'm not getting any younger. I want children. They're just like, my biological clock is ticking, tick, tick, tick. When are we gonna have children? They do the flip. Instead, it's Jack, the one being just like, but chill. My biological clock is ticking. And she's the one apprehensive about having kids. It was so stupid. I loved it. It was hilarious. And then, of course, there's Humpty Dumpty. Everybody knows that meme.
Yeah.
I
It was always there.
like that was great. I mean, like it was a fun little swashbuckling movie. It felt like obviously it wanted to be just a fun little riff on the types of adventure movies like Zorro and things like that, which Puss is a funny version of basically Zorro. I mean, he's voiced by Antonio Banderas, so they're like Antonio Banderas is basically teasing himself.
Yeah. Because it started off as a parody of Zorro, and now they kind of were like,
Yeah, well, why don't you just
really
make a Zorro
pushing-
type of Puss in Boots movie? And then they made The Last Wish, which kind of knocked everybody's socks off when it came out for good reason.
yeah, like, and I know everyone memes a realistic depiction of a panic attack, and I'm like,
But it was actually a realistic depiction of a panic
yeah,
attack.
like it's like what made it so impressive was the fact that it didn't draw too much attention to it. It didn't have him go, "I am suffering from anxiety." It
No.
it actually it showed you what he was suffering from, and the scene where he's actually like freaking out because he's literally being haunted by
Death.
like yeah.
I'm
and-
death, not metaphorical or rhetorical. I'm just death, straight up.
Yeah, and like that moment where he's like his heartbeat and you keep like there's ringing in his ears and he's
and
like,
Burrito's voice is far away, even though he's sitting right next to him.
yeah, and it's like for like people who have actually experienced that at some point in their lives, you're like, oh wow, like it's impressive because they really committed to humanizing Puss in a way that they hadn't done in any other
It's
movie.
funny because the story is pretty simple, but they tell it in a Shrek way. But what Shrek is funny, but Shrek does have heart at the end of the day.
Yeah.
And it's the same thing. And what is the story? The story is of this legend who's going through a midlife crisis. That's like literally what starts this whole thing. Puss is basically having the most dramatic fantasy version of a midlife crisis because he's finding out that he spent most of his 9 lives, and he's like, what have I basically been doing with all my life? And that's kind of the kicker for the story, but it tells it in a way that feels meaningful, and he's making new connections, making the best of this adventure and learning to not be afraid anymore after realizing, well, shoot, after this, then what? But then it's like, oh, okay, well, maybe that's not so bad. And he's like, he reconnects with an old flame. He makes a new friend in a silly little chihuahua. But it also has like other great characters. Like, I think at the time, because people were so sick of either the twist villain or the sympathetic villain that has been coming out of a lot of like Disney and other cartoons nowadays, that people were just so tired of it. So then whenever you get Jack Horner, who's just unironic, like, no, I'm bad. Like, I will kill puppies. I'm evil. There's nothing sympathetic about me. Deal with it. You're not going to shoot a puppy, are you, Jack? Yeah, in the face. Why? And people were like, oh my gosh, I missed this. Just a guy who's just evil for the sake of being evil. And then, of course, you had Goldilocks and the Three Bears, which, like, there was a lot of surprising heart to their story that you didn't think you'd find. But it was genuinely like, oh, there's this found family. And it was very endearing to me.
Yeah. Like, and it's like after years of being like, I wouldn't want any more Shrek stuff at this point. I'm like,
now, I'm willing to give Shrek 5 a chance because of Puss in Boots.
Yeah. It's like this movie was so phenomenal. And artistically, it's
beautiful.
Beautiful. It's like it took all the right lessons from Spider-Verse.
Yeah.
Like, other people are like, oh wait, that means we should just reduce the frame rate or we should just make it like overly colorful. Like, no. This understood it. It doesn't go so.
Well, the other part of it too is Spider-Verse also. It's a bit of 2D over 3D, but Puss in Boots also understood how to make that look nice, which Spider-Verse looked nice, and it plays with the frame rate sometimes for stylistic for just certain fight scenes, but it never overstays its welcome and it never overplays itself and it never really shoves it in your face. It's just there to kind of look cool for just a couple of shots.
Yeah.
It's a good movie. It
it's like
deserved all the accolades it got at the time.
yeah, it's like the reason it made so much money, despite having no marketing, is because it was just that good.
And it had good word of mouth. That was the other thing. Word of mouth really helped this movie.
Yeah. Now, going back to another DreamWorks movie.
The
We-
Bad Guys was so funny.
Yeah.
Before we watched it, because I rented it, because I told them I heard a lot of good things about this movie, and it came out, and it did okay-ish in a COVID era, because if it was like a lot of movies, they struggle to like make whatever, but it did good enough despite the COVID era that it's going to get its sequel. And I think it's also because of it did well in streaming and home video and things like that. Like that's where it made most of its budget back in the COVID era. So that like is the reason why it's getting its sequel. But this movie, as I described to Cool Man, where I said, "Oh, we should check this out because I heard good things about it." And he's like, "Well, what's this movie about?" And I said, "Well, what people have said to what Kung Fu Panda is to Kung Fu movies and Shrek is to fantasy movies, this movie is to heist movies." And he's just like,
Yeah.
"Okay, I have to see it then." He's like, "Because I love heist movies." And it is. It's like, because Shrek satirizes the fairy tale stuff, but still, like, there's heart there at the end of the day. And Kung Fu Panda satirizes kung fu movies, but there's heart there too. That's what this movie is. There's heart, but it satirizes heist movies, and it plays on the tropes of like evil like animals and like certain stories. Like you got the piranha, the wolf, the snake, and the shark. And it's probably the only movie that I didn't even realize Aquafina was in it, because Aquafina is apparently the spider, and I'm like, the spider's Aquafina. It's probably because of she's only like she's like doesn't have the most lines out of this entire cast, so she doesn't damage it because if they don't let her like open her mouth and be unfunny.
Yeah.
It's like, wow, what? How did DreamWorks figure this out, and only to make the same mistake later for Kung Fu Panda 4? No, Ghost, don't worry. Like, I mean, what I mean is she's not unbearable in this movie because you don't even realize it's not her.
The spider is very relatively few lines compared to the other
characters. There's actually like a
characters.
leash put on this character.
Yeah, and there's clearly a voice director who was like, just talk.
Yeah,
don't
but also
do the...
like these are your lines. You're not going to ad lib. These are your lines. These are my jokes, and these are the jokes you're telling. Don't ruin this for us.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh! But this movie's genuinely really funny. Okay, stop whining, dog. Like also the art style is also really funny too, because it reminds me of a storybook, like almost like a Captain Underpants type of storybook, but in 3D. And it's also got like that. I don't know how to describe it, but it's got really sleek and snappy editing, almost in a way that reminds me of a little bit of Kung Fu Panda, but also like a Looney Tunes cartoon in terms of like its timing, in terms of how snappy it is with the witty like lines, the really funny gags, and everything. It feels very classic.
Well, yeah, and you can tell that they were prototyping a lot of the stuff they would do for The Last Wish with this movie. It's got a little bit of that 2D on 3D, but not too much. The Last Wish would go farther with it, but it's really cool to see them experimenting with that.
And genuinely, this movie's really funny.
Oh yeah, like the wolf, the main character, is played by Sam Rockwell, who is
a
phenomenal actor who also does not get enough.
Also, the song when the piranha sings, and you were like, "I want to buy that song." That song was so peak. They're like, "I want to be a good guy. I want to be good."
We're not playing that song because you know that that's copyrighted.
No, it's probably totally copyrighted, but it was genuinely good. But back to Puss in Boots. Also, Fearless Hero. That song's also really peak too.
Oh yeah.
DreamWorks had these two back-to-back really awesome banger movies. And then Kung Fu Panda 4 happened, but we're gonna pretend that didn't happen.
Yeah,
we're
really
actually looking forward to the Bad Guys too. The trailer is really funny. It kind of reminded me of some of the action movies that have been coming out recently.
Yeah, and it also kind of feels like they're parodying the whole the new female characters. Also, they're all unhinged psychopaths. You're like,
yeah, it genuinely looks funny. Like, so I can't wait. to watch it because like I was just like, okay, so the trailers look like it's gonna be more of the same type of humor, which is like what you want, something for the kids to laugh at and something for the adults to laugh at. I think the trailer for not Kung Fu Panda for the Bad Guys 2 that made you laugh the most is when the shark is like it's in his little Italian disguise. He's like, I will replay you respectfully, and then he does nothing but Italian stereotype.
Mamma mia! Spaghetti.
Because Cool Man's of Italian descent, for those who don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Pasta!
it just that got the biggest laugh out of him. You want to make Cool Man laugh? Do Italian jokes. But yeah, it's a cute movie. I would say, especially like if you have like nieces or nephews or kids, watch it with them. You'll all laugh because if you watched any heist movie, you'll laugh at some of the winks at like heist movie tropes, and obviously the kids will laugh at like all the other like jokes meant for obviously family movies. It's something for both. It's just a funny movie.
Yeah. Now, speaking of funny movies,
This one was an interesting one because originally it seemed like it was disappearing due to a tax write-off, but eventually it found its way back to HBO Max anyway. So I don't know what was going on with this movie.
well,
but
and I definitely watched it in a legitimate way on HBO Max. Definitely.
No, we pirated it.
Oh.
we pirated that sucker.
Yeah, yeah, because people had posted it online.
Well, because
Like-
at the time it seemed like it was like listed. I heard that was misinformation, but it was like told that it was going to be like it was going to be a tax write-off. Like this whole movie was done, and they were just going to just not air it ever. And that supposedly somebody leaked it. But then certain sites were taking it, like HBO and Warner Brothers were going in and taking it down. So we quickly watched it while we could. But then it was like, oh no, it actually is going back to HBO Max. So we're like, okay, I don't even know what the real story is anymore. But it's like, but is it? Do I blame people for believing that HBO would put it as a tax write-up, considering everything WB's done recently? No, it's the most believable thing on planet Earth.
Yeah.
But this movie is entertaining because of it feels like it's Scooby-Doo meets Super Friends, like. But like we've already had Scooby-Doo meet Super Friends like sort of before. Like he's met Batman and things like that in like the original cartoon.
Yeah, because this is kind of like Scooby-Doo meets
the Silver Age.
Yeah. Well, and they had already met Batman in one of the previous
and they referenced that.
Yeah. And so it's obviously like you see there's the Hall of Justice like there. So it's just like the old
like Super Friends, you know?
Yeah, so and again, that's like obviously it's Scooby-Doo and Crypto, where they go to like Metropolis and then they meet.
Well, the joke is that like the superheroes are missing, so they're like there's only there's only one team who could solve this mystery, and then it's like let's call the mystery gang.
Well, yeah,
and yes, they're gonna save Superman and everybody.
And there's also this funny joke where Velma, of course, loses her glasses. And Lois
and Jimmy are like, where did Velma go? As a Superman fan, that made me burst out laughing the most.
Yeah.
And Jimmy thought that Daphne was totally into him, and she's just like, what? No. And Fred was just like, Daphne, you like Jimmy? And she's like, Fred, no.
Yeah. It's funny. It's just a simple movie. It's nothing overly complicated.
It's really goofy. If you like goofy Silver Age stuff, if you like Scooby-Doo, like I grew up on Scooby-Doo, so I find these characters charming. They're wacky. They're funny. I can watch them with my nieces and nephews, and we laugh and we have a good time. But the thing that we love too is just also the love of the Silver Age was in there. But we also noticed like when the villains show up, they made like a Silver Age design for Harley Quinn, even though she came out in the 90s. Like well after the Silver Age. So it was cool to see them try to come up with a Silver Age-esque design for Harley Quinn.
Yeah, even if they're only in the movie for just a little bit.
Yeah, but it was just cool to see. I was like, oh
Yeah.
wow, that's like they thought about that. They were like, wait, Harley's not from this time period. We need to design her as if she was from the time period of the Super Friends.
Yeah.
And then Lex Luthor was really funny. I don't want to spoil all the jokes, guys.
No, yeah.
There's-
I'm trying not to go too deep into it because I'm like, you should experience the
like
movie.
this movie is genuinely just really funny. Like if you're into cheesy, really like funny jokes, and if you liked anything Scooby Doo related, you're gonna like this anyway. If you like things like if you liked Batman Brave and the Bold, you'll like this. It's
Yeah.
funny. It's just funny. Just watch it.
Yeah.
And it'll wash your mouth out from the disgusting taste of Velma. The show, not the character. The character used to be Pete.
Yeah.
But yeah, anyways.
Yeah. The Mario movie being a surprise, like surprisingly phenomenal.
I was so happy. Oh my gosh, I loved this movie.
Like it is.
It had no business being such a love letter to the Mario franchise, and it did.
Oh yeah, it's like it's so amazing, and like
it's not the most. Like people have been like, it's the blah, blah, blah. Like, oh my gosh, no, it's not gonna be like OG Pixar levels of amazing, phenomenal writing. It's a simple movie, but it doesn't. But the Mario IP's never been like. It's never been like, say, Yakuza 0 or something like that. Mario's always been a very just. It's for everybody. It's fun. It's simple. You're a guy jumping on Goombas and turtles, and you save the princess, and you go karting, and Smash Bros, and party board game stuff.
yeah. Well, and like it's as much as you can do to replicate the games because
and
needed to
taking
have
those old backstory like manual ideas that they had back
Oh,
in
yeah,
the day
like-
that
like-
even the original bad live action movie was taking from.
Well,
because
yeah,
of,
like the Super Mario Brothers show is what really established the whole. They were brothers, plumbers in Brooklyn who fell into a magical pipe that sent them to the Mushroom Kingdom.
but that
Yeah,
was something they always intended to be a part of Mario's backstory.
yeah,
Like that's in like old like user manuals and things like that. That Mario and Luigi were from Brooklyn and they were plumbers. Okay, CT. So two of the creators, yes, were on Teen Titans Go, but one of them has worked on a couple of animation shows in WB before Teen Titans Go, and the other one worked on a buttload of animated shows and has been in the animation industry for TV for a very long time. Teen Titans Go is something they were commissioned to make. It's not emblematic of who they actually are and what their actual like filmography talents are.
yeah.
Teen Titans Go is an outlier and should not be counted. It's like I say with the guy who directed Transformers 1. It's not his fault about Toy Story 4. Transformers 1 is proof of that. That is other people's fault. It's despite that. But anyways, this movie is one of those video game movies where it was like somebody actually loved the IP, like the franchise of the IP. There is so much love of the Mario franchise in this movie. And yes, you could argue part of that is because of Miyamoto had the Illumination company in a chokehold should they do something wrong. Like I do know like there were elements, especially like with Peach and a couple of other things that they were wanting to do and other stuff with the music that Miyamoto basically had to hold them at gunpoint and tell them no.
Yeah. Well,
I might embellish that story a bit, but I like to imagine he had them at gunpoint. Maybe it wasn't a gunpoint, but he totally had them in a chokehold. Definitely.
Well, and it's a funny thing. I wanted to bring this up when people complain about, oh, Peach is horrible. She's never been this like intense or something. But then you actually look and and it's like these comics from years ago.
Yeah, the adventure comics. Well, also Smash Brothers, Mario Kart, where she's got a bit of a sassy side, the sports games where she's got a bit of a sassy side, and especially the Super Mario Brothers Super Show cartoon. Phoenix, stop whining. This thunderstorm's gone now. You don't need to cry anymore.
Yeah, it's like she has she's always like there's always been this interpretation of Peach being kind of a little unhinged. It's never been in like really the main games, especially because she spends most of it being a damsel in a lot
Well,
of them.
yeah, and I think Miyamoto said that they just at the time for a lot of those games that he always had this idea of Peach. These adventure comics are proof of it. This is the idea he kind of always had for Peach, but he's just never had the opportunity to really delve into that because most of the stories are simple stories of Mario has to save the princess to save the kingdom. There was never really room for that in some of those simple like games they wanted to tell. And the Mario games were always more gameplay first, story kinda. Like it was a lot of excuse plot.
Well,
So
yeah.
yeah, but this story obviously instead Luigi's the damsel you got to save. And some people are disappointed by that, but I'm like it makes way more sense for that to be the case and then you could always save Peach in a later story because if like Mario just met Peach, why would he risk life and limb for somebody he just met?
Yeah, and I do really love how they really emphasize just how much Mario and Luigi love each other, just how
Yeah,
close they are.
they are brothers. Like, and Luigi's like, and Mario always had each other's back. Luigi even gets a little flashback where he thinks of when they were like little babies and a bully is bullying him, and Mario immediately like jumps in to defend him. And even at the start of the movie, where their former boss is like kind of pushing around Luigi, and Mario immediately stands up to him, despite the fact that this guy could totally murk Mario. Mario's
and
just like he won't take that. He loves Luigi. That's why Luigi adores Mario. It's he like even just do princesses find them attractive? They do if they have good taste. Like Luigi is Mario's like number one
he's a hype
supporter.
guy. Okay, Iridian. Seth Rogen was bad. Chris Pratt was phenomenal in
Chris
this
Pratt was
movie.
great.
Like he was like I wasn't expecting him to be as good as he was in this movie.
Seth Rogen was a bad choice for Donkey Kong, but he was tolerable, except when he did his laugh. Anytime he did his laugh, I'm just like I want to grab a gun and immediately shoot the screen. I'm like, never laugh again. I hate your laugh. It's actually I can't remember what actor they got for Cranky. I thought Cranky was a huge miscast. He did not sound anything like Cranky Kong.
That one, yeah, the one he talking like this. I'm
like that's not Cranky. Like I get it, he's also a king, but that's not Cranky.
Like I expect literally the
a curmudgeon.
Yeah, like Homer's dad in The Simpsons.
Well, like if you wanted something a little bit gruff and tough sounding because he's a monkey, then I would have said like if you need a celebrity cast, then just grab Harrison Ford. He's a curmudgeon. Literally, he just plays himself, and there you go. It's Cranky Kong.
Yeah, like it's like yeah, there's a couple of things here and there, and like you can tell like they actually did have like the all the licensed music has alternate tracks of more game music. I want them to
Which
release...
I wish they made a cut where it's nothing but game music, but overall because Illumination Movies always has licensed tracks. It's like their brand, so you could tell Nintendo like it's like okay, fine, we'll allow you a set amount, but the rest of the movie is entirely going to be video game music arrangements. And they actually like one of the moments where they fought Illumination is because they wanted to put jump, jump, like whenever they get the star. And like literally the composer for the movie who was making like all the arrangements for he's Brian Tyler.
Yeah, he
literally like with Nintendo fought tooth and nail in Total Illumination. Absolutely not. We are doing this orchestral arrangement of the star theme. It's like if you do anything other than the star theme, the fans will lynch you. like absolutely not. And that goes to show though, there was a healthy amount of like willing to acquiesce to like executive production, but also willing to play ball. And like with both parties, with Nintendo and Illumination, like they like both sides were willing to like kind of hear the other side out. They're like, oh, this is what our company is known for. Well, this is what our company is known for. And like it has to be this way. Well, it has to be this way. And I think in this climate, I don't think anybody but Illumination could have done a Mario movie. Like maybe DreamWorks, but like at the same time, DreamWorks and Illumination are both owned by Universal. So really, when it would be Nintendo approaching Universal because they were doing the theme park stuff. So I think they made the smart call of saying Illumination might be the best bet because they also make movies for relatively cheap and they can still look good. And they know how to market to kids specifically because that's what I noticed when I saw the Mario movie. There was a healthy mix of older people like Gen Xers, millennials, Gen Zers, and Gen Alphas, like little kids who probably never played a Mario game in their life until after they saw that movie and then they became obsessed with Mario. Like all my nieces and nephews, all they wanted to do was play nothing but Mario games after they watched the Mario movie. And so I bought them a bunch of different Mario games for the Switch. I was like, here you go, kids. Here you go. Here you go. Here you go. Here you go. And there's just so much love, like Mario Kart and other obscure things too. And to the fact that like even the Deke cartoon, the Super Mario Brothers Super Show, the rap got referenced. And people were like, I thought Nintendo hated that cartoon, but it didn't. That apparently, like they were like, well, no, it's like it's a part of Mario's history. We should show a little love to it.
Yeah, and then they were like, oh yeah, it's this little silly cheesy commercial that they made for
with the
company.
Mario Brothers plumbing's a game, and it's a meme. It's an internet meme for a reason.
Yeah, it's like
And also we can't get this far without talking about Jack Black, who everybody agrees was like the perfect cast.
Oh, he
for
was
Bowser.
so good as Bowser, like, and he got to sing and sing.
Peaches.
I love you.
Man, that song was like everywhere. But all the memes were the memes were great. To this day, my favorite meme is still where somebody puts like the mustache and the Mario hat on Star-Lord, and he's like, "All right, break it down." He's going to do the dance, but that's to hear the
all the Chris Pratt Mario memes were so good, and then of course Luigi, because
yes.
all the
the Charlie Day memes, all the Charlie Day memes have me laughing
all the
so
always
much.
sunny wild card B.
The less I
was,
say about Seth Rogen, the better.
Yeah, it was a fun movie. I really liked it.
I'll say, like, Donkey Kong was written fine. Like, I actually enjoyed him being more of a rival character to Mario again, because it's been a while since Donkey Kong's been, like, a rival-esque character for Mario. Not since the olden days of the arcade. So it was kind of nice to at least reference that by having him a more antagonistic ally to Mario. And as long as Seth Rogen doesn't laugh, I tolerate him as Donkey Kong.
Yeah, he's fine as an actor. He can be fine. It's just when he has creative control over a project. And
yeah,
that's
he's terrible at that. And gosh, that stupid laugh. Shut up. And shut up about weed. And stop tweeting. You embarrass yourself.
You're a middle-aged man. You're not 22 anymore. Shut up.
Yeah. But anyways, what's next on the agenda? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So, Coolman and I watched the Street Fighter 2 movie in 2022. And it was genuinely one of the best, because we're both Street Fighter fans. It was a treat to watch it for the first time. And then I heard the Fatal Fury had a couple of OVAs and a movie. And, well, we were starting to kind of sort of learn a little bit about the SNK like games and stuff like that, like Fatal Fury, King of Fighters, things like that, because of Terry getting into Smash. And Cool Man knows a little bit more than I do. Like, not saying that he's an expert, but he's like he knows a little bit more than I do about like this. So I thought, like, as a gift to him, I would buy the OVAs and the Fatal Fury movie. And we sat down and watched it while I was house sitting one day with my best friend, Mackenzie, at her house. And we're like, well, if it's half as funny as some of the stuff in the Street Fighter, like unintentionally funny, because the Street Fighter 2 movie was genuinely, it's both peak and hilarious for unintentional reasons. Because if there's some moments where, because the dub is genuinely good, but then there's also moments of the dub where it's really hammy and silly, and it's funny for all all the unintended reasons. So we're like, if it's half like that, then we'll be in for something good. And holy cow, it's way funnier than it has any right to be. And the action and the animation's also really good too. It's really cool.
Yeah.
But
But you aren't
Um,
ready for Krauser yet.
this was
No,
so out of
Andy,
pocket from Joe
don't do
Higashi.
it. You finally come back. Don't leave me again.
Be silent, woman.
That misogyny.
What? Joe Higashi, why you be? Why did he say woman like it was a slur?
Be silent, woman.
Why did you do that?
He said woman with the hard end.
This was so unhinged.
We busted out laughing when we were
I
first
think we
watching.
were crying, laughing so hard because we were just like, why did he talk to her
Yeah,
like that?
because
That was
you-
so out of pocket.
You've got this like heart-wrenching moment where like Mai doesn't want Andy to go off and fight a fight he
Mai's, for
couldn't
those
win.
who never played Fatal Fury, Mai's like thirsty
For
for
Andy.
Andy. Andy is the brother of Terry Bogard.
Like she wants his baby.
Oh,
Like,
she wants to marry him. She wants them to live happily ever after and have all the kids with him. She is very in love with him. And he's just like, he's like, you could die. And she's just like, no, Andy, don't go.
Me again?
Be silent, woman.
Why did you say that? Why did you do that?
and like his point is that Joe's trying to say that like his manly pride can't handle it. He needs to go and face this himself.
He needs to confront this enemy like he must, but like be silent. You know her name. Why did you been like leave him be, Mai? No, be silent, woman. Like, goodness gracious. Like it reminds me of Pokemon. Whenever James said to Ash, it's like, let's bless these whitey women back to the Dark Ages. And I'm just like, what the is so out of pocket? Like, why did you do? We lost it. Oh my gosh, we lost it. Oh, I was not prepared for Joe's misogyny.
Misogyny.
I was not prepared for that. I was like, geez, Joe, this is why you can't get a date.
Yeah, but it's like I don't know all the like the lore of it. Like I know some of the character relations and backstories and stuff, but like a lot of that wasn't in the Fatal Fury movie.
I mean, there was the stuff with like Geese, killing Terry and Andy's dad.
Right, yeah, that it's like, but then like it's like,
but that was in the OVA. I will say though, because of it's been a meme for years, and I'm wondering if it's true that the real reason that Blue Mary and Terry's never been fully official as a couple is because if Terry gets a love interest in the OVA and in the movie, and it never works out for him. And I mean that in the kiss of death sort of way. So people are like, maybe I wonder if it's like created this meme of they're like, they can't make it official. We want Blue Mary to stay alive.
Even though she's one of the toughest women in the
She's also your waifu.
Yes, absolutely. But yeah, it's like I really enjoyed watching it.
It was fun to watch. It was like this is a little weird considering this is our real first experience with these characters because we've never actually played any of the games. But it was a riot to watch the OVAs and then the movie. It was a lot of fun. It had a lot of that cheesy 90s, early 2000 type of voice acting in a lot of parts, but it was genuinely enjoyable. And of course, the action was really good.
Oh yeah.
And the animation's actually like it's that early 2000s 90s anime type of animation that you really like, where especially like with the really exaggerated like body proportions and eyes, and it's just, and of course everybody's ridiculously good looking. Like
Yeah.
ridiculously good looking. But it was oh gosh. Can we have one more? Can we have one more of the clip? One more for the road.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Let me pull it back up.
So out of
But you aren't
pocket.
ready for Krauser yet.
You finally come back. Don't leave me again.
Be silent, woman.
Why are you like this, Joe? This is why you will never be able to be happily settled down. Every so often, we'll say that to each other. Like something happens, and I just turn to him, or he'll turn to me. We just go, "Be silent, woman." It's so ridiculous. It's so out of pocket. It's like, why did you say it like that? Oh, Joe, you're so sexist. Whew, okay.
Underrated movie.
Okay, no, actually, see in 2023 we watched the Indiana Jones movie. It was kind of overhated at the time, and no, not Dial of Destiny. That movie's garbage. We're talking about Kingdom of the Crystal Skull, y'all. We revisited it again because of Indiana Jones was in the zeitgeist talking point because of Dial of Destiny came out and it was garbage, and they were also like upcoming and another Indiana Jones game was about to come out, and so we just watched Kingdom of the Crystal Skull. I liked it when it came out, and I felt it was underappreciated. Like, sure, it has a couple of things here and there that I would criticize, but like overall, I think it's a very enjoyable movie, and it feels very classic Indiana Jones. To this day, one of my favorite scenes is the diner scene. Where Indy's like, punch that guy. And then Shia LaBeouf falls into the crowd of greasers. And get that greaser! And then the music kicks up. It was so Indiana Jones. It was perfect. And it didn't try to rehash, the Nazis are the villains again. Instead, it understood the time period it was in. It'd be like, no, it would be the KGB. It would be the Soviet Union. Well, Russia.
Yeah.
And for some reason, people insulted Kate Blanchett's accent and being like, she's a terrible Russian accent. She's Ukrainian. Her accent's Ukrainian. She does a very spot-on Ukrainian accent. That's literally a line in the movie. And he literally says to her face, like Ukrainian, you're Ukrainian, aren't you? Or something like that, whatever the line was. There's been so many dumb criticisms of this movie. Just, CGI. Like, that's it? That's your criticism? It's CGI? Or, Indiana survived, like, the nuke in the fridge. Indiana's survived a lot of ridiculous things. Like, I can get it. It maybe pushes the envelope a little bit. But, like, I'm kind of used to things in Indiana Jones pushing the envelope a bit.
Yeah.
I give it some leeway compared to other franchises. But like just the things that people like they take isolated moments and treat it as that's the worst thing ever. When it's like tiny isolated things. But genuinely, this movie is really enjoyable. The dialogue's fantastic. And like the characters all bounce off each other really well. And it brings back Best Girl Marion.
Yeah. Well, and like the thing is that this does better than anything else. It gives Indy a definitive ending.
It does.
He gets to be with Marion. He has a kid. He's got a son with his name.
Which, like, granted, yes, I do think Shia LaBeouf
wasn't the best casting.
And now he's not terrible in his role. He actually acts really well. Like he genuinely does his part. He acts really well. The only problem is I can't believe that Shia LaBeouf is the son of Indiana Jones, and like literally, there's nothing Shia LaBeouf can do about that. He just doesn't look like the actors that play Indy and Marion. He just doesn't look like them. So I find it hard to believe that somebody with his face could be their kid. He looks like neither of them. But like again, that has nothing to do with him. He actually did really well. He acted really well, and I feel like. People like they meme on Shia LaBeouf all the time just because he was the flavor of the month actor back in the day. But I'm like, I've watched quite a few movies in recent years that Shia LaBeouf is in that era, and he actually acts really well in all of them. He's actually a pretty good actor.
Yeah.
Like I get it. He sometimes has his little quirks, but like I feel like people take the fact that he might have been in some movies they disliked when really it was just Kingdom of the Crystal Skull and Transformers, and they just didn't like those movies. And they treat it as like he's this terrible actor when I'm like, you just didn't like the movies he was in. He's actually a pretty good actor.
Yeah.
And his chemistry with Indy was actually really good. They bounced off each other really well.
Yeah, like is that something when you rewatch the scenes of just them interacting, and then especially after he finds out that that's his son, and like their entire relationship changes.
I
Where he
flips,
goes,
and suddenly Indy turns into his dad.
he's like, "You're gonna go back and finish school. What happened to
You're gonna do it
don't?"
this way, on my terms.
He's like, "What happened to don't let anyone tell you what to do? That was before you were my son, or no, that was before I was your father." That's what he says.
Yeah, it was genuinely funny, and of course, Marion's just great. Oh, I was so
Oh, yeah.
happy when Marion came back because they're like she is the best love interest for Indy. Like out of all of them, she is the best one.
Oh, absolutely.
She's just a wonderful leading lady. She's entertaining. She's a damsel in distress, sure, but she's a funny damsel in distress. Like she's such an engaging character, and she's just so likable. And she like can hold her own, like when certain circumstances call for it, or at least she tries to. Like, but she's not willing to roll over and just wait constantly. Like if she feels like Indies might not make it in time, she will try to protect herself. She's like
Yeah.
she's just such a likable character, and I love Kate Blanchett as the villain. Like you could tell, like there's this level of respect she has for Indiana Jones, which, to be fair, Indiana Jones has a history of quite a few of that in like some of their movies, where there's a villain that'll have like at least a respect for Indy to a certain degree, even if they do want to kill him. But it felt like she had the most respect for them because she felt like intellectually Indy was her equal in a way.
Yeah.
And well, as Ghost points out, I feel like the only reason people hated it because it was like peak George Lucas hate era. I do genuinely think that's the only reason. Prequel hate was still high on the internet, and they just wanted to chew into George Lucas for literally anything. The same thing happened when Strange Magic came out. People bashed it to hell and back, despite the fact that it was just a harmless like love story jukebox musical meant for kids, but they acted like it was the worst thing ever, despite the fact like it wasn't for you. He made the movie for his daughter and for people like other girls like his daughter for them to enjoy. But it was just like that was George Lucas hate. It just they just wanted to hate anything he touched. It's just so annoying. And they acted like George did it for the money. He's this greedy person. No, he just likes movies. He likes Indiana Jones.
Yeah. Yeah. It's just like, yeah, they're Ukrainian. It's like, and people would make fun of George Lucas. I'm like, oh, you couldn't even get this right. Be like no,
Exactly.
Like, there's more to the Russian bloc than just Russia.
Yeah, she's just a KGB agent. It doesn't mean she's from Russia. The movie points it out. She was born in Ukraine. She's Ukrainian. I swear, people don't pay attention when they criticize these movies. It's so annoying.
Yeah.
Like, it's not perfect. I do have a couple of like nitpicks here and there, but overall, it's a very enjoyable movie.
Oh yeah.
So yeah, we just wanted to defend this movie. So tired. People still like even after Dial of Destiny, people still being like, "There's only 3 good Indiana Jones movies." You're right.
Great.
There are only 3, and it's Raiders of the Lost Ark, Last Crusade, and Kingdom of the Crystal Skull.
Yeah.
Suck on that. Except Short Round, we'll keep him. He was cool. I like Short Round.
Short Round, you can stay. Everything else go.
Yeah, everything else goes. I love Short Round. Short Round's a great character.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. So John McFour came out and we heard some good things about it. So we were like, okay, let's separately on our own. Funnily enough, I was house sitting again. So we were like separately on our own. It's like, okay, let's over the weekend, or over the week, like at his house and me, and when I was house sitting, we'll marathon 1 through 3, and then we'll jump into 4. At the theater. And so I watched 1, had a great time rewatching it again,
Yeah.
except gosh dang it, Theon Greyjoy, why'd you have to kill a puppy? I was like rewatching it again, and I was still like, even at that part, I was like, nope, I can't do this again. When I finished the movie, gosh, it's so good. And then we watched the second one, great, fun times. It was like, oh, peak, fun, awesome, yay. And then I go to the third one.
Wait, okay, this is a funny thing. We watched the third one separately, and when we were talking to each other, we were both like,
Mm.
3 was bad, like an absolutely atrocious movie.
I
that
was
affected-
trying to be not as mean about it as he was, but it was just a slog. It was torture to sit through it. It was not an enjoyable time. It felt like it dragged forever, and you just kept looking at the clock and be like, "Oh, when is this going to be over? I don't want to finish this movie." It's
Yeah, it dragged. It was like, and nothing was accomplished. By the time you get to the end, John.
yeah. When the movie ends, he's right back where the movie starts. So it's like, what are we even doing?
Yeah, and then you have to
It's
deal
just a
with
giant waste of time. And then we we get ready to go to the theater to go see 4.
Well, yeah, no,
And I was after seeing 3, because it's funny because I know why. It's because I've only seen 1 and 2. I actually never seen 3.
well, neither had I. I had only.
And
ever
so
seen
we're
the
like,
first
okay,
two.
well, I hear people said they really love 4, so let's just do the marathon. We'll finally see 3, and then we'll go see 4. And then we're getting ready to leave, and I turned to go, and I'm like, I mean, we don't have to buy tickets for 4. I was so scared I was gonna hate 4 because if 3 was so bad. 4
Yeah.
was awesome.
Yeah, we decided. Well, we were committing to this. We might as well see it. And
Might
then
as
I'm-
well.
I'm
Like, give it a shot. Like, other people liked it, and if we didn't like it, then we didn't like it. 4 was amazing.
It was.
It had
so
no
good.
right being so good, considering how bad 3 was.
Well, yeah, and it's so funny.
Granted, it still has to deal with the baggage of 3, and it's very quickly trying to shoo out the clowns, and it's very much ignoring the existence of the Educator because they're like, we're not even going to touch that really obnoxiously badly
Well,
written
yeah,
character.
and the funny thing with the Educator is that it's this 20-year-old woman who's throwing her weight around, and I'm like,
some Karen.
well, and what's so stupid is that John Wick is normally pretty good about people's ages. The people in authority are generally older. Anyone who is younger is like and has authority, like what they do in 4, where that French guy who's trying to take over a seat at the high table.
Well, anyone who's young, they've also are like treated like, man, you're so naive. Like
Yeah.
like in the first movie.
Oh
And
yeah,
they're
that one female assassin that killed in the Continental.
No. I mean, like literally the first movie, the whole thing that kickstarts the plot.
Oh yeah. Yeah, it's like when he's like, oh, you have this young stupid guy who just killed
Thinks he can
someone's
throw
dog.
everything his like around because his dad's Russian mafia. And he like beats a guy up, steals kills because he wants to steal his car, and the guy wouldn't sell it to him, and kills his dog for no reason other than the fact that the dog was crying while he was beating the guy up, and then steals the car, smashes up the other car. That was his late wife's car. And the dog was his, and that was like whenever it's just like, why did you hit my son? It's because your son stole John Wick's car, sir, and he killed his dog. And it's just like, oh. And then that was the moment in the movie where you're like, who is this John Wick guy? And that's what makes the movie so great and entertaining. But they always have these young characters who clearly are in over their head and they're arrogant. And the Educator's such a terrible character because it's like, why does anybody put up with this character? Why does this character have authority? Why is this character like listened to? The only buddy who like doesn't is well, I mean, granted, he gets pushed around too, but even though he's the only one that laughs in the Educator's face, is oh shoot, I forgot the name of the character.
Winston?
No. For some reason, I keep putting Lawrence Fishburne.
Oh yeah, the
homeless
king.
guy.
Yeah, the something king. Yeah, it's like he's the only one who laughs.
He's the only one who laughs in her face, but like still, like he's like the Bowery King. Thank you. Yeah. But like, yeah, he's the only one that laughs in her face, but it's still nothing comes of it. He's still pushed around too, and it's just like, why are we taking orders from this loser? They rightly like shoo out the clowns, as they say. But
and they bring in
I wish she got murked by it. But instead they bring in peak Clancy Brown.
Yeah, he as the Harbinger, he plays the exact same role the Educator served.
But you
except-
believe he has authority, and he's actually follows the rules of the high table.
Well, yeah, and that's what's so great about him, and this is what made the Educator so annoying, is that she broke the rules. She was constantly the stuff that they say is the one thing you don't do. She was constantly breaking the rules, and no one
And then she
called
has
her out.
like the nerve to lecture everybody else.
Well, and what's so annoying is that they completely missed the point in John Wick 2, where the reason he killed what's his name was because he forced him to kill his sister in order for him to steal her seat at the high table.
Yeah.
And then
But that was the point.
Yeah, and then no one brings that up. No one is like, hey, wait, there's more to it because this guy that he killed broke the rules.
Oh, but 4 was just, the action was fantastic. And then, of course, you bring in Donnie Yen as Kane, and he's a great foil to John because he's in a similar position as John, where he's kind of at the mercy of the high table, and he's only doing this for somebody he loves, his daughter. But oh my gosh, and the fight scenes are so good, especially with him.
Unlike John Wick 3, which felt really redundant, John Wick 4, every fight scene was different. There was something distinct about every one.
Oh my gosh! And then of course you had the Mr. Nobody with his dog. He was fun.
Yeah, I surprisingly liked him more than I thought I would, and I also do love.
Yeah, at first I thought he was just going to be just like a one-off, like for like one scene type of character, but he stayed a lot longer in the movie, which surprised me. And I'm like, oh, I'm really digging this guy. Like, he's actually quite enjoyable. And yeah, the villain, the high table loser, he's another young guy who's arrogant, but unlike the Educator, who
the
is
Marquis.
constantly breaking the rules. But he's like he's held to task for it and killed eventually. Like,
yeah, like the Marquis is lawful evil, except then sometimes he starts to break that law, and then that's when they play the games on him, and they uno reverso him.
Consequences.
Yeah, and then again, that's when the Harbinger, who is absolutely like lawful.
Clancy Brown is just has Clancy Brown ever been bad at anything? No. Next question.
Yeah, it's like the comeback story for John Wick 4 needs to be studied. 3 was astronomically bad, and then this is so good.
It was basically like John Wick 3 was a chore. John Wick 4 was just like, oh, I can breathe again.
Yeah, and like I know we talked about like Sonic Frontiers about how being brave and accepting the plot of what happened before, but then I'm like, no, this is a good example of that movie was just bad. It was a waste.
Like again, I would still rather like we have a scene where Clancy Brown murks the Educator rather than just pretend that character never existed at all. But at the same time, this movie almost treats like other than vaguely referencing some things of 3, it's almost just like we're flushing that right down the toilet.
Yeah, and like him losing his finger, which had served no purpose. Nothing came of that. It's just like outside of that, like there's no actual long-term like issues or long-term consequences from 3. It's like, but I'm like, you could just I could just assume that he lost his finger in a fight or something, and that's it. And
Lance Riddick, unfortunately, his character's killed off in John Wick 4, but it's understandable because of he died.
Yeah, he was already like he knew he was going to die.
I think he knew he was, because they haven't like gone into it, but from what it seems like, from what I'm hearing is like I think he knew he wasn't long for this world, so they just wanted to like quickly, like with whatever time he had left, like just get this role out quickly because he wouldn't have been able to last for the full movie filming. But they did have a tribute to him. They have a nice like mourning for him, and you could tell they're just like, and it genuine, like, even though it's like in concept of the movie, it felt like, wow, that character was killed off pretty fast. But then it's like when you know that he was sick, and then you're like, oh, I get it now, and it's kind of sad. But at least they like had a nice tribute to his character, because he was a very likable character in the John Wick movies.
Yeah.
But oh my gosh, okay, before we go on, there is this shot that Coolman and I geeked out about.
Oh, the one
the track
shot
from above. And it
Oh,
was
and,
like,
like-
it was already cool when we watched it, but then when we realized the scene just kept going and no cuts.
Yeah,
It
it's
was
like
just a-
there's a cut near the end, but for like 3/4 of that entire scene,
And it's a long action scene.
yeah, it's
It
like
goes on for several minutes.
yeah,
And
and
John's
they're
just got like just,
yeah, and they're using I think they're called dragon breath shotgun shells, where it shoots
It's-
out like fire.
and it sets like your enemies on fire, and it's just this long track shot with with all except one cut at the end, but like no cuts from the sky view of like as John's like walking through this building as all these people are trying to kill him and he's just mowing them all down with it. It was just like we were like actually got to the point where we're almost standing up. But that part where you're like hovering over your seat, where we were both like, "Oh my god, holy cow, this is so awesome!"
It's so cool.
It was like it was genuinely really good. The cinematography was fantastic, and I will say, Kane's character, because there's like a really great moment. Because again, going back to like the younger naive characters, there's this character Akira, this girl from the Japanese
The Continental,
Continental.
because her dad
And-
ran the Continental. In
Yeah, her
Japan.
dad ran it and is a friend of John Wick's. He ends up dying, and she like obviously wants to avenge her dad. And it's nice that like Kane like understands like why she hates him, because of like every single character knows that feeling of that pure rage, and like John even gets how she's feeling, of course, because she's like angry, and you could tell before like an argument could break out. John's just like kind of like, I don't worry, I know how you feel. But Kane had this nice moment where he kind of told her like, don't throw your life away right now, because it's like I would absolutely murk you. He lets her live to leave, but as she's like before she like does leave, he tells her, I'll see you again, because he knows, because he let her live. He's like, she's gonna come after me. And it's just like these. That's what I mean. Like this, the dialogue's so good. It's so good. Donnie Yen was so good. And for like a brand new character that was introduced, but I mean, it's Donnie Yen, but it was just like, oh man, it was great. And the whole fight with him and John, the first one, in the Japanese Continental, like, oh my god, like especially like with the nunchuck part, like in that
Yeah.
whole. It was just, if you like especially like gun fu and all this other stuff, I would recommend the John Wick movies, but maybe only read a synopsis of 3.
Yeah.
You could just skip straight to 4.
Yeah. So, moving into the final section with shows.
Okay, hear us out.
We're talking about season 1. We have not watched season 2, so we don't want any spoilers for season 2.
Yeah,
We
so
only know a
nobody in the
couple of
chat
things.
spoil anything from season 2. We want to judge season 2 on our own and just like see how we feel. If anybody who's followed Cool Man's channel long enough knows what a raging hater he is for the Disney Star Wars, with the exception of Rogue One. And he's correct.
Yeah.
So am I.
Yeah. Yeah, like I want to make it clear. I think even season 1 of Andor has some issues.
But
but
Cool Man's never liked a single Star Wars Disney Plus thing. I've never
No.
liked a single Star Wars Disney Plus thing. We were surprised when we watched season 1 that we actually found ourselves liking it. Like, I'm not saying we're enamored. We weren't like, oh my gosh, this is the greatest thing. No, we were like, that wasn't awful.
Yeah.
We were just like, that wasn't awful. We watched the first episode. We just looked at each other. We were like, I think I liked that. And you were like, I think I liked that too. And then we watched episode 2. We looked at each other again. We were like, that wasn't terrible. We're like, that wasn't terrible. Then we go to episode 3. We're like, I think I'm getting into this. Like, I think I am too.
Yeah, like
it was this fear of getting invested, but we were starting to get invested because we've been burned so many times by Disney Star Wars.
yeah, like the thing is, I want to make it clear. I think that Andor has a tonal issue. It's not inherently like the events that are playing out. It feels like it tries a little too hard sometimes to be dark and gritty.
Which
Yeah.
Phoenix. That's not the door. That's the wind. Be
Yeah,
quiet.
it's like I feel like there's a few things where it tries to lean a little too
People
hard
are
on
asleep.
being the adult Star Wars, where like I just like it just feels out of place for what Star Wars is. The plot, the actual story is phenomenal. It's just those.
That being said, like I don't think it's inherently bad that there could be a adult Star Wars in a way. Like
But the thing
I mean,
even
I know. Hang on. Let me make my point. Because of when I look at Star Wars, it has that air, like the air of like certain other things, like comic books and things like that, and those can run the gamut in fantasy and Shakespeare, and those run the gamut of like some more whimsical and fantastical, and the more serious and somber and things like this and that. So I don't think it's inherently a bad thing that it's dark and bleak at times, because I get what I get what the intent is. They want it to be so dark and bleak, so that way when you put it up along with Rogue One, put it up next to A New Hope, it can make all that darkness, all that bleakness feel like 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 someone that's drowning and suddenly they get that gasp of air where it's just like, okay, we made it. And it's supposed to be like Luke and Han and all of them. It's that gasp of air. The rebellion's safe. It wasn't all for nothing. So everything all these characters go through is not for nothing, because A New Hope is going to validate all of the efforts that all these characters do. But I get it. I get it. It can be a turnoff for some people, because if they want something in Star Wars, that's what they want, is that specific flavor of Star Wars. And they're not going to get it here. They're just not. It's even more serious than Rogue One is.
Yeah, and I think sometimes to its detriment, because you could have done the exact same story without those specific elements.
You
And
you could have like had certain scenes like you didn't have to have that, or you didn't have to do this and that. And I get it. He like the creator obviously had a vision, and he wanted it to be one way, and he wanted it to be a more darker, an adult Star Wars specifically for adult fans. And like I can see that, but I can also see the angle where people have been like, I don't know, I feel like we're going a little bit too far here. So like I can see both sides, and I totally get both sides. I don't think it's one or the other's not invalid.
I don't think it's a literal flawless masterpiece, but I hate this whole like this the contrarian. It's a complete garbage, and there's nothing good about it.
But I also don't like also the idiots trying to shill this show
Oh yeah, like
coming out of the woodworks too. But
yeah, like
it's annoying because I do like Andor. At least season 1. I haven't seen season 2 yet.
yeah, like with Ghost, like I absolutely get it. There are annoying fans, but that's the same thing as being like, well, there are really obnoxious prequel hating OT fans.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean the OT's bad.
Yeah, like this is the thing is it's like I always have to do this. You have to separate the obnoxious fans.
You have to separate the art from the fandom.
Yeah.
Like Final Fantasy VII.
Yeah, like I've seen
like Sonic the Hedgehog.
Yeah, like I've seen a couple of people on Twitter trying to do that, and then
and they are obnoxious, and Coleman and I have called them out.
Yeah, but then when I see people saying, "Oh, the entire Andor fandom is horrible. I hate Andor,
like,
and I will never watch it."
Whoa, hang on.
like this is what I say: we should judge the show on its own merit, and if we're going to criticize the show, don't criticize it just because there are annoying fans, because you can find annoying.
Yeah, just judge
fans
the art based on that. Like
anything.
that being said, like Coleman and I, like we've told this before in Anomaly Stream, we do have some nitpicks with this show. Like there's a couple of scenes where it felt like if you took out the Star Wars iconography, it could fit into any other sci-fi show. There's a couple of moments like that, but it's like I think it's the only time Star Wars actually felt like it was trying to tell a story and not just be slop.
Yeah, and like this is the first time we get like in a main Star Wars product. Like
and there's actual character arcs going on.
Yeah, and like an exploration of low-level imperial government. Like,
and like moral gray stuff is treated as actual moral grays and not like telling instead of showing like the garbage in The Last Jedi.
Yeah, like you have that one inspector, the guy who got himself kind of screwed over because he wants to pursue justice.
That security Cyril, that was his name.
Yeah, the guy in the middle here. It's like he wanted to figure out what was going on after those dead Imperial officers showed up. But then his boss said, no, we don't want the upper empire looking into this. We're just going to say that this was an accident and move on. And he's like, clearly they were killed. I want justice.
Well, and obviously, like then you have
What the I actually forgot what her name was. The
well, Andy Serkis's character. I forgot his
Kino.
character.
He was Kino. Remember his?
Oh yeah, that's right. That's right. Because
He's
he's literally
Kino.
he's Andy Serkis's Kino. That's right. The memes. Now it's coming back to me. Those Kino memes. Okay, I'm remembering now. Thank you for reminding me of the Kino meme. But yeah, like he was great. I like Luthen. He's the one who was the. Remember, he went by that codename Axis, right?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, Luthen. I think he was an interesting, morally gray character who, he had to get his hands dirty for the rebellion, which is like, that echoes eventually what Cassian's gonna be like, later on when we first meet him in Rogue One. So I genuinely like kind of like that parallel that was going on, because he's the one that specifically recruited Cassian.
Yeah.
And Mon Mothma, I genuinely did like her story and how like she wants to hold fast to her principles, because you could tell someone's calling me. It's my mom. I'm putting her on mute. Sorry, Mom. I'll call you back in a minute. But I genuinely loved Mon Mothma's story because she wants to hold fast to her ideals. She's a legacy character, and she has to dirty her hands, and you can tell she does not like it. It goes against her core being, and you realize like how much she has to sacrifice to help the rebellion, to stop the Empire, and to bring back like the Republic that she believes in, and her complicated family life. And then you have and the other rebel characters, that Cassian meets. Like they're likable enough. Like I'm not going to say they didn't grab at me nearly as much as the cast of Rogue One did, but like they're still like they all serviced exactly their story functions of what they needed to do. And I also liked Cassian's adoptive mother, and his old childhood friend, Bix, yeah.
Yeah.
Like so they're all like likable, and I do want to give season 2 a chance because I liked Rogue One. I loved Rogue One. I liked season 1 of Andor, and I want to hope that I can at least walk away enjoying this. But anyways, I should probably call my mom. I'm gonna mute. If you have anything else to say, cool man.
Yeah, it's just like I think that Andor is a well-written show that has some issues, especially being in line with Star Wars as a whole. But like overall, I'm glad it exists. I wouldn't want it to not exist just because it has those issues. I will judge season 2 on its own merits whenever I do eventually watch it. So whether I like it or not, I will reserve that judgment until I can watch it in full. With that being said, we can move on to our next thing. And I don't really need to bother Angel right now because this is going to be all me. I got into the Green Hornet. See, I started because I remember seeing a lot of interesting stuff about Green Hornet. I remember seeing some stuff about like, oh, it's like this old like serial, and then they made the 60s TV show, which crossed over with the 1960s, like the Adam West Batman. And I'm thinking like, okay, you know what? I want to watch it. I kind of want to see what this show was about. And I was watching the 1960s show, and oh my gosh. It was good. It's more like Batman than the 1960s Batman show is. And I'm annoyed that it didn't have the good ratings. Yes. Okay, yes. Ghost. The Seth Rogen movie is complete garbage. Never watch it. There's nothing good about it. It completely misrepresents everything about Green Hornet. Like, Britt Reed, aka the Green Hornet, is not a joke. He's actually just as much of a serious crime fighter as Kato, who in the 1960 show was played by Bruce Lee. It was one of his like big roles, his big breakout roles in the West. and he's funny. There's actually stories about how he got humbled because, well, he was a good martial artist. He needed to learn stuff about like filmmaking, and he actually learned that stuff on the set of the Green Hornet, and he actually became really good friends with, I think, was it Van Williams? Yeah, Van Williams. He played the Britt Reed. He and Bruce Lee were incredibly good friends, like to the point where Bruce Lee made him like a custom like nunchucks. Like it was a close
Yeah,
friendships.
you were gushing about this to me whenever you
Oh
got into
yes.
this.
So in like the basic premise, and this is actually summed up. This is one of the reasons why when Angel was showing me like what she chose, this picture is perfect because Britt and Kato, they masquerade as criminals. So the Green Hornet, and well, they don't just call him Kato because Kato's his name. It gets changed depending on continuity when they try to like resolve like him being called Kato, but like they're wanted as criminals, but he like reports on, this is the Daily Sentinel. It says wanted as reported by the Daily Sentinel. Britt Reed runs the Daily Sentinel newspaper.
Yeah,
So
I was trying to look for when I was looking for an image for us to use. I was trying to look for something that feels very vintage and old school and pulpy.
Yeah, so Britt Reed basically reports on himself as a criminal in order to strengthen his own alibis and to ensure that his secret identity is only known by the handful of people that he trusts, which is like, I forgot, like there's only a few people. One of them is his secretary, which I believe it's not the case in the original like 1930s radio dramas, which you can find them on YouTube. I was listening to them, and outside of it being set in the 30s and outside of the technology of the 30s, those stories are so good you can still do them today. You just need to update some of the tech.
Or
Like,
you could do it as a period piece if you wanted to.
Yeah. I'm not. Yeah, they can still do it as a period piece. The 1960s show updated it to the 1960s, but like that's what's so really fascinating is that the Green Hornet is just a phenomenal series. It's like there's all these comics which are hit or miss, but like the 1960s show,
that's comic books in general.
Yeah, 1960 show is like it's very good, and like I have very few issues with it. The radio drama, and I recommend you can look up like Green Hornet radio drama on YouTube, and you can just find hours of just people have uploaded these things. It's so good. It's like they're doing actual detective work while also having to maintain their identity as criminals, just so that they can use that to manipulate other criminals in order to get them arrested so that they're off the street. It's so good. Ugh, classic like pulp era, and it's something that's timeless in many ways, that it could be adapted into basically any time period from the 1930s to now, and you could still do a fantastic thing. You could just do a fantastic adaptation.
just do it.
Oh yeah, there's like 1940 like shorter movies, like black and white ones. Like there's
didn't they also have a crossover with Adam West Batman?
Yes, there was one episode where they had a crossover between the Green Hornet and the Adam West Batman show. They were trying to like boost the ratings of Green Hornet because Batman was
killing
phenomenally, like it was killing it in ratings. And I do remember, I think it was the story behind the scenes where Burt Ward was like kind of getting a little cocky. He's like, he had this competition with like Bruce Lee, because this was before Bruce Lee was like big in America, and he
was not built for this.
Yeah. So Bruce Lee, he terrified. I think one of the stories is that he pissed his pants because Bruce Lee is like an actual like martial artist, and Burt Ward just does the fake fighting, and it's funny because like their tones couldn't be more different, and like the Green Hornet show was more of Batman than the Batman show.
That's okay. Adam West was still fun. Rest his soul.
Yeah. I actually haven't watched the 1940s Batman serials. I'm not as familiar with that era as much. But like the Green Hornet, like and people know, like I literally bought the a collection of the 1940s movies and like mini episodes and stuff of the Green Hornet, and like yeah, anyone who knew, who was listening to me back when I was into
Oh
this,
yeah.
I was
Oh yeah.
like,
2023, he went down a rabbit hole.
oh, I was so obsessed with this. And whew, all right, I'll try to move on because I just get so excited when I'm talking about the Green Hornet. That is another show to get excited about.
Oh man. Okay, specifically it's only seasons 1 and 2. Because Disney decided we're gonna do a season 3 without the show's creator for some reason. We don't talk about that.
Yeah, which this was like peak like era of
It
Grant
was like
Weisman.
almost like Disney's adventure to like Warner Brothers Batman the Animated Series. They wanted their own serious like story that was like a little bit, you know, more mature, but in a cartoon. Gargoyles was really cool. If you've never like watched it, like watch the first 2 seasons. If you have a Disney Plus account, easily accessible for you there. You could buy it on Amazon Prime. I think it could be on other, like it could be on Apple. I'm not sure. You probably can find some DVDs. Just watch seasons 1 and 2. It like sure like season 2 ends in a way where more stories can still be done, but it also ends in a way where like this feels like a nice like things like we circle back around. It feels like a nice storybook end in a way. Like it almost it ends where almost it starts, where the gargoyles are back at the castle again, and it's pretty nice. I quite like it. But I think who's your favorite gargoyle out of the whole cast?
I'm trying
'cause
not
you
to
got
say
Goliath,
I'm trying not to say Goliath because it's
Okay,
the
hang on,
obvious
hang on.
choice.
I'll just list them all. Besides Goliath, Hudson, Brooklyn, Broadway, Lexington, Bronx, Angela, because then she joins the cast. I can't start listing all the human characters because then that starts complicating things because there's a lot of really good human characters.
The gargoyles, I think I like Hudson. I love the grizzled older mentor characters.
Hudson's pretty awesome. I do think it's funny that he's the only one with the Scottish accent when they're all Scottish.
They listen to Keith David's voice. They're like, no, you
Okay,
can
but
just say
Keith
that.
David's got like one of the coolest voices on planet Earth. That's another thing. This was some of people's first introduction, at least for children. This was their first introduction to Keith David as an actor. And if they weren't introduced to him here, they were introduced to him in Halo. And if they weren't introduced to him in Halo, they were introduced to him in something in live action. But he's so good. I almost want to play the intro, but I fear Disney would copy strike us because of that.
We would die. They would literally just kill us.
Okay, like chat, if you can't open in a separate window, type in Gargoyles intro if you've never seen it. And the song is so epic, and then you just have this narration by Keith David 1,000 years ago. When superstition and sword ruled, it was a time of darkness. It was a world of fear. It was the age of gargoyle.
Da, 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 da.
Oh, it's literal chills, unironically, every single time. Keith David is like one of the coolest voices on planet Earth.
And I love how it mixes in these elements of like folklore and Shakespeare, because Greg Weisman loves himself. Yeah, and even sci-fi.
And different mythologies. It's really a really cool show, and it's funny because back in the day, before it's funny because I was like looking into this, Disney wanted to compete with because I think they heard rumors that Warner Brothers was going to be setting up their own DC universe after Batman, and they kind of wanted in on their own thing, but at the time they were trying to get the rights of Marvel even back in the 90s, but that deal never went through. So I think it was Michael Eisner. He commissioned. He wanted Gargoyles to also like spawn off into a bunch of others, like its own expansive universe that all came from gargoyles in a way. And so like the second season has a lot of characters that would have like gone on, had their own shows, like had like deals fallen through, but the deals never fallen through. But either way, like there's just so much cool mythology and stuff in this world, and it's hard to talk about gargoyles without talking about the villains, because there's some pretty dang good villains in this show. And first one, I know we're both going to bring it up, Xanatos.
Xanatos, he's one of the most peak antagonists, and I won't say villain because he's not an actual villain. He
Well,
is
he kind of is, but he does like soften up by the end of the
Yeah.
show.
yeah, but like he is a
But
complex
he's not your
character.
traditional like mwahahaha. He's a businessman. Everything is literally just business for him.
And he's got some of those banger lines.
And he's voiced by Riker from Star Trek.
Yes.
Actually, a lot of characters are voiced by Star Trek alumni in this show. It's really funny.
Yeah. Yeah, it's like who knew Will Riker was actually a really good voice actor?
Oh my gosh. And you can't talk about Will Riker without talking about, his love interest, who plays one of the other most memorable villains in this show, Demona.
Yeah.
Who, wow. What a literal Shakespearean type of villain.
Yeah, like she's so fascinating in that you can understand why she does the bad things because she's been going through such horrible experiences.
But the tragedy, like many Shakespearean villains, is she causes most of her pain. She causes most of the hurt in her life. She ruins and sabotages herself, and that only causes her to become more and more and more bitter as time goes on. But like, I can pity her without saying like Demona was right all along. Like, no, not like that. Like, no, Demona was very wrong. Demona was wrong all along. But like, a part of you can't help but watch in some of these like flashback moments, being like, man, if only somebody could just shake her and just like talk some sense into her. And it's so sad because it's like it's shown that there's been a couple of times where she almost could have like turned things around for herself, only for something to happen. And then of course she takes the wrong path because of the pain, and the bitterness takes over because of her hate's just stronger, because if she's an embittered soul where just too much has gone wrong in her life. And like I said, a lot of it is self-inflicted, but that's what makes it such a tragedy. She's an unironic Shakespearean character, which is funny because the other really memorable antagonist is a literal Shakespearean character.
The Oberon.
Well, I meant Macbeth, actually.
Oh, yeah.
Oberon's great too, but I meant Macbeth because of his story is very tied to Demona's.
Yeah, and that's the funny thing is it's like, oh, you're Macbeth. And you're like, is he named? Like, no, he is literally Macbeth.
Yeah,
But
he's literally Macbeth. But he's more based on the historical Macbeth than the Shakespearean Macbeth. But they do play up elements of the Shakespearean story in his backstory, like the weird sisters and things like that, and and of course, his father being killed, all this other stuff. I believe his dad's played by Clancy Brown. I could be misremembering though. Oh no, I think it's
no. Clancy Brown was one.
No,
of the
no. He was Hakon. He was Hakon. And also Wolf.
Yeah.
We got Clancy Brown twice.
Yeah, it's become just this running meme where it's just like
anytime Coolman and I watch something and then we hear a voice and then we go Clancy Brown. But Macbeth is he's John Rhys Davies, I believe.
Yes.
Which is Gimli. But he's such a tragic character, and you can't help but like want him to have a happy ending, because it's like, unlike Demona, his is really not self-inflicted.
Yeah.
It's like the universe is just out to get this guy. And it just and the sad thing about him is like, when it comes down to it, all he wants to do is just like, I just want to be left alone, or I just want to be left to die. Like, I want off this town, like this crazy ride.
How about you get the worst immortality ever?
But he's so likable. He's such an interesting antagonist. Like, he commands such a presence. But of course, you got John Rhys Davies voicing him, so why wouldn't he? And well, okay, I guess back to Xanatos. you can't talk about Xanatos without the fact that Xanatos almost is a villain Sue, but he's not. There's all those those TV tropes where it's like the Xanatos Gambit, the Xanatos pile up.
It's the 30 Xanatos pileup is what the trope is called. It's like he named tropes because he's just such an iconically and he's like
he's very smart.
Yeah, he is a well-written, smart villain, a character who sets things up so that he basically never loses, but he's not.
But it's like but the reason
infallible.
he's not a villain, Sue, is because if he does suffer some setbacks, but even the setbacks can lead to other windfalls for other plans. So he's just he always takes it on the chin if a main plot was foiled, because he's like, well, this can serve as this other side thing that could lead into this other big overarching thing that I'm going to take care of. You rarely ever see him frazzled. And then, of course, he's legitimately falls in love with the very, very beautiful femme fatale Fox.
Yes.
And she's a very pretty redhead.
I can't blame him. But then it's funny because you might think, oh, is he just using her for his dastardly plans? You're like, oh
No, those two legitimately love each other, even though they're doing dastardly plans together. They genuinely love each other. They match each other's freak.
Yeah, and then it's funny because it's just like, oh yeah, no, it's you have this unironic romance done by two of the most devious antagonists in the show.
And smart. They're both insanely smart. Because a lot of people who team up with them always think they kind of underestimate them, thinking, aha, I'll get the upper hand once I get this other power, only to been like, haha, actually we duped you guys all along. And I guess it whatever, because I asked who your favorite gargoyle was. I'd have to say Brooklyn would be mine. If I'm not choosing Goliath, because it's so easy just to say Goliath. Brooklyn's he's kind of the opposite of Hudson in a way, because he's a hotshot. He's young, but he wants to do right because he looks up to Goliath, and he ends up going through an arc that eventually where he becomes basically the second in command. That if anything were to happen to Goliath, Brooklyn's in charge, and he's got an insecurity because he has made bad calls before that got him in trouble, that got Goliath in trouble. But he genuinely grows up. He's a very I don't know. He feels very real, just a kid who wants to prove himself, gets burned, and carries some angst about that, but also wants to just do right by his family.
Yeah.
And wants to genuinely prove himself, but then prove himself in the right way, not in a hotshot way, but wants to be responsible, and he learns that responsibility. And if we go with humans, well, you can't talk humans without the most real of the reals, Elisa Maza.
Oh yes.
As it was once said, she's like their April O'Neil if she was packing heat, because she's a cop, and she's very pretty. Cool Man's got a mega crush on her.
Oh hell yeah.
But she's genuinely a really cool ally, for this cast of characters, and it makes sense. She's a detective, so yes, she can't handle supernatural threats, but she's still it kind of goes back to Marion, in terms of you can have a character who can be a damsel, but she's obviously, because she's a cop, she's not 100% a damsel. She's only a damsel in situations where it's legitimately out of a female cop's control. When these supernatural threats and gods and gargoyles come in, and it's what's Lisa gonna do? She's like, well, I got a gun. And that's the funny thing, is she's still willing to fight even when those situations happen. She's just I'll help any way I can. I'll support my guys any way I can.
Look at her. She's gorgeous.
She's great. And yeah, she's got a pseudo romance thing going on with Goliath, which, I mean, she is pretty. But it is funny because the two never considered the other attractive until the episode where Puck messes around with things, and Elisa gets to see Goliath, what he would look like as a human, and he sees what she would look like as a gargoyle. And then
Yeah.
suddenly he's just like, "Whoa," and she's just like, "Whoa, you actually could be attractive." And then that makes things awkward because then they're like, "Wait, you were my friend," but then I was suddenly like, "If you were my species, I'd be very down bad for you."
Well,
And then
I
they
mean,
then they start to like fall in love with each other because of what's attractive to a gargoyle is different for a human, and vice versa. So then it's just like, oh, now that I know there's actually an attraction there, I don't know what to do with it. So then they kind of have to deal with that. But it's actually in any other story it would be weird. They actually handle it very, very almost sweet between these two because you could tell that both of them have like obviously because Goliath's last love and soulmate was Demona.
Yeah.
And Elisa's like, she's had troubled like dating life too and like no prospects currently. So you could tell the two of them are really hesitant about something. And then there's the whole fact that one's a gargoyle and the other's a human.
yeah, and like age differences, like in how like gargoyles age.
Yeah, and it's just like, but they still like, you could tell they're very like, I'm not sure what to do with this, but they handle it in a very respectful and mature way.
Yeah.
And the last thing, because you brought up Oberon. Oberon's one of my other favorite villains because of, oh my gosh, the ego of this man.
Yeah, because that's when they start bringing up Avalon and a lot of the more
Oh yeah,
mythologies.
they do a great job tying in all these different like mythologies and fantasy stories and folk tales and Shakespeare all together. Because Avalon, people would know from King Arthur. Well, King Arthur is even hiding out on Avalon, but Avalon is ruled by Oberon, who people would know from Shakespeare from Midnight Summer's Dream. And then you, of course, you have his very entertaining wife, who's one of the best characters also at Gargoyles, Titania. She's a little trickster, that one.
Yeah.
But they're so down bad for each other. It's really funny whenever like she will still do things behind Oberon's back, but like you never know what Titania's up to. But she's always aiming for the best possible outcome that could hopefully satisfy all parties. And Oberon's still just like literally everybody must bow to my whim. The only person who could come and go as they please is Titania because she's my wife. But just the ego of this guy. Oberon commands. The best is this the whenever the two-parter, whenever Oberon like when Xanatos has to deal with Oberon and Goliath and team have to help Xanatos. They're like their foe. It is a great two-parter. It's genuinely one of my favorites. It's so good. And like, yeah, and then I don't want to spoil too much because there's other great things like with the Hunter's Moon and stuff like that ties into Damona's story and even more stuff like Thalog. All I'll say is Thalog's a really cool character. You're like, who's Thalog? Watch Gargoyles.
We've already spoiled too much.
It's a really good cartoon. Like it's not perfect. It has some things here and there, but overall, it was really solid. And more people should watch it.
Yes.
And a fantastic voice cast. Even if half of them are Star Trek characters. That's probably why, though.
Yeah. So that leads us into the last one today. We're almost done here.
The last thing. This was the best image I could pick. Do not let that Nickelodeon thing fool you. Nickelodeon did not create this show. This was not under Nickelodeon's banner.
4 kids.
Ironically, but really it was more of all the people that 4Kids hired to make this show. That's really what made it special. It's also despite 4Kids as well. It's Nickelodeon just owns the copyright to the show now that they own the TMNT IP. Nickelodeon is the reason why this show is great. Specifically, the 2003 incarnation of Ninja Turtles is still to this day my favorite. Like I grew up on the 80s one. This one's my favorite. This one's the best one. Because for crying out loud, one of the 2 original creators worked on this show, and that's why it's so good.
Oh, yeah.
It's the most faithful adaptation. Well, this and the 90s, the original 90s movie, are the most faithful adaptation of the comics, and it is fantastic.
Well, and this is what truly took
the stuff that was done in the 87 cartoon, because the 87 cartoon did important things for distinguishing the turtles, giving them their individual colors. 2003 took those elements and grafted them onto the comic. So a lot of the stories in it are based off of stuff from the comics, along with new stuff, of course.
Well,
But
yeah,
then
and certain, like the motif from the 80s cartoon, the very specifically, like, Raphael's rude but cool, Donatello does machines, Michelangelo's a party dude, Leonardo leads, like, yeah, like, sure, that theme song, like, has that, but this actually is like, let's really delve into these archetypes and have different, like, story arcs for these characters based on these archetypes,
yeah,
and deconstruct and reconstruct those archetypes.
yeah, and
This is
like
my favorite Michelangelo, and Michelangelo is my favorite Ninja Turtle. I love Michelangelo. That's
Donnie
because
is
of this one.
Yeah, Donnie is my favorite. He's always been my favorite ever since I was a kid. I always loved him being the tech expert, and this version of Donnie is fantastic. I love the fact that they understood, okay, they're all serious characters who can be serious, but then they also give their a level of humor to each of them. Even Leonardo, who is the most
Yeah.
serious, like they understand, like, yeah, even he's like still a teenage mutant ninja turtle. He can
That's the
still
one
be,
thing that annoyed me ever since Nickelodeon bought the IP. Every single cartoon that's come out since then, or IP, whatever, people are like, oh, finally, the turtles feel like teenagers. They've always felt like teenagers. They felt like teenagers ever since the 1990 movie. None of you guys have been paying attention.
no, it's just like they don't actually pay attention.
Like I liked the 2012 cartoon. It wasn't perfect, but I liked it. But after that, like hearing that constant same comment over and over again of this is when they finally feel like teenagers started to really grate on my nerves. I will say though, like I was like I have a complicated relationship with the 2012 show because I do think it's a genuinely good show that blends in elements of 2003 and the 87 cartoon really well. But it's also like Mikey's my favorite, and I do not like that version of Mikey, and Donnie's his favorite, and I do
Look.
not like that version of Donnie.
Like, look, it wasn't as bad at first, but it really
It-
goes off.
but
Like,
I love what they did with Leo and Raph in that show in the 2012 one. Like I genuinely like I love them here too. But if I had to just like say who's my favorite incarnation of Raph and Leo, well, Leo I would say 2012. Raph it's a toss up. It's hard because I love him in the 2003. I love him in the 2012, and I also
the,
it might be the 90s one actually.
the 90s one is really good, but also the 2007 movie.
Yeah, they did a great job with Raph and Leo in that one too. It's really hard to say, but like because Raph's just a consistently great character. But
yeah,
this
like,
but my
but thi-
this show has my favorite version of Casey Jones. Like no Casey Jones has been better than him. The 90s one comes close, the 90s movie one, but this is still the best Casey Jones.
oh,
and of,
absolutely.
and of course April, who's actually much closer to the original incarnation of April
Yes.
than any other April because she's actually a scientist.
Yes, and she's Baxter Stockman's assistant, just like she was in the original comics before she found out he was crazy and left.
Oh, speaking of Baxter Stockman.
Baxter Stockman is so peak in this. He is so awesome.
He's like again a character with insane ego, and you'd think his ego would eventually be tempered by how many times this man has been punished, but he cannot help himself. He has to have a gigantic ego. It's almost comically funny and darkly funny, considering all the horrible torture that Shredder and maybe he's done to him. But and then that episode, and then you're like, oh. And then you suddenly feel sorry for
you just
Baxter
need to
Stockman.
say that episode, and I know exactly what.
Yeah, I don't even explain. You just go, oh, ow, ow. But you can't talk about ow without talking about certain episodes. Like, well, okay, I won't go into it. But Same as It Never Was is like their answer to Teen Titans Forever Alone or whatever it was, that episode. You know, the Starfire one.
Yeah.
I think I'm quoting the title of that episode wrong. But everybody knows the episode where Starfire gets thrown into the future, and it's a bad future.
Oh, how long is forever?
How long is forever? I don't know why I said Forever Alone. Oh, Raven said something like that, I think, in the bad future. But yeah, it's just they had a similar episode like that, but instead with Donnie, in 2003, and holy cow, it's an emotional, gut wrenching episode. It's a really good episode, but man, it puts you through the ringer. The show was so good, and the theme song's great because they said we don't. I love the classic 80s theme song, but I do think people are a little bit too reliant on nostalgia. I wish more shows tried to create their own theme song to be like this is our song and our flavor.
Yeah.
Like some of the incarnations do that. Like I mean heck, even the original live action movies, like they've had their own like songs and just like famously the Go Ninja Go rap, but this one had a great theme song with the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles.
Da-na-na-na-na-na.
the
Turtles
rock
die on.
the 2000 rock energy is great.
And it fits the Turtles so well. Like they're quintessential 80s characters, but that 2000s rock really jives.
Well, I mean, the show
well.
takes place in the early 2000s. It needs it.
Well, yeah,
And this
yeah.
show really leans in on the Turtles like comic flavor because the Turtles comic is surprisingly diverse in its universe. They have mysticism, they have sci-fi, they have time travel, they have aliens, they have spirits, superheroes,
alternate dimensions, alternate futures. Like
it
it's
runs
got
the
it
gamut.
all.
Demons, it literally has it all. And it all starts off very simple street level, these Ninja Turtles.
Yeah.
But I don't know what it is about this show, but it just grabs every kid, hooks them, and it will not let go. Every generation's got like a Ninja Turtle that has like literally rewired their brain chemistry. And it's funny because like I grew up on the 80s cartoon. I loved
Yeah,
it. I
same
enjoyed
here.
it. I loved the 90s movie, but this show rewired my brain chemistry.
Yeah, I remember watching this as a kid in middle school and just like, oh my gosh, this is so peak.
Oh, it's so good. And one of the things I really love about this show is it really emphasized because I mean the original 90 movie did this too, but it really emphasized that these turtles, like Splinter is not just their sensei, he is their father. He is their adoptive father. It's like because even though they call him sensei, there have been a couple moments where they're just like father, no, but usually they just call him sensei. But like Splinter always addresses them as my sons, my sons, my sons. I must find my son.
Yeah,
You will
it's
not
like
hurt my sons.
it's great any time that there's a TMNT piece of media where they emphasize that. It's like when we were playing
Oh yeah,
Splintered Fate and
Splintered Fate, and
they really hammer that in.
they hammer it in so much to the point where they rarely call Splinter sensei. In fact, they mostly call him father or dad, and then occasionally will say our sensei. And I was just like, ooh, I like this. But yeah, like any incarnation that really emphasizes that turtles like see Splinter as their father figure, it's always goated. I love it so much. Like I always love found family like stuff or adoptive family stuff in a lot of media. It really tugs at my heartstrings. And it's funny because it is a mutated rat and mutated turtles, but like there's so much heart. Like they all their family, they love each other.
Yeah, and
it's also nice too because if this goes back to the original comic, which some people find it silly, but like if you find it silly, then you're not going to take Ninja Turtles in general like seriously because if it's like people are like it makes more sense that it's a human turning into a rat rather than like the fact that he's a rat that learned Ninja. I'm like everything about Ninja Turtles is silly. Take it at face value. I kind of don't mind. Like I don't mind it when they do Hamato Yoshi become Splinter. That's fine for the stories that do that. But I also wish they wouldn't feel like they have to lean in on that because the 80s cartoon did that. Like I like that this one that he is the pet of Hamato Yoshi and Hamato Yoshi was his family. He cared about Hamato Yoshi and Splinter builds up his own family after losing his owner. Because to him, that was his family. That's all a rat would have ever known when they were a little caged animal before they mutated and gained sentience.
Yeah. Well, and I do love how like when they strike that balance, but like I know because I got you the first volume of the original comic.
Yes, and I was surprised by how much that they pulled from those early issues, like almost shot for shot.
Well, yeah, like the Triceratons, the Fugitoid, those were in relatively early issues of the comics. So they Usagi, like that stuff is all the comics. And sure, they expand on it and they do other things with it, but like it's like that's so much of the comic serves as the blueprint for 2003, and then it just alters
with
a few.
with one giant key difference, like most Ninja Turtle
Oh
continuities.
yeah,
Shredder
with
getting a
Shredder.
very giant prominent role as the main villain, because if he has such an interesting design that the 80s cartoon recognized. They're like, no, this guy's got to be main villain material, like, and especially because he's such a personal enemy to Splinter. They're like, he should be like one of the main villains. And
Oh, yeah.
so
Yeah,
and ever since then everybody agreed he should be the main villain.
Yeah, and then I like how they
this
brought
Shredder in particular is menacing.
Yeah, and I also love the fact that they brought in Karai like in the comics, but instead of being sort of a replacement antagonist, they have them side by side and they emphasize like their relationship.
Oh yeah, they do a
as
lot of
father.
great stuff with Karai, like her warring like feelings on wanting to be loyal to her adoptive father versus the promise that her honor bound promise she made to the turtles to help them because of they helped her. And then we see progressively over time she does go through her villain arc in the comics, and they gave a legitimate justifiable reason, but they opened the door for like she could eventually become their ally again by the end of season 5, and she eventually does like turn against Shredder in the Turtles Forever movie, which is the crossover movie that ironically does crossover like story stuff before things like No Way Home or Spider-Verse ever existed. Because of it's the 03 Turtles meeting up with the 80s Turtles, and then eventually they meet up with their original comics counterparts. But I digress. I loved Karai in this show. I thought she was a really cool character. I loved Usagi. This is my favorite incarnation of Usagi.
Oh yeah.
He's just he and Leonardo are like awesome, like
sword bros.
They're great. I love oh gosh, there were so many good episodes in this show. It's hard to pick one.
Yeah.
Hun was an original introduction also, and he was great.
Yeah, and what's her name? The purple hair girl.
Oh yeah, Angel.
Yeah.
Casey's friend, the young girl Angel.
Well,
she
yeah,
was,
yeah, because we were playing Splintered Fate, and she shows up in
and
that
we're
game
like, oh, okay,
she took on the mantle of the hero Nobody, and I'm like,
oh, okay.
Oh,
And they were like,
I'm like,
comics like adapted her. She grew up in the comics, and then she eventually took on the mantle of the hero Nobody. And I'm like, oh, okay, that's interesting, because you meet Nobody, the original incarnation of Nobody, in this show, and Mikey has a funny he has like all these funny like stories off on his own where he befriends like all these superheroes like the like basically he meets like the knockoff version of the Justice League.
Yeah, and he has his own little stint of being an actual superhero. It's
Turtle Titan.
Turtle Titan.
But you also have like Donnie. He's got a very endearing friendship with April because they're the tech bros, and of course we've already mentioned Karai and her complicated friendship with Leonardo, and that eventually breaks apart. And then you got Raph and Casey, who are just enjoyable, like hot-headed friends.
Oh, the meatheads.
Yes, they are meatheads. What I love also about Casey in this show is the threats keep ramping up into being more ridiculous in terms of concept, but then you have Casey, just this.
He's got his baseball bat and a hockey stick, and he's fighting off aliens and alternate dimensions.
But it's just like Casey's just a dude. He's not even formally trained in the martial arts. He's got no mystical powers, but the turtles are his bros, and he'll throw down with them. And it's just so funny because it's funny, like in a story with like alien triceratops, mutated turtles, aliens, mystical like demon things, zombie things, a talking rabbit, samurai, and the funniest character is a guy in a hockey mask with sports equipment.
Goes Gungala!
Gungala!
Me? Gungala.
No. But they're all just so. I love this show. The show was really good. Like, yeah, things started to fall off.
Yeah.
With fast forward.
Yeah. Okay, so here's my thoughts on Fast Forward. It's not bad in and of itself. The problem is that it's so disconnected from the actual ongoing plots that
Yeah, like if somebody were to say like if it was its own original like futuristic show, like for a younger audience to watch Ninja Turtles, that's fine. It's like Transformers has several incarnations, some far more kid friendly, some a little bit more serious, some a mix of the two. But whenever you have something take place within the same continuity and it's very disconnected, Transformers is a great example. When you have something like Transformers Prime and then it's follow up Robots in Disguise, there's a giant disconnect where it's just like, why did you suddenly make things so tonally inconsistent, like, and just drop us in, like being like, "Ha, they're in the future now." Like, what? After everything that built up, like, what? Well, it doesn't help that season 5 was like off the air and it didn't come back on the air till later. So really, you had season 4, and then they just dropped us into fast forward. But at the time, like, I saw it, I wasn't vibing with it, so I didn't really bother with
well,
it.
yeah.
And
Like when
then
I was watching it,
I know people because who've reviewed it that I trust also who love the O3. So they see Back to the Sewers is better in terms of it's trying to get them back to basics and back to literally the sewers, like because they recognize that that tonal shift wasn't a good idea. But by that point, they've already lost the original audience, so
well, yeah, like I didn't even
it
know
was
Back to the
doomed.
Sewer existed for years because
It was doomed to fail anyway.
yeah, because Fast Forward, I was like, this is fine, but it's not 03, and I just stopped watching it in the middle
Like,
of
it's
the
fine
season.
for kids, but it was just like, this is not why I watched the O3 cartoon. I watched it
Yeah.
because it felt more like the comics.
Oh yeah, and especially as I was starting to get older, because I was starting to get into my teenage years, like I like when it starts to become more childish, I just stopped being interested because 03 was always more mature,
Yeah,
and
it was very for teenagers, but kids could watch it too if they wanted to, like Batman the Animated Series. And other things like it, like gargoyles. But it was just like,
yeah, like Back to the Sewers is clearly trying to remedy that, but like you've
it
already
was they tried to remedy it too late, unfortunately.
yeah.
And then later on, then they came back with Turtles Forever, which was an anniversary movie and a kind of a send off for the O3 Turtles, since they couldn't get their since like Back to the Sewer didn't quite stick the landing, even though like the last episode is nice and like Casey and April's wedding is the last episode, which is nice. I like that. I like that. And then everybody comes to their wedding, so you have like actual normal people, and then like these interdimensional beings there. Like also, it's like, yep, it's Ninja Turtles, all right. I guess if I had to say like early on what a favorite story arc would be, genuinely I did love whenever they go to space and they meet the Fugitoid and they deal with the Triceratons and the turtles have to deal with all this in the middle of like already they were trying to like it was like they had a story arc going that was in the middle of it that they were interrupted like whenever they were trying to figure out the origins of TCRI and they were like this is the stuff that mutated us like that it came from this company and then just suddenly they get accidentally stuck in this teleporter and then they're thrown into this completely different story arc on their own without Splinter. And which is wild that they interrupted one story arc for another story arc, but it just genuinely it was so much fun. I have a lot of nostalgic memories of when I first saw that and they're like in space and I'm just like, "Oh wow, we're just getting into this part of Ninja Turtles already, aren't we?" But it was so much fun. And then of course the first fight with Shredder is very nostalgic for me. Or when
Oh
they
yeah.
stormed the Foot building.
Oh yeah.
I loved that arc. And speaking of original characters, quickly, Bishop.
Bishop is so good.
Bishop's a
I love
fantastic
he's like
antagonist.
the quintessential secret government agent, but like
He's the I'm him.
yeah, every time that goes down, he's like, I am him.
And he's like insanely skilled to the point where these turtles are like, what the heck? Like
This
just
isn't normal. And you're like, yeah, he's not normal.
Yeah, he is not normal. But Bishop was such a cool character. Oh man. The 2003 show was insanely good. If you like Ninja Turtles and you've never seen it,
This is the blueprint.
see it. Watch it. Stop at season 5. If you must, read a synopsis on Back to the Future and not Back to the Future.
Fast forward.
Fast forward and Back to the Sewer. That was a funny Freudian slip. Watch Back to the Future. Don't read a synopsis on that. Read a synopsis on those. Maybe go then watch the epilogue episode at the end where Casey and April get married. I only say this because of, unfortunately, to watch Back to the Sewer, you have to watch fast forward, but I feel like fast forward's a waste of your time. But if you then jump into Back to the Sewer, you might feel a little bit lost. So it might be just easier, just don't bother. Just read synopsis on them and then just watch the epilogue episodes. So that way you can be like, oh, yay, Casey and April tied the knot, because they've been building up that relationship in the background and the subplots and stuff like that. So, like, finally they got together, like, as they should, because they're the official couple. And then watch the Turtles Forever movie. It's not perfect, mind you, but it's still an enjoyable movie.
So you're saying that they should fast forward back to the sewers?
I'm not going to dignify that with a comment. But yeah, that maybe for our next stream we'll try to summarize our love of certain things a little bit faster, guys. I'm sorry this took us 5 hours and 47 minutes.
Oh yeah, I mean, like, I'm sure that they all enjoyed the entire time, right,
Yeah,
guys?
yeah. But this was our first time just streaming and talking about just stuff we enjoyed. So we'll try to quickly talk about, like, why, hey, you guys should check this thing out. Why you should check this thing out and try to be spoiler free.
Yeah, right. See, Ghost enjoyed the entire time. Thanks, Ghost.
You can always count on Ghost. But honestly, you guys,
MVP.
thanks for enjoying us rambling. And obviously, you can still catch some of this back.
Don't worry, Jane. You had a prior obligation, so I'm glad you were able to be here as much as you could.
Yeah, and you guys can always watch it back. It's not a problem.
Yeah. This is gonna stay up. I'm not taking this down. All right, MVP.
Yeah. Anyways,
Yeah.
I guess whenever this is up, and it's no longer a stream version, in the comments below, maybe if you remember anything that you've enjoyed in the year 2023, list what some of those things are, and anything that we talked about. If you have any thoughts on those shows, movies, games, let us know.
Yeah. Oh, that's the
huggy. Huggy hug.
All right. Thank you all for coming. This actually did really well. And thank you, Julie and Janie, for the super chats. And yeah, thank you all for watching. And we'll see y'all next time.
Have a good night or morning, depending on where you are.
Whatever.
Night. Bye-bye.
Bye.